What a difference a day makes here. We were sitting here yesterday morning talking about $120 a barrel oil. We were talking about 30 plus on the VIX. Definitely a different story, different feeling here this morning. Oil just above 90 bucks a barrel currently. VIX on its way back higher, but $25 coming into play right now for the VIX. Again, trending back to the upside. You missed it yesterday. President Trump comes out late in the day, says, it's basically over. Nothing to worry about here. So everyone move on, or I guess back to your regularly scheduled market programming, apparently. The market like that, individual stocks loving that. That was the NASDAQ late in the day yesterday. Absolute rocket ship straight to the upside. A number of individual stocks really benefiting from this, mostly on the tech side of things. So many storylines, so many things to talk about today. One of those was Tesla. I saw late yesterday. What a move that was for Tesla. 392 up to 402. At the highs going into the close. We're gapping up. Disregard that candle. It's D prints coming through at 8 o'clock here this morning. We're gapping up here this morning at 404 coming into play for last week's resistance levels. But I mean, we basically give all of that back again, or regain all of that decline that we saw on the back of these headlines that came out over the weekend. So, I mean, it's back and forth, but who knows what today will bring, which is, I guess, good for us in a way.
Yeah, I caught the news conference. It was late, as per usual, of course, with President Trump. It was supposed to start at 5:30, started closer to 6. He had some other speech he was giving down in Florida. Look, I mean, he said exactly what some of the summaries that we heard said. You know, the war is basically over. He threatened, escalations if Iran continues to try to dominate the Strait of Hormuz. He said, the U.S. is going to take control of it to allow for safe passing of ships. So we'll have to see how that works. He also threatened to hit pretty much their electricity grid, and he said he didn't want to do it, but he was basically keeping that for an option. There's a whole lot to talk about other than that, guys. Nvidia coming out with their own kind of Claude bot or OpenClaw version, so a nice move up here. Oil also with some volatility. Brendo. Rivian, where's Randy when you need him? Up 5%, getting a nod today from some analysts. Qualcomm the other way, getting a downgrade. CrowdStrike up, and BNTX, don't look now, 16 and a third down here on some restructuring.
As I was saying, it's like back to your regularly scheduled market programming, it feels like. Anyways, yeah. I saw Randy's car was downstairs, but I haven't seen it this morning yet. Nice move for Rivian. I even got my hands on this. First thing you said to me when I walked in the door was, Nvidia has an OpenClaw. I haven't got my hands on this thing yet, but I'm excited to get testing Nemo Claw. Get ready for the memes, I think, to come
100%
around some goldfish-looking
one of my favorite movies,
logos.
by the way. Animated movies, anyway.
Nemo Claw from Nvidia and crew. Jensen has entered the chat with agentic agent-type platform from Nvidia, so that should be exciting. Yeah, I mean, oil's trending higher right now, depending on what you're looking at. There's USO. Just tested the highs once again here in the pre-market, back to 107.70. But we're chopping around here a little bit after that absolute tanking late in the day yesterday on those headlines saying, yeah, I mean, this shouldn't take too much longer.
Yeah, well, hopefully that is the case, obviously. We'll have to wait and see whether he's actually able to execute on his plan to control the Strait of Hormuz. But you say NIO. You say NIO in the Nvidia sense, Brendo, but there is the other NIO, or NIO as we used to call it, and it's also up almost 7% here in the pre-market. It reported it's looking fantastic as well. Record deliveries, another thing to look at. There's no shortage of movers, whether up or down on the morning. And I think I hear Randy coming in. I can't wait to surprise him.
He's coming for his victory lap any moment now. I don't know. Does anyone follow this NIO thing around? There he is.
Randy
has entered the building on a 5% kind of a day for Randy.
See?
And Rivian.
5 and change right there, Mike.
Nice upgrade, Randy. He's happy. All right, he's just gonna walk right through. There he goes.
Oh boy.
And back again too. It's a Randy kind of a day around here, guys. Hope he's back in. Good morning.
Good morning. I love we celebrate Rivian. Was $20 Jan 1st. It's $16 today, but it's a good move higher for Rivian. That is for sure. Obi, how you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good. Oh, Randy brought the bananas. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What a great feeling we had from yesterday's close. I mean, that was such a great little run there in USO, and run to the downside, of course, a nice little profit run, which was really nice to see. If we can do something similar today. I mean, I have Nvidia. The sticky note's already out. I mean, we are on top of it here today. A bunch of notes out. I'm gonna put it in the chat if you guys were interested. Right here, we've got it all going on right here, right? USO, Nvidia, IBIT, and then NIO. We want to look at a little bit of NIO today, as well as that'll be the car company, not Rivian, that we'll look at today. NIO finally turning a profit, which is nice, from -1 cent to 4 cents upside right there. Their first ever profitable quarter, which is nice to see. It'd be nice to see an EV name be profitable here in the States. If Rivian would ever turn profits, I think the stock would be a moonshot. They're getting ready to hopefully buy a Rivian as well. But there it is, NIO, nice move up today. We'll see if we can trade some of that off of $5. We'll see if we get a little bit of a dip down right here today. Early on, not much on the imbalance locator. I was looking earlier, pretty dull right now. KOS, Occidental there. TSM, nothing going on right now. Less than 200,000 shares is the biggest one out there. And then, yeah, man, I got Nvidia written down today as well. Here waiting for a little bit, maybe a dip. We'll see. I was actually woke up and saw that the market was nicely up. And yeah, since then, we've fallen quite nicely to the downside here. So what a rally it was yesterday. The Dow at the lowest point, Obi was, I think, down about minus 900. Yeah. So it was not the greatest morning yesterday, but it turned out to be an absolutely fantastic day. Okay. So we've got on the old retro Trader TV Live hoodie today, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Looking good there. Yeah, NIO definitely on my watch today, blowing through expectations when it comes to their earnings. Other than that, nothing too crazy. I got, of course, USO. Sean just talked about the great trade that was through that 110, even off of that news, increased volume. Funny enough, I was kind of reviewing this trade with one of the traders in the back, and we were like, the initial news trade that happened here was at about 10 a.m. And that pop into 124 is a bit of a failure to follow through. Like, this was definitely worth a reversion, and this was pretty much a continuation of that reversion. So we talked about like what's the most ideal way to take this trade on the day, even though you don't know that this kind of news is coming out later on. Like, the thing is, this was a great push and a beautiful reversion to keep a core on, and we talked about how the low day breakdown never looked back either. So if you're keeping a core from here, looking for it to close lower than any of these average prices, maybe sure you're churning some out, but the adds onto this being a trade in itself, I think keeping that core initially and then really churning some out and then really slamming it down into and through that 110 for that end of day move was probably, we talked about the most ideal way to trade it. Sure, this is probably highest EV right here where, 110, we talked about the level of confidence that some of us had for the low day break there. But we'll see if USO gives us any sort of opportunity like that. Again, it's a very news-driven environment as of right now, and the reversions are great. The market's actually reverting right now with the little bit of a bid that did happen. So we were talking about how VIX is in and around that $20 level. NIO definitely on watch. We were talking about, just looking at this metric here, a 915% surprise on their earnings. So we'll see if this one has any sort of continuation here. Only done about 7 million shares in the pre-market, so not too bad there. And then BNTX with their earnings gapping down a little bit. So this is coming into some interesting levels for me. If I just go to the 1 month chart, we can see where we're coming into some potentially multi-year lows coming in at 76s, but the low of this consolidation that we've been holding for a couple of years here on BNTX. So those are kind of my top names, top watches on the day. I'm kind of watching Teladoc as well, TDoc with a little bit of a gap up this morning as well, but nothing crazy. Definitely not the top of my list. But we'll see. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching, and I'm definitely going to be, sitting on my hands, waiting for the right opportunities, because it seems like this is the market to really hone that in and snipe when the opportunities show up.
Yeah, good. Lots of opportunities today, I feel like, as well, but we got to be patient waiting for those levels to develop, right? We had a great runner yesterday in Palantir. I see some of these names are starting to come back in a little bit right now this AM. I mean, down 1.5% right now for Palantir. Nice move. Obviously, we saw that huge move, and we were short. Yesterday was so funny because we were short. Well, we did a bunch of things in Palantir yesterday, but we were short right into this area, brought it all the way down, then heard that oil news, punched out immediately on Palantir, and then went short on USO. And so that trade right now looked like it was a good way to get out. We should have maybe gone long on PLTR. Downside there today, only down right now 1.5%, which is still a lot, actually. Apple as well. I mean, everything sort of took off a little bit yesterday during that run at 3 p.m., right? So Apple got up to 261. That's going to be down today. A name that I really like in the tech space, I mean, we like all of them, but Google as well, like that broke out $300, and it was just an absolute monster there, up to 306, 307 at the close, and pulling back just a little bit right now. But the NASDAQ trying to find its way, right? I mean, silver was up earlier. Let me just make sure that it still is right now. Yeah, so still up 2%. Looks like that's trying to come back a bit. So I think if we're going to go long today, I actually wrote down, I really like Bitcoin. Bitcoin yesterday up 4%, and that was a nice move. We don't see that too often for IBIT these days. And so there's the little shoot up there. Not a huge move on the oil, but continuation today over 70,000. I said let's try to go long if we can hold this in and around 39.50, kind of like yesterday's closing in top areas. If we can hold Bitcoin, I like that, and then gold's up as well. Oil, CLJ. Let's have a quick check. That got overnight, close to 119. And closes around $80. And you can see what oil is doing right now. There is a dramatic move down that we had experienced. I don't know. Well, it's saying minus 4.5%, but remember, this is a continuous. This is not today. It's actually starting to tick higher here. We got as low as $81. Wow, that was at 90. Remember, we got a 99. We got 99.15. The low yesterday was 99.12 on USO. So we basically have this exact low on oil, and right now it's actually quite a nice move up, man. You're up about 12% from the lows right now, 81 to 91 right there. A nice little move higher in crude, although we are showing minus 4%. That is not what it is. You can see it's a nice little move higher right there for crude oil. So we'll have to wait to see where it's going today, but it should be a good trade. Lots of different things. If you're a tech guy, we have that NIO claw. That's on there for my trade on Nvidia. If there's earnings, we've got Coles, which should be good. We've got NIO, which we like. We got the upgrade in Rivian, silver, as we already mentioned, gold, oil, the commodities, IBIT. And then you said that, no, it wasn't the trade desk. You said Teladoc was something.
Teladoc might be something
that you had looked on as well. So
I didn't even see Coles. That's a good one.
Yeah, Coles was a good report. No, bad report, down 7%, right?
Yeah, but it's recovered pretty much the whole move there.
Yeah. Okay. We'll look at Coles as well, but let's go back over to the desk now. It's 8:13. Sticky notes now out. I'll put the chat in. I'll put it in the chat. Also, we have ideas. Go over to my Here TV Live and put your trade ideas in there. We'll talk about those when we get back as well. But oil right here, guys, $91.
Yeah, and trending higher, as you were mentioning, Sean. Back to the upside. Just be aware, Defense Secretary Hegseth was speaking. So there was some comments moving not only oil, but the market itself around a little bit. Overall, some of these producers just hanging out. I was just going through CBX, XOM. They're all kind of looking the same at this point. On the Nvidia side of things, we've given back that early gap to the upside. So this product is going to be available at as of their GTC event coming up in a couple of weeks. I think it was the 16th or something like that. The Nvidia GTC event. So that's going to be the official launch for Nemo Claw.
Yeah.
Get ready for your goldfish.
I'm just excited for Jensen to get on stage with his customary leather jacket.
Maybe we'll have a robot goldfish follow him out.
Remember he had that robot?
Yeah.
I think I was like 23 or 24. It's a few years now,
Yeah.
right? And then, he'll present us with the new, whatever he's going to call it this year, the new GPU. It was GB300 last year. We're going to have to see the new one kind of, remember he brings it out of the oven. He does that whole thing. But yeah.
There was one, he was in his kitchen. And
what a guy. So this Nemo Club, I know that I alerted you to immediately because I knew you'd be down. It's gonna enable organizations, as you mentioned. It's more for enterprise than it is for individuals. It's gonna enable organizations to dispatch AI agents that can plan, that can reason, perform multi-step tasks, reflecting a broader industry shift, of course. And they've begun pitching the platform to enterprise software companies. Obviously, that B2B SaaS has a lot more margins and it's a lot more profitable than the B2C, which is, of course, a little bit less. They are exploring partnerships as well with Salesforce, Cisco, Google, Adobe, CrowdStrike, all with this Nemo claw in mind. So something definitely keep an eye on as we go into GTC.
yeah, and that's the key, the security side of things. One of the challenges, or the main challenge that any of these platforms have had so far, I was talking with the tech guys here, and it's the security side of it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you give it access to files, if you give it access, I was talking to you earlier about Claude Cowork, and I'll use that as an example. It essentially lives in a folder, so it lives in its own sandbox, and you give it access to a folder, and anything it does just lives in that folder. But once you get outside of that folder and start giving it access to information in general, that's a lot of trust that you're essentially hoping that nothing bad happens and it doesn't start, sending out critical information or anything like that. So if they can come up with a way to incorporate that into day-to-day operations of a larger business, but have the security level as well, that's going to be monstrous.
And that's something the industry is very alive to. You and I were talking about the creator of OpenClaw, ClaudeBot, whatever it was called. He went on Lex Friedman's podcast, and Lex asked him specifically, he's like, it's kind of hard to set up.
Yeah.
Why don't you make this a bit more user-friendly so you can have broader adoption? And his answer was pretty simple. Yes, you're right, but my focus now is the security aspect. So everybody's alive to it. Everybody wants to use it, but the drawbacks are just too pronounced for the moment.
And I think that was a very, very, very early edition of what these will end up being. That did have a UI. It still does have a UI. But the majority of the inputs, or the efficiency of how to communicate with that was better on terminal or through a prompting kind of situation instead of the UI itself. But I'm sure, OpenAI is going to have their own version of this with this guy, any day now, I imagine. But the other end of this scale, CRWD, one of the groups that, got caught up in the original SaaS destruction. Back to the upside here. That's 2 weeks worth of data on that chart right there, and that's a pretty good looking trend now. Back higher, but Crowd here with its own headline today.
Yeah, they got the nod today from Morgan Stanley, upgrading them to overweight from equal weight, so a good upgrade there. And a nice price target boost. They had it at 487, they bumped it up to 510. They're like, this is one of the best positioned cybersecurity platforms to outperform in the coming years. Anecdotally, of course, I was speaking on the Midday show with Joseph about this. There are rumors that PanW's margins are getting squeezed specifically for one reason and one reason only. They're having to give discounts to some of their clients from leaving, from going to Zscaler, from going to CrowdStrike. So there clearly something's afoot here, and I feel that there may be a competition for who leads this group. Currently, if you look at the market cap, it's still PanW, but CrowdStrike's right on their heels, probably going to overtake them.
And being software, the security aspect of all of this that we were just talking to is still going to be critical and definitely required. And if there's a way that they can integrate some of these new agentic platforms into, some of these software options, that's only going to be opportunity for companies like CrowdStrike and PanW. Cybersecurity, guys, looking pretty good.
And I really like the space. I think we've talked about cybersecurity a couple times here as well, and I never really understood that whole ClawBot or any of these things were coming for, or that Centrini report they're coming for. these software names, because I can clearly see why it would affect a CRM, a Salesforce. But some of these things like the CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, cybersecurity names, I mean, how in the world would you trust, just something that was created, moments ago by an AI to sort of protect your business, right? And the integrity of your data and your software and all your information. So I really like all those plays. I mean, I've been into CrowdStrike. I know Neil bought some CrowdStrike. I bought some Palo Alto. And I mean, really, I almost think like we could check the IGV, but this is a bunch of days now. This is 7 or so straight up days there in CrowdStrike. So I feel like there was sort of the threat come back in. The only problem, the only issue about buying some of these things a little lower is the fact that you still, you were under the 200 period moving average. So I know there's like a lot of traders that won't really buy things underneath, but it came right into that 350 level, which looked to be, I mean, obviously, if you're looking a little lower, there was 300 to 320 as a potential spot. But I always think that, when things are happening like this, and, even Nvidia right now at that 170 level, obviously we're way back up from that now. Same thing true of Palo Alto. And that's why we said you could always go over with cyber or bug ETF or something like that, because it'll just give you a little bit different exposure to all of the names. So you're not just picking one as an individual, but it's the same kind of a chart here as well for Palo Alto. And the only thing is like, they've been pretty beat up. Oh yeah, that's right, we have the split. They've been pretty beat up from top to bottom. Like this was 225 just back in November, went all the way down to 140. So it was definitely a hard sort of pill to swallow on the downside. And it's not like it wasn't figured out. Like these reports and the IGV was really getting hit during these times. This was already starting to pull back a little bit here. So I am wondering, Sharif might have had probably has a great point there about security just becoming maybe less monopolistic. There's many different opportunities now to go from a Zscaler to a CrowdStrike to a Palo Alto, and I don't know what it's like. Obviously, I don't run the IT around here, but I don't know what it's like to switch from one to the other. Maybe it's easier than we think. It's not like once you put all these Nvidia chips in and you're on using their platform and their software, then to switch over, to go to the AMD. That's apparently supposed to be quite the journey to do that. But I'm wondering if maybe it's a little easier for cybersecurity. Maybe you guys in the chat would know something about that. But yeah, it seems like they're getting more reasonable valuations at these levels, and traders are coming in and buying the dips here on the cyber names. And I like that trade for a long-term hold.
Yeah, no, I really like that Nvidia's taken this step because, again, it might take away monopoly from other companies, but it's giving more monopoly to Nvidia because now not only do they have infrastructure, but they're moving into the software aspect of the game as well. So they, again, more trust from your clients. I was just reading up on it. They're already potentially starting pitches towards companies like Google and Microsoft and other I guess Mag 7 friends as well. But I do like the idea. I'm very excited to kind of try their agentic AI here. Interesting name, Nemo Claw. But we'll see if Nvidia continues to just keep swimming in this range on that news or actually breaks out. But I'll definitely be watching this one post earnings, right? So post earnings, we came down to these lows. Maybe this is the news. We have that event coming up very soon. I think it's this week or next week, Nvidia's event, and I'm sure that this news is very timely. Right before that event, we're going to be hearing a lot more about some of those developments. But no, I'm definitely excited. We'll see if that actually brings in. Hopefully, they are successful in their endeavors. Because right now, everyone's using, OpenClaw and a few other different types of agentic AI. And yeah, those security concerns are definitely something. It's funny. I've seen some of these posts. Now, I'm sure it's not happening as much anymore. But people have given access, to their whole life to OpenClaw, and this thing's buying things on their behalf, running up the cards. It's a little, it's an interesting world we live in right now. But let's see what's going on in the options world with Joe.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's get right into things here. We're going to kick things off with some charting, and we're going to go over some of the implied volatility increases, and we're going to take a look at the chain here on Nvidia. We're going to start it off with just the decay once again, and we typically look at this. So, I mean, From December of last year, you have a value of a contract that's worth roughly around $1,300, now getting decayed to 95% of that, worth $58 approximately. So what I'm essentially getting at here is leading into the earnings report, the chances of us getting a squeeze into a higher level are relatively low. And what am I also going to point out here is that using our delta metric, this little middle number right here is a teller of worlds, essentially. What we can use is this as a percentage gauge in which this contract is going to expire out of the money. So for example, you can see it makes quite a bit of sense once you kind of put all the pieces together. So we have these at the money contracts. We're gonna use 182.5 and 180 as an example. All right, so there's a 50% chance and a 60% chance that these contracts by March 20th are going to expire in the money. Okay, if we were to go further down our strike price, you can see we're trading around that strike price at 167.5. You can see that metric drastically increases to 82. All right. Now, as for our delta, that's for every 1 point change in the underlying, the value of the contract is going to change. But you can also put that together in the fact is like, okay, we have an 82% chance that this contract is going to expire in the money. Now, the way that I like to look at things is, what is the percentage and what is the probability of something expiring out of the money? Okay. And that's what leads me to the witching event here on March 20th. Okay, that there's a 90% chance that this 200 contract is going to expire out of the money. Now, why is that? Because we also identified a massive supply zone on Nvidia yesterday with over or close to 250,000 open contracts. Now, if you want to see where the larger participants are laying, then you can definitely look at the options chain and gauge that using your open interest metric as well too. All right, moving forward, we're going to take a look at USO. Not much here. We're just going to go over the increased implied volatility, also the dramatic increase in some of the put action here. So 181%, the volatility is in, and with increase in volatility comes an increase in options premium. You guessed it. All right, so moving forward, guys, we're going to take a look at this $115 strike price contract on the put side, and we're going to see the increase in this name here, guys. So over to our 4-hour chart, and once again, it's not that easy, but if you happen to be in the realm of, hey, Donald Trump, the war is ending, it's essentially over, we're going to make sure that we're transporting oil safely through the strait, then sure enough, maybe you would be looking at some of this put volume. As the market rallied, you get that inverse correlation with the oil. And sure enough, you have a value of around $4 here earlier in the day to a value of approximately 16. Now, we talk about the decay in the contracts, but this also comes with the power of options. You have to be a little bit early. You have to front run it. Maybe even getting in around the times where Katina Man and Obi were getting in on the trade. As soon as that news event hits, you're on your options chain, you're ready to rock and roll, and you take advantage of it. If you catch a 5-point move or 11-point move, you're still going to see a substantial return here in your put contract, okay? So 244% from the time of the announcement, and that, my friends, is the power of options.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, those Nvidia 200s do look very interesting there, Joe. That's kind of that reference area of where, through earnings we kind of ping that area. But we've been experiencing, like I said before, this range on Nvidia for the past few months, if not even longer, where those 190s really some struggle trying to get through those 90s. Sure, you have a catalyst, which was earnings, which you ran up into the close that day, and then I watched this happen all the way to 200, but another slam right there. So recent, I guess, resistance in this name. We'll just go up to an hourly and see how far back this really goes. We had this moment right here for about 9 to 10 days, where we were able to get above 200, but no sustainability above that price. So that 200 definitely, it makes a lot of sense. 90% chance that it's going to expire, out of the money there. So makes a lot of sense. But we'll see if there's anything that changes coming into next week. That event is, just looked it up. That GTC event for Nvidia is March 16th to 19th.
Okay, so
just a few more days until some of that. Yeah.
Yeah, good. So thanks, Joe, for all of that, of course. And yeah, look, I mean, I really like Nvidia today. We sort of got that. It's on the note here. If we can get down to that 180 to 181 area, I like that, and we'll see if it can wind up holding as well. I wanted to show you guys something actually pretty fun here. All right, so I put up on Twitter right now. It's 8:30, so we have a couple minutes to spill here. What a wild end to trading yesterday with oil on the move. I just want to say here, and I asked you guys what trades you guys looking at today. Diane says good morning. I say good morning to you, Diane. Here we go. And the funny one of the morning here, Used Gum says he lives in a van down by the river and he eats crayons, but the guy next to him has a sweet van. He said to buy HIMS, BW, SLS, ONDS, and AMPX. But then again, that guy eats crayons also. And I was gonna say, I really love Chris Farley, so shout out to the van down by the river. Adinet says, Joby is interesting. Dane Generous. What's up, Dane? This guy's in the chat all the time. We see him all there. He likes silver at 80 and Tesla at $4. Oh, looking for the shorts over there. Aaron is on the chip names as well. Chris is here saying short Softy. Okay, we can have a look at Microsoft, man. We used to call that name Mr. Softy when I was trading that in the 200s, now $400, $500. Hopefully back to 500 soon. Glenn in here. What's up, Glenn? He likes HIMS. I don't know if you're looking at HIMS. That was one of your only trades yesterday, I think. You traded one name, I think, in the first show there, which was great, HIMS. So we'll have to look at that. Oklo yesterday looking for a dip buy. And then again, V Sharpen is looking at AMD. So let me know what you guys are looking at. It seems like there's a lot of talk there about AMD, Nvidia, HIMS, and eating crayons in a van down by the river. So lots of fun stuff happening on X. But the market's losing right now. And as Dane just mentioned there, we saw Rivian upside. We saw NIO upside. We did have Tesla upside. So it's kind of funny, Dane, that you mentioned looking for shorts around 400. We just took 400 right now on Tesla. And it's actually, this first hour is looking very similar to the last hour here on Tesla, where we got faded just a little bit. Obviously, every stock took that move higher, but then Tesla made a way back down, and now it's making a way back down here. What about this break right here, 397 on Tesla, underneath VWAP, underneath the 200? That's looking like a healthy move as well to the downside. So good look on that. Is Rivian coming back? Rivian just got a sort of a BS upgrade, but we'll talk about that after. Up 5% and actually holding, so that's pretty good. And then the earnings play that I'm more excited about with actual reasons to be going upside would be NIO. We'll see if that comes back in as well. Yeah, Hegseth is talking. It was, also the Pentagon here, I just saw looking to secure rare earth metals. Ooh. So maybe an MP maybe in play. Doesn't look like it's moving too much right now. No. Lithium of America could be in play today as well, if this is what we're talking about. This actually, Lithium of America is an interesting name because I feel like it has an opportunity here. Like, how good does this look, Obi? Like, these is a rare earth. Like, good little bid there with the 200 period moving average. Looks good to break lower. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. But just as a bid, like, we've been holding this level since November on LAC right here. So you want to talk about something that's, if anything, it's upside looking. I mean, it could break lower, then you get underneath the 200 and it's a problem. The next thing you're talking about is $3. But right now, LAC, maybe you have to do a little bit of research on that one. Looks pretty good there for potential long dip buy opportunity if we can get somewhere near $4 on Lithium of America, trading today at 450. So, all right, that's good, man. It's 8:33 already. Thanks, Joe, for all those options. We'll get upgrades and downgrades later. But yeah, 8:33 right here. About an hour until this market opens. Oil moving, NASDAQ downside right now, ES downside. Before we throw it back, let me just double check what oil is doing exactly before I just start saying that, because I don't want people. Yeah, so still nice little move higher right now in oil. So you can see trying to hold the base here. Nice little bid supporting. $89 VWAP, $89 is a 200 period moving average. This is actually looking like a decent opportunity here to get going just a little bit. And I wrote down USO in and around 111 as a short. So we're getting closer and closer to that now as we speak. There we go. This is more like it. USO now up 4%. So that's the levels that we're looking at. And I'm looking at 111 here, but we'll go over that once we get to, there's 111. Right when we get to the rundown, I'm sure we'll be talking more oil. All right, man, 8:34. Let's go back to the two dudes behind us.
Don't believe it. All right, are you buying this IPO? What do you think? Bill Ackman is taking Pershing Square public. It's going to be on the NYSE. PSUS in the is going to be the ticker symbol. So you're going to receive 20 shares in Pershing Square, and then there's a close-end fund that's going to be $50 each per the filing. So PSUS going to raise between $5 billion and $10 billion, which includes $2.8 billion, which has already been secured by family offices and insurance companies and high net worth individuals. But I wanted to show this. It's kind of hard to see, but this is, so blue line is his fund's performance, essentially. Gray line down here is the S&P 500. I mean, that's going back a long time. But I mean, even if you just look at, like, that's 2022. That last gray bar is 2022. He's done okay.
He's done quite well. He has a lot of concentration risk. That's how he has these outperforming moves. Like, he's got a lot of concentration risk. Brookfield, Uber, Amazon, by the end of 2025, very, very limited amount of names. And as you mentioned, a couple of different, there's going to be a couple of different listings. There's going to be PS, that's going to be the Pershing Square Capital Management. And then there's going to be PSUS, which, as you said, is going to be the closed-ended fund called Pershing Square USA. Both are going to be on the NYSE. And he's looking to raise about $5 to $10 billion through that PSUS offering. It's going to be about $50 each. Obviously, we'll have to wait, see what it comes out at. They've already secured $2.8 billion in commitments from early investors, as well as family offices, pension funds, insurance companies, ultra high net worth individuals. So it seems like he's got a wide moat here when it comes to investors. And he wants this Buffett-inspired long-term investment model. Like, I mean, the old man's out now, and there's a bit of a gap there. I don't know if Greg Abel fills it quickly. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of positioning to be the next Buffett.
He's wanted to do this and talked about this for many years. I mean, I remember probably 2 or 3 other times that he's kind of kicked the tires on this idea. A couple other numbers to be aware of: 30.7 billion in AUM. Last year, he earned 250 million on revenue of 762.5 million. Ackman said investors who put money into the first core fund at inception in 2004 made 27 times their money.
That's fantastic.
Since 2004.
That's definitely outsized. That's huge.
Way better than the S&P 500. So PSUS and PS coming to the NYSE. Guys, you buying?
Not even close, man. I'm not going to be this guy's exit liquidity. There's no way. I mean, I don't even know how could you be holding Amazon and Uber and having a chart like that? Like, that doesn't even, I mean, I look at Uber and Amazon, and obviously this guy's making money. I mean, a lot of the money's been made probably in private markets, but for me, no, I'm not super interested in that, man. I'd rather just, you know, buy a bank or something and see what's going on there. So for me, it's going to be a hard pass. I was actually just thinking about the last IPO, and you were mentioning we have PayPay coming up soon, and your screen has it right there.
So I have the IPO calendar up.
$4 billion coming. But what was that? There was one IPO last time that was exactly the same way. It was oversubscribed. It was the last one Neil and I took. I can't remember what it was now. Obi was asking me about it. It was oversubscribed. It came out at a higher price. It was in the robotics space. I can't. We traded it live on air, and it was a bad one. I can go through the list probably and find it.
So it's close to $1 billion. I'm not really seeing too much last month.
How can I see that? It might not. It might have even been in January. Okay. No, it wasn't Life. It was After Life for sure. Go down. And after EQPT, keep going down.
There's nothing close to $1 billion.
I'll have to look. I can get it. I can get it from my. I can get it from my trade list. Maybe it was just under $1 billion, but see, that's the thing. So if you do look, To answer the question, okay, so are we going to take the trade? There has to be certain things set up for it. I'm not super interested in it. I don't really want like another financial or anything like that. If I do, that's where I'm going to go with the SoFis of the world and the JP Morgans and maybe even an XLF. But as far as an IPO is concerned, we just have to see what the roadshow looks like, how hyped up is it, what retail looks like. Do we think it's going to get that first initial day pop, right? And if the answer is yes, then I think you want to go for it, right? If we turn on CNBC and all they're doing is talking about it,
right.
Obviously Bill Ackman's going to be, pumping his own tires for all of this. But just so much, like with what Chamath has done and all this kind of stuff. Like imagine Chamath came out with something like that. I mean, come on. So you got to think about like just the rug pulls that have happened in the space. So that leads me to be a little more, iffy about taking that one. But doesn't mean we won't take it on the IPO print. Right. I mean, look, whether or not you take, everyone trades differently. Whether or not, these guys taking 100 shares, taking 5,000 shares, whatever it is, 10 shares, the opportunity is there. And I think IPOs have been a great opportunity for us to trade, but it's also an awesome opportunity to lose a lot of money because if you buy that opening print and it only goes down, which has happened the last couple IPOs, then you're in for a little bit of a problem. And the market's not overly healthy, I don't feel like right now anyways, to get more injection of liquidity. If you're going to put money into the market, we see so many people right now buying ETFs, not buying individual stocks. There was something about, I saw, maybe it was on Bespoke, but it was a chart about how right now a lot of the ETFs that are being traded, obviously silver, USO, some of those ETFs are being heavily traded, but the other ones are just being bought and held right now because there's just so much uncertainty in the market and people are flocking to the Qs or the IVV or SPY or different names like that. But you have any interest in that IPO?
Yeah, I definitely do. And I think you make some really great points there. I think you got to see how well it's kind of marketed. Definitely, he's gonna be showing up on different streams and different sources, kind of marketing it, really convincing people. But another thing that you mentioned, I think market environment really matters. So you can see that some of the really good IPOs from last year, the market environment was slightly different than the recent few months. We were pushing all-time highs. There was AI hype. There was oversubscription. There was crypto was moving as well at the same time. So a lot of those IPOs in that market environment did really well off of the open. I think that's something we'll have to consider whenever this IPO comes out. But no, I am definitely looking forward to it. Again, the stars have to align. Right? If we're pushing back towards highs and maybe financials are strong, then maybe I'll definitely have an interest in it. But we'll see. I think off the open, the price action will always be king for me. And then I don't really like necessarily taking that opening print, but we'll see if there is continuation off of the open and if people are willing to defend some of the opening prices.
The good trading, actually, to your point, has been waiting for a top and then letting that expire. And then hit that back end of that trade. And the only thing is, get ready. That's on the 12th is PayPay.
Yes.
And that's going to come as PAYP on the NASDAQ. So we'll be talking about that in just 2 days. And, generally speaking, they don't come out until about 12:30, 1 o'clock. Yeah. So we'll be hitting that on the midday show probably. PAYP. So you can probably see Joe and Sharif trade that. And then they'll come back to OBNI and we'll be talking about it in the afternoon. I would love for it to come out early. That would be pretty sweet. We'd be able to look at that here live on this show. But let's go over to Joe right now for some upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Qualcomm, down almost 3% in the morning, but getting the downgrade from a neutral weight to underperform by B of A with a price target of $145. Air Canada puts a smile on my face once in a blue moon to see this thing here. We're going from a outperform to a sector perform with the price target being lowered from $27 to $21. And then we also have Nokia, guys. That's also by Scotiabank. Nokia is slightly positive here this morning, going from a buy to a hold. So getting the downgrade with a $6.50 price target. Novo Nordisk, surprisingly so, getting the downgrade once again, going from a buy to a hold, down 1.25 here, guys, with the price target also being lowered from $45 to $42 by TD Cowen. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Teladoc Health. I heard Obi talking about this one this morning. Getting the upgrade here, up 8.6%, getting that going from a hold to a buy with a price target increase to $11 by Deutsche Bank. And then we also have Rivian up 5% this morning. TD Cowen giving them the nod, $17 to $20. You're also up 5%, as I mentioned. HIMS breaking out later in the day yesterday. A lot of consolidation, no follow through right out of the gate with this one, but it started to form that price compression, that wedge, and then sure enough, when that news broke that Donald Trump was saying the war was over, we're going to get oil through, HIMS also followed the overall market. B of A giving them the nod. You're up 3.8% there this morning, $23 a price. This is a substantial increase in my opinion. It's almost a double, so $12.50 to $23. That is a big time price increase. Now CrowdStrike also, guys, Morgan Stanley giving CrowdStrike the nod. You're up 1.8%. Price target increase from $487 from $510, but the upgrade is equal weight to an overweight rating here on CRWD.
At the gate.
Very much. Yeah, I know Qualcomm was on my watch this morning.
Okay.
It came up on one of my scans. I was like, what's happening here? I think they had a little bit of a catalyst as well. Something along the lines of whatever this was, collaborates with Qualcomm to simplify edge AI development. Whatever. So strong selling, pretty much giving back everything, almost everything from yesterday, and plus now we're hearing from Joe that also got a bit of a downgrade. So we'll see where this one ends up. Bit of a sell over the past couple of weeks as well. You can see lower lows and lower highs as well. We attempt to break past some of this prior week levels. Can't really make it, and then slamming right back down. So I'm seeing this low right here at 132 on Qualcomm. That's that wick low right there. If you want to look at intraday prices, 132 halves, 48s being the low from prior days. So we'll see if it can get down there. Again, not necessarily the top idea on the list, but I do like that. And then, yeah, of course, we were talking about HIMS getting that upgrade right after day one. So I like this. Even yesterday I mentioned, yeah, a little bit of a sideways chop holding that flag. We broke out of that flag and closed in and around that level, but gapping up today. So maybe today is the day where HIMS has that leg consolidation leg, and I'll be looking for that secondary leg today, and still have those levels marked out from yesterday. So I think just to add on, we had this little bit right here at the end of the day, and we're holding in and around there. But I do want to just throw on that, I guess I think I remember deleting that anchored VWAP. That's in and around here. We did respect it for majority of the day, broke out of there, and then now we're holding within the upper quartile of prior days price action right here, but not necessarily in the pre-market. We do have this 24.62, 24 halves area to get through on HIMS as well, but maybe today's the day. So I am definitely watching it for a day two play, and I guess it helps that it got an upgrade at the same time.
Yeah, no, HIMS, and thanks, Joe, and Qualcomm actually looking like a good one. We don't talk about that name enough. A name that we probably talk about way too much is Rivian. And right into here, I think this is exciting once we break here. You got to break through this little whoosh area here of 18 bucks. If we can get through 18, then yeah, we probably do retest. I don't know exactly, I have to read what that upgrade's all about. But I mean, no matter what we think about this, if we zoom back out a lot, this 200 period moving average, since basically, if we just go all the way back to July, the summertime, right, you didn't spend too many days underneath this 200 period moving average. It did have a problem, it's been a rough it's been a good sort of 8 months, but a rough sort of back 8 months since then. But if you just go back to we had some moves back to 18 bucks, every time we've come back into this $12, $13 range and been bought back up, right? It happened again right now. So to me, you're going lower, like there's a low, then you're getting a little higher on your low, you're getting a little higher, you're getting a little higher, you're getting a little higher, you're getting a little higher. So this, to me, looks like we're actually trending in the right direction now, finally, for Rivian. So, these moves won't ever be gone. I mean, they'll always be. We've seen in Tesla and some of these names. I mean, look at Ford. Ford was just $14.50. Now it's back down to 12 bucks again already. This name got to 23, back down to 14 from $23. Like, it's just so funny when you look at statistics of, Rivian's up 5% this year, or Rivian's down 10%, or up 20%, or whatever. But like this move alone right here, 22 down to 14, like it's all about timing. Like if you bought something in here at 20, obviously when it goes down to 14, you're like, oh wow, I'm down 30% now. But then if you've waited and bought off of the 200 period moving average, now you're up 10% all of a sudden. So it's like, you know, you got to be very, very specific in what you're doing, and which is why, you know, we looked at that Pershing Square and things like that. A lot of it is time in the market, but timing the market also, especially when you're talking about individual stocks, means a whole heck of a lot. You know, you want to get stocks, like look at that CrowdStrike. 2 weeks ago, you could have got it at 340. Now it's at 440. You know, so the same investor that bought that thing 3 weeks ago at 450 is now flat. The other guy's up 30%. You know, so it's like, sometimes you want to just make sure you have the right stocks, averaging at the right prices, and having enough sort of capital on the sideline to be able to do that. And I think that in order to do that, you also need to make sure that you're averaging out at the right times as well. You know, because we could all have these huge winners. Even Sharif and I, you know, we were looking at Palo Alto when it was like at 220. It's like, this is great. But then all of a sudden it drops to 140. So it's like, you know, you got to be able to have opportunities to go in there, make decisions sometimes when stocks are at sell levels, and get ready for a potential pullback really in any name. I mean, Google was rocking, it went back down into 290, you know, back up to 310. So there's gonna be always ebbs and flows of the market. You just wanna make sure that you're catching them, especially if you are a swing trader. Buy low, sell high. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to do, but sometimes you get those moves and you want to reward yourself, right? Don't just sit on your hands all of the time. Day trading, like what Obi and I do here for you, and you're going to see in about 40 minutes, is very much different than, you know, trying to hold something. Just like you said, remember when I messaged you about 2 weeks ago, and I said something about how your account was rocking, and you said it's a completely different thing to day trade than to swing trade, to hold it for over a year, and all that kind of stuff, right? So you don't always need to be picking the Nvidias of the world, like a stock like that BW, and then circle until they reported. Like some of these calls are great calls because technically they're there. You might not even know what these stocks do, but the breakouts are there, the momentum's there, and you're able to make money. You know, at the end of the day, a dollar bill is a dollar bill. Whether you pull it from Nvidia or you pull it from ARC-Q, it doesn't really matter. So
yeah, no, I think a lot of the good stuff is, you got to remember, there's more than 5,000 publicly traded names there, and you definitely have to kind of have a good look at them. And yeah, it's not always going to be the shiny stuff that everyone's looking at. A lot of the times I find that for especially for some of my swing trades, it's like there's things happening that not a lot of people know about, and that's kind of how I like it, because eventually how I like it is like I want to get involved when not a lot of people kind of know about it, and it starts to do something. Then you have that marketing aspect. Then you have that volume injection where it's like, okay, now there's somebody that like, you know, I've found my exit liquidity. People actually know about it now. Guess who's selling to them, right? So it's just that's kind of how I like to think about.
There's always a smarter trader around, or there's always somebody that has a different idea than you. But as long as you stick with your plans,
yeah, exactly.
You know, I
that's
think
trade your own trade. Yeah,
that's very, very important. Man, I like the sweater there today, Obi. That's very, very nice. I love that. All right, let's go back, man. It's 8:51, 8:52. Getting ready to rock, man. I think oil is going to be a great trade today. You know, silver and gold should be good as well. I really like Bitcoin holding above 70,000. I think that's going to be great. Nvidia with Nemo Club. Brendan's all ready to go on that one. We're excited to have that kicking as well. We've got Joe over here looking sharp and handsome as ever. And then we've got Sharif, you know, wondering what's going on with Arsenal, I guess, in the back over there. So we'll go back over to the big desk right now. 9 minutes, then we got our rundown.
Retail, a little bit, anyways, in focus once again as well. Had a bit of a flush early on this morning on KSS downside. We get down to 1350. This thing has taken all of that back and is about to potentially, anyways, get back to positive, which would be around 1480 on the morning. Not a great report, but my assumption is something on the call was a little bit better than expected.
Yeah, possibly a good guide, but when you read through the report, at least initially, some tougher numbers here. Comparable sales, guys, one of the industry standards in terms of metrics for retail, down 2.8% year over year. Also, for full year 2025, net sales declined, not small, 4%. down to 14.8 billion. Compare that with a sales decline of 3.1% last year. Despite the declining sales, though, their Q4 operating income did come in better than expected, 212 million. Compare that with 126 million dollars a year ago. They're also really pushing cost control, Brendo. They're saying their expenses declined a little bit less than 5%, down to 1.5 billion, which could be interpreted quite well. Inventory levels dropped 7% year over year, so they're not spending as much money. But if your inventory levels are dropping, one has to ask the question as to why, and that's because the comparable sales are down 2.8%, so there's not as much foot traffic.
So much uncertainty in general right now. The retail side of things going to be maybe the last to catch up here. But if you zoom out, zoom out even more on this, you got to go all the way back to, what is this? The middle of February, end of February is when this selling really kicked off. A nice reversal underway right now, guys, but KSS trying to get back above 1450.
It's funny because these discount retailers actually didn't do too bad. We had, right here, we have Kohl's with KSS. I was just looking at Target, but yeah, KSS not with a great number. This is be on our watch list as well. Okay, it's actually battling back. I saw this thing down 7% earlier today. And no, not anymore. So yeah, okay, Brendan, nice little bounce back right there. I wonder if this is one of those plays again that is a little bit on the short float side of things here. Yeah, 40%, 34% short float on KSS. And wow, the shorts have definitely won right here as we've seen it come all the way back in and actually a lot lower to go too in Kohl's. I thought we saw TJX had a good one there as well. TJ Maxx had a good report. We saw Costco battling back from that. Let me just see TJX. They're also a sort of a discount retailer, right? And why were they so much different? You can see where Kohl's is going and where TJX is going back up to the upside there as well. So that's actually a really beautiful play there for TJ Maxx. Wow. Good move. Similar to like a Winners and everything that's around here. So I think the retail space, there's going to be winners and winners.
Nice.
Winners is they're a store here. I didn't mean like winners and losers, but anyways, Target also has been a nice little winner here. We're lucky enough to be long from here. Maybe thinking about getting out. I'm still trying to get greedy and waiting for 130. We hold Target also for the 3% dividend, which is not bad in the retail space. That name continues to rock. And I set a trade last week at 120, 122 for Walmart. I was like, maybe the switch is in now. Like we've just gotten hit on Walmart a little bit there from its highs, not hit huge, but came into, and maybe it's too late. There it is. Maybe it's too late now, but we got into that 121 area, and I was sort of thinking like, maybe we get out of some Target and just into a better operator as Walmart. And you do have a nice little upside play potentially happening there for Walmart. Although Costco last week came out with earnings and they had a little bit less retention on their memberships than a lot of people were liking or hoping to see. But man, like what was up with that? Costco had a huge dip down. I don't know if you saw this, Obi, once this loads. There it is, having a little bit of chart blues over here. But Costco went from basically 1080 all the way down to 850 and change there as people worried about the tariffs. And then all of a sudden, just basically on nothing. Honestly, like their earnings were last week, Obi. So it's not like it was starting to go up before then. We had something like 10 or 15 straight up days there, pulling back a little bit. I still like Costco in the retail space. So for me, I'm going to go with Target. It's really performing real well. We had Abercrombie last week as well. Sorry, American Eagle last week, as well as ANF. So we'll have to see if these names continue to perform well. But look what's happened here. This was a name that Joe and Sharif had a bet on, which I think Sharif actually won because it took out the highs there, but it got to 28. See, so this is what I'm talking about timing the market again. Like buying AEO on the way up is great, but buying it on the way down ain't. And right now you're bouncing off $18, which might be a good level as you have the 200 period moving average. So a tale of 4 or 5 names I just ran through right there, all of which have, their upside and their downside. In KSS today, down 7%, now only down 2%, maybe looking like KSS is the one that wants to ride today. So watch out for, there it is. Like just might up another 1% or so. And I know it's, finicky because it's not that much volume, and in one little move down, you could be back down into here, and all of a sudden you're down 5% again. But it looks like KSS here trying to hold bid. And before I go over to you, and if you have any retail names, I just wanted to see if there was anything on here for KSS, and I don't see it right now. So We'll have to hold off on a imbalance trade for it off the open, but I think it's getting a little bit better here with the volume coming in. It's only 8:57 now. It feels like we've been on for a minute. We're on live every single day now, 8 a.m. So make sure you guys join us then as we go over all the morning plays. And then when 9:30 hits, we'll probably be in a few trades, so maybe 9:35. I don't know.
maybe
Trying to hold back.
Yeah, we'll see.
A little bit there, but what are you seeing in KSS over there?
KSS, it's. I guess I would have maybe liked it better for the continuation if it held down here at that 13 level, because again, bit of a trend for me where it's just like, okay, we've already been trending down over the past few months. You can see here strong bid last time it had earnings, and you can see the distinct difference of its last earnings where you gap up, you hold those gains, and then you have secondary and tertiary legs that take you all the way up to 25s. But since then, I guess we couldn't really get back towards 25s, and that was November of last year. Now this earnings may be looking a little bit distinctly different here, but it is interesting to me that the dip does get bought right back up down to $13 almost, 12.96s, and then just a slow crumble all the way up. So I'll be watching it off of the open, but not as distinct as last time's earnings here. You can see it on the higher time frame, weekly, where we're sitting relative to where we've been. And yeah, this thing's just, it hasn't been able to get back up to 50, and then we've held 25 for almost a couple of years, and now we're pulling back into some of these prior lows as well. I'm seeing that this, I don't know if this is all-time lows. No, it definitely is not. All-time lows coming, okay, all the way back in 92, sub-dollar pre, I'm sure it split a few times, but the most recent lows coming in at $5.88. I guess this is an interesting level to me right here on the weekly. You can see this little consolidation before that earnings report that I just talked about from November. We had lows down in and around this level, $13 to $14, and we're coming into that area as of right now. We actually bounced off of that area. So a couple of questions I'm asking when I see this kind of action. There were buyers here before. It seems like so far there are buyers here again. Let's see if this trend, the selling dominance that's been there since prior earnings, if those sellers continue to dominate and we get back through some of these prior support levels. So those are the couple of questions I'm asking. But with the pre-market action, we're already holding, buyers bringing it right back up. So maybe we do get a strong day. I have no idea. But this 15, maybe I call that an inflection point for me, being like, all right, if we can stay below, maybe I like it for the continuation down, but if we get above 15, then I don't want to mess with that too much. Maybe even flip the script and flip my bias as well.
Yeah, I think we could get a good chance to get to $15 today. I mean, just on that short float. The short float alone should pump it up right off the open, and then we'll see if we get a little bit of a fade going through. Welcome to free agency day number 2 in the NFL right there. A lot of signings yesterday. In the National Football League. The Kansas City Chiefs got Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, who's a running back, and Kansas City's been without a decent running back for a few years. So people thought Kansas City was finished, and they added
they got a good one,
a great player as well. So the Packers have a bunch of draft picks coming their way this year. I think one of the most draft picks in the league for 2026, 2027. So should be a fun year for us as well. And no major signings for the Packers or anything yesterday, but we lost Malik Willis, one of our backup quarterbacks, but that's okay. All right, let's go. Congratulations to Malik Willis, went to Miami. Ooh. I mean, talk about being able to play with, you got to go from Green Bay, where you're going to be minus like
exactly
10 or 15 during their playoffs or November, December months, over into Miami. He probably leveled up on the weather there. So shout out to your favorite NFL team. Busy day yesterday. That league never sleeps, man. So, all right, it's 9:01. We have the watch list available. Go check it out. Link in description. We're going to go through a bunch of names coming up right now.
All right, guys, 679 and a third is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. I really want to bring your attention to these lower highs here and the lower lows as well. So this is the chart on the SPY, the 4-hour chart taking us back to mid-December. And now we have, I don't want to say, very much consolidative range, especially when you're getting these lower lows and lower highs. We're bouncing now off some of the lows yesterday. 660 is where we defended. That's as low as we got. We're right back into that 676, 677 area. So we're a little bit negative on the day, a little bit below yesterday's closing print. So first and foremost, we're going to say level 1, resistance level 1 is yesterday's close. If we continue to catch a bid, the over overnight high, as you can see on that candle there, 681.5. That's going to be resistance level 2, Brendo.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free watch list for you every single morning, comes right to your inbox. In the description below, the second link will get you to the sign up page. And then all you need is your email address. As always, let's talk some oil here, because it was quite the reversal, to say the least, late in the day yesterday afternoon. This thing, I mean, talking about the futures, if you go out to the actual futures contract, when it opened on Sunday night, we're about 26, 27% off the highs from just 36 hours ago kind of thing. Unbelievable move back downside here. We are trending back higher early on this morning, back to $100 or thereabouts. I mean, 90 got taken early this morning, and we seem to be holding higher so far. But energy producers, my point here, energy producers nowhere near the same move so far anyway. No, the futures contract's been an outlier. And, President Trump tried to assuage some of the fears yesterday with his press conference. They're basically saying that the war in Iran could end soon. The market interpreted those remarks as a signal that the energy supply disruptions may be temporary. We'll have to wait and see. Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz, though, guys, because it handles roughly 13 million barrels per day. At least that was the average last year in 2025. That's about 31% of seaborne oil flows, not landborne. About 20% of the world's supply goes through there, but about over 30% of the seafaring oil gets through there. Trump warned that any attempt by Iran to block the strait would result in severe retaliation, saying he held in reserve certain targets that he chose not to hit, that he could hit, inferring, of course, the energy and the electricity infrastructure. Energy analysts say traders appear to believe the navigation through the Strait of Hormuz will ultimately be restored. But as we saw this morning with Secretary Hegseth and the chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I should say, giving a press conference, the market started declining from that. And last but not least, Brendo, energy ministers from the G7 are preparing to hold a virtual meeting today to discuss the coordinated release of some of the strategic oil reserves. Discussions are revolving around between 300 to 400 million barrels, or about 25 to 30% of the group's combined strategic reserves. We'll have to see how that goes. And that was the initial cause of the down move early yesterday. About this time, that announcement came out yesterday that this was going to happen. And we started to see some of this selling coming into play. But nothing compared, guys, to that move in the afternoon. USO, though, definitely the place to be.
Oh, what? This move right here? There it was. So here's 111 to 112. This was the trade that we had yesterday afternoon. And there's that bottom tick that we got at 99.12. So I remember when we were down near 100, and I was like, what in the heck? Like, once it started to fall apart, and I was like realizing sort of how this USO trades, because I told you guys yesterday, I actually just added it to the watch list yesterday as a scanner. It was always on the watch list, but into my scanners to hit certain levels. And all of a sudden, man, like when that news hit, we just flipped right over to USO and literally just punched short right there, at, almost at the lows at that time, because we were up at 113, 114, and then all of a sudden this happened. I punched immediately. Then it went against me. It was funny. So I was telling Obi, this went against me about $1, maybe a little bit more than that, and I just kept averaging in. And this is the thing. Like, sometimes you got to believe in the story, and it was just true. And then it just started to collapse. I was like, what? We're $1, $2, $3, $4, and then at this point we're $4 or $5 in the money. And then we said, let's just let this thing go. And I remember Obi and I was just like, Obi, just put out a price. Like, if it's trading at 107, just put like 106.10. You'll probably get it. And it was just wild. Like, this one candle right here is 108 top. That's 105. You had $3. These are 1 minute, all the way down. Here's another $3 in 1 minute. There's another $3 in 1 minute. That's 102 to 9. So they were basically moving $3 in 1 minute candles, right? And so it was a nice move down into $99. And so we got it. And for right now, today, I wrote down on today's sticky note, 111. If we pop it in this area, I'm looking short, right? Tensions seem to be easing, right? But we have to watch, as we know, the headline risk. So you guys can go find some of the trade ideas that I have there. And I just said to Obi, it's funny because 111 to 110 is the area we're looking. And that stopped at 110 there, now dropped into 107. So for me, and I'll give it back to Obi's for more of the technical stuff, but here was yesterday's 110 area. 2 days ago, and we couldn't break through 110, okay? So yesterday, we obviously opened up much higher. Obi sort of broke down the trade of potentially being short into this area and carrying it through. That top there is 115. I don't think we get to there today, and if we do, then obviously this 110 to 112 will be a problem. But now you're at 112 here for the 200 period moving average. So between 110 to 112 is sort of the area that I'm going to be looking short. Now, I don't know. We'll have to watch it, how this goes. I'm not sure I want to take it initially on the pop-up, but if we hover around and give ourselves an area or a look like this, where we're sort of basing out for a couple minutes, then we can look for the drop-off from that 111 area. But, you know, oil gives you a lot of opportunities for yesterday anyways. Let's see if it happens today. So a brand new sort of equity trade in my blotter now is oil. And obviously USO is not the price of oil. Right. It's the CL contract. And let me just call it up because you're going to do oil. I just want to show people what the price of oil is. Then we'll go back over to Obi. So we got as high as 91 or so, I believe, this morning. Yep, there it is right there. And now you're back into 88. So that move yesterday started in and around, again, 3 o'clock. It was 96 bucks. We dropped into the low 80s, and now we're back. So if you're going to look to buy something up, that result yesterday was 82. So if we come into that area, that could be an area to look at. Nice little support area, also maybe at 84.50. So lots of stuff going on, man. And I'm going to be using USO today as my weapon of choice. Also, Battle's a good one, Endo, things like that. So right now, USO on my mind.
Yeah, definitely USO very, very much in play. And you covered some great points there. Headline risk, definitely a strong factor there. This is what it looks like here on the hourly. And I was just watching this, a bit of I don't know if I would really call it capitulation, but yeah, it kind of was there. And we're talking about how, yeah, very news driven, I guess, vehicle here. You should definitely be watching crude oil futures at the same time. I do like that 110 level that we did break down going into the end of the day. But here's the thing. This thing is, because of the nature that it's very news driven, I think I'm just going to be patient and waiting for the next tweet. Like, where's the next tweet? Where's the next any sort of significant news about tensions easing? And that, if that brings in the right kind of price action, I do want to get involved and maybe pick some structural areas in intraday to kind of tackle and get into. But yeah, USO definitely one to watch out for. And yeah, names like Battle we're moving around as well. But yesterday, BATL not really too crazy there. You can see here it was just selling off all day anyways. This is kind of structured a little differently and doesn't necessarily follow oil futures as closely, obviously, as USO. I was also watching CVX here because, again, one of the oil stocks near all-time highs. That did have a bit of a move going into the end of the day, but nothing close to the magnitude of that of USO. So USO definitely top vehicle on my mind today. But yeah, I'm just going to be patient, wait for the news to come out. It's very easy to get chopped up on this thing, especially when, you know, there might not be any fresh news. And we were talking about this a little earlier, where I do think that right here we did get some news in the morning session, which took us all the way up to these pre-market highs. But there was a bit of a stall here and a great reason to sell, a great reason to be like, all right, well, if this is not going to go anymore, it was very clear that sellers kind of stepped right back in the same places where they were in the pre-market session there. And then eventually you got that stair step kind of consolidation, you know, leg consolidation leg intraday, which was really good there on USO. I do believe that it's going to continue being a great vehicle, especially for day traders. So we'll continue to watch this one very, very closely today.
I was going to say, we just did 10 minutes there on oil. And the thing about it is very, very, I like what Obi said there, very, very news-based. You know, you don't want to get chopped up just for trading it. You know, the only trade I made yesterday on it was that play. So I think it's something that we're excited for. We have it on our watch lists. We are going to be looking at it, but it is definitely a brave man's game, as I saw someone in the chat say. So just be careful with it and keep your ear to the ground on any OIL plays, Randy. Is there coffee on the watches? There could be coffee reload, maybe, potentially. This thing is, I always like, see, now it's just, I still got about, oh, I don't want to drip it down, about like 40% left, but now it's cold, you know? So it's like, yeah, I know. I should just be chugging these things back in there. Randy won another donut today, by the way, on the roll up the rim to win. We got to save those donuts for Neil's fritters, apple fritters, the apple fritters. What was that, Sharif?
The rim to win you had for the free donut.
It's here somewhere. I gave it to Neil. So that's the whole thing, is that anytime we win a donut around here, you got to give it to Neil. He loves the apple fritters over there. You know what I've been getting? I got it yesterday too, before hockey. I got the protein latte.
Bang.
You know, I mean, it's an easy way to fill up a little bit there on the protein and have a sort of a coffee with it there. But anyways, yeah. And that was funny because we saw Beyond Meat the other day. That was one of the stories there that they had teamed up a little bit with Starbucks, going through the protein angle there to get going into some Starbucks. So we'll see if Beyond Meat wants to get through $1 at some point. All right, on to the next. Nvidia Nemo Claw. Let's go claw our way through this story.
Finding Nemo Claw. There's another headline too that just popped up that's kind of interesting. Nvidia making a quote unquote significant investment in Thinking Machines Lab, which is Mira Murati, former CTO at OpenAI's company. Whether or not that means anything or not as far as OpenAI goes, who knows? But a little bit more circular action for Jensen in a way.
Which is shocking me. I was telling you off camera, I heard there was like an exodus of talent leaving that, according to some reports, but Jensen giving it a nod. So not a bad look there. We'll keep an eye on Thinking Machines, but let's talk a little Open Claw here, or Nemo Claw, excuse me. It's going to enable organizations to dispatch AI agents that can reason, that can plan, that can perform multiple step workflows. And they've begun pitching this already to platform enterprise software companies. And they're signaling of course, their ambition here to move beyond hardware, as Obi mentioned, more into software. Of course, they're already in software vis-a-vis CUDA, but another branch to their software move here, Brendo. Nvidia is also exploring partnerships with major enterprise software firms. We're talking about the Salesforces, the Ciscos, Google, Adobe, CrowdStrike, and they're reportedly offering early access to the platform in exchange for contributions to the open source project. Yes, this is supposed to be open source, meaning that people can use it and build on it without having to pay a licensing fee. And that works great with NVIDIA's moat, because if you're likely to use their software, you're probably going to use their hardware as well. I'm assuming it's a loss leader of sorts. The interest in Nemo Claw, though, follows the rapid growth, of course, of the open source Claw AI tools. And Jensen actually previously described OpenClaw as potentially the most important software release ever. Not a guy for hyperbole most of the time, so that's kind of a statement.
100% agree. This is the next step. This is the next evolution of this entire world, this agentic experience. That being said, I mean, this thing is still just stuck in the middle. Literally, you got to go all the way back to August. We've been going sideways here for NVIDIA, guys.
All right, I mean, I have it written down here at 180. I mean, I have it on the note today at 180. I think it's an interesting announcement. I think it's only a good thing right now. There's, as Brendan said, there's going to be probably more interest just in the space in general of sort of these bots. And it's nice to see NVIDIA getting into the game. But it's not like, you're still only down 0.3 right here. It's not like it's moving around. This is not a needle mover for the stock right now, it seems like. And you want to talk about a waste of your time. Like, if you dropped $1 million in to this back in the summertime, you might have been nervous thinking, what have I done? Well, you've done nothing. It's right back to where it's been all this whole time. I don't know why I used $1 million as an example, but just to say, like, there's nothing going on with NVIDIA right now. I mean, the last couple spikes up have just been earnings based. I'm actually like, I'm like an owner, don't trade right now in the long term. Like, I don't really want to buy more, and I definitely don't want to sell right now. I feel like that's a waste of time selling at this level, literally a waste of 8 months. No dividend available, nothing going on here. Or if there is, it's small on NVIDIA. I don't know, some of these companies just announce like 1 cent per share sometimes. But, you know, it looks like we do want to hold this 200 period, so that's somewhat interesting. But just on the day trade here, I have it written down on the note today as a second idea between 180 to 181. I'm not sure the market's going to have like a dramatic move today, to be honest with you. I don't know what's in store for the market. I mean, relatively flat here to start. I know we're starting to itch down a little bit, but it's not like the last couple of days where we started down down 1.5% and battled our way back. This seems like it's going to be relatively slow sledding here today. So this 181, like any dip buys into there, I feel like, you know, could be something to look at. But ultimately, 180 gets us into a level that I like. Hey, Randy, down there, 180 and change. Oh, there it is. Go check that out. He just dropped the free donut back there. I see the thing. We'll have to hold that. But yeah, 181, 181.50 right there looks pretty decent. I just wrote down those levels. This is a name that I'm definitely interested in. And if you saw from yesterday, just real quick here, just to show you guys, yesterday we had these bases. And again, this is 176. I mean, the market was horrible yesterday. But once you sort of found a base, that gave you that kick to the upside. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here. Here's 180 where we were right before 3 o'clock, and we got that bump up. So I don't know. I'm not super excited about it, but I wrote it down because I like this new, Nemo Claw talk. I think it's interesting, but now that I look at it, I actually thought Nvidia would be besting the market today, and it's actually, with the market flat, Nvidia down 0.3. Maybe this isn't the story that I was hoping for it to be. So let's just be patient with it, see if it gets into 180. There's probably going to be more active trades in this space. So yesterday we saw SanDisk, we saw Micron, AMD always seems to be a mover. Tonight we have Oracle reporting as well. So there's 4 or 5 names right there that potentially have a bigger move than Nvidia today.
Yeah, I think I'm watching this 184. Just looking at the hourly chart for the past couple of weeks, can't really get above this 184 area, and we'll see if it can kind of get through there. So there's a couple questions that I'm asking when I'm looking at Nvidia. So yes, I like the Nemo Claw news, but there's been a bigger catalyst as of recent. That was earnings, and we sold off aggressively on earnings. Now we're holding lower with a held offer in and around 184. So if yesterday's strength continues into today and we get that push above 184, then maybe potentially I like it for scalps. But I think a big event that I'm waiting for is the GTC event next week to see what else they have, more information about their upcoming technologies and innovation. So we'll see how that one goes down. But that 184 is probably going to be a little bit of an over-under for me when I'm looking at Nvidia today.
All right, this one's starting to curl back up. A few people mentioning this as well. HIMS after that huge day yesterday. It was kind of funny. The move was pre-market, and then we did nothing essentially the entire day, just chopping around back and forth. But here comes yesterday's highs in a hurry here for HIMS. So Citigroup and B of A with upgrades on HIMS today. They're also talking about this new subscription benefits platform for holistic care subscribers. For the HIMS platform on the back of what happened yesterday with NVO, that tie-up that we talked about in yesterday's show. What were we going to do here? Oh, Rivian. Yep. Yeah, RIVN, nice upgrade here from TD Cowen. Bit of a pullback right now, but still. I mean, if you zoom out on that, we're starting to curl back up a little bit as well.
Yeah, this is a good look here. A lot of good comments about the R2, Brendo, and TD Cowen upgrading them from a hold to a buy, boosting the price target from 17 to 20. The firm is estimating full-scale R2 demand could reach Model Y levels. We're talking about 212,000 to 335,000 R2s delivered annually. Not, of course, Tesla numbers, but getting up there. I don't think anybody else in North America has really tested that quite yet. R2 SUVs designed as Rivian's mid-sized, lower-cost vehicle positioned below the R1. It's expected to feature 2-row seating for 5 passengers and utilize a new structural battery platform using cylindrical cells, and they plan to offer multiple drivetrain options. You can get a single motor, you can get a dual motor, all-wheel drive, a tri-motor, all-wheel drive, and they're saying this thing is going to do 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. I know that's become like the industry standard now with EVs. That's still really fast, Brendo, right? Expected to deliver, I should say, strong performance metrics. Pricing is anticipated to be competitive with leading SUVs. We're talking about, Model Y, Hyundai Ioniq 5, Ford Mustang Mach-E, and analysts view the R2 platform as critical to Rivian's path to scalability and profitability, so can't come any sooner.
I was just reading a story here on, you and I were talking about BYD earlier. China's BYD saying they're exploring a possible entry into F1.
Really?
This is the company that makes specifically hybrid engines.
Yes.
This year, the regulations in F1 are basically 50-50 electric and combustion.
How does that come
that
from
would
your
fit?
perspective?
That would fit as far as the regulations go now. I mean, Audi just came back or entered F1 for the first time because of these regulations on the electrical side. So that's kind of interesting. China's BYD saying exploring an entry into F1, maybe just as an engine supplier. Who knows? Thoughts on Rivian, guys?
Audi, of course, Volkswagen. So yeah, that should be an interesting one there. We can see what's going on over there. But yeah, for me, it wasn't even about Rivian today. For me, it's about NIO. And, you know, this is what I've written down here today. I'm surprised we don't have a NIO on there. NIO up 7%, bouncing off that $5 level. Seems to have been a good little, you know, takeoff spot right into here. Last time we broke through, we got to 540. It looks like we're trying to do it again here today. So for me, I'm actually preferring to look at this earnings name. 10 million shares already here today. Obviously, there's a lot done right there on this note. That's about 3 million shares right there. But yeah, good little level there for NIO. Feel like we want to go long if it comes back into $5. Yesterday's close, $4.95. You know, VWAP right now at 420. We'll just see how it winds up opening. There is a good opportunity for this name to get faded right back in, obviously. There is a buy side on NIO right now, but I like it, but it's just a matter of waiting to see if it does fall back into the $5 level. So I will be a buyer, it looks like anyways, in our household of the R2. So, you know, we're excited to get our hands on one of those. And yeah, just looking to get some Rivian stock. And I think we already missed that opportunity. And I sort of gone through this already. We hadn't spent too much time underneath the 200 period moving average. About 2 weeks there, about 2 weeks there, and you know, I guess about 2 weeks here, but we did have a move higher before coming back in. So it looks like, yeah, we've got a good base now, man. And I went through this already, and if we sort of zoom out maybe a little bit more, there's the low there, then we got a higher low, basically making higher lows there, higher low, you know. So now you're starting to go a little higher, needless to say, but you got to get through that 24. Like I still think, and this was that sort of thing when I went on that little bit of a rant about how, you know, it's about where you get the stock. Like this, nothing's really changed in this name from $22 down to 14. So if you still like it, I think you nibble now and you wait for a little bit more down here. And then you just try to do sort of that pyramiding. As you'd mentioned before there, Obi, but maybe this is on the long side where you just keep buying dips and adding to it, and then as it breaks levels, you can add more to it as you get right and you get the feels for the R2 and the R1 and R1T. My sort of buy order is already in for the R2. I don't know when they're going to be coming into Canada, but I'm excited for it, and I think the Rivian upgrade probably. Just wanted to get out of some shares, I would say, for whoever that was, TD Cowen there. But yeah, I'm a buyer of this at the 200 period. It looks like it's a pretty solid trade.
You know, in terms of Rivian, I will have eyes on it, but like you mentioned, NIO in terms of EVs, definitely a stronger, I guess, catalyst for me. This one is just off of a bit of an upgrade. Most recently, we did have some earnings there, and I found some resistance here at the 17, and that 17 area resistance is showing up once again. In the pre-market session here, again, with a little bit of relative volume, you can see here we're doing about 10 to 11 times relative volume, and that 17 resistance has held so far on Rivian. So I'll watch this. That 17 is probably going to be a little key for me on Rivian today. But yeah, NIO definitely the belle of the ball when it comes to watching some EV names today.
It's Archer moving around here, and Joby as well moving around here. Not seeing anything significant on these, but we'll keep an eye out. Nice bounce underway for both of those as well. Joby specifically, which I know you like, back above 1050 here.
That headline yesterday,
yeah.
Midday, yeah.
Trying to bounce once again this morning. Speaking of, here's CRWD, all of the cybersecurity names higher this morning. The day high, what was that? 448, I guess, or almost 448 coming into play again for Crowd. Another one with an upgrade.
Yeah, Morgan Stanley giving them the nod today. Brendo upgrading them from equal weight to overweight, raising the price target from 487 to 510. The firm believes Crowd is one of the best positioned cybersecurity platforms to outperform in the coming years. They're saying, look, their Falcon platform remains highly competitive, especially in endpoint security market, and they believe the company's well positioned to take share from competitors due to their integrated platform. They consolidate multiple security tools into one platform. Full disclosure, Pandub does the same thing. It's called platformization. Morgan believes CrowdStrike's doing it better. Analysts are highlighting the AI-driven capabilities within CrowdStrike's next-gen security operations center, so using AI here to kind of detect, analyze, respond to cyber threats. And they said Morgan said, the recent decline in CrowdStrike's price definitely a good entry point for longer-term investors, but they do anticipate more volatility.
Yeah, that was overdone. That sell-off was crazy in those stocks. Here's Joby right now trying to test pre-market highs and that move from after the close turning back upside as well, guys.
I mean, I just went to Obi like, we got to go. Like, we only have 3 minutes to go right now. We're not even talking about Bitcoin or anything. Like, so CrowdStrike's not on my radar today as a trade. We've already sort of discussed this. I like the cybersecurity space. I think it is overdone. The last week, we've gotten a bump up from that 330 up into 440 again. I feel like it's crazy to buy something that's up that much, but you know, the upgrade's there, so somebody likes it. I'm an owner of CrowdStrike and Palo Alto, so I definitely like the space and think that if you're not there, you maybe should be. They've still been getting beat up for a minute. There's a lot of money available there. Palo Alto's only at 160. Its high was 220. Lots of opportunity to buy these names, even at these lows. But I think it's a little nuts to buy it when you're at 330 5 days ago. Now you're at 440. So for me, it's a little bit of a hold back on CrowdStrike and this whole space, but definitely agree with whoever that analyst was there that's talking about long term. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer winner, and you want to buy dips, but I'm definitely not buying tops, which I feel like CrowdStrike on that move. Not that it's a top, but it's going to get top heavy, especially after an upgrade. So I'm going to chill on that one.
You know, I'm looking at a multi-hour chart here. I like where we're sitting in terms of a higher time frame. You can see that, yeah, strong selling came in, what is this, February 20th. I don't know what the catalyst necessarily was, but we're kind of, we traded right back above that and pushing a little bit higher with that gap up. So yeah, I do like the concept of buy low, sell high, but when things are doing this, I also like the concept of a buy high, sell higher, and CrowdStrike might be one of those, but we'll see if there's any real continuation. Like Sean said, sometimes when they're gapping up into some of these prior areas of resistance, I think the sell pressure could definitely be something to watch out for on CrowdStrike.
Yeah, my advice, there's the bug ETF, there's a CIBR ETF as well. So I was just gonna say, instead of picking individual names, you know, the whole sector is quite nicely tanking right now. So you do have an opportunity to buy bug ETF. And someone in the chat goes, man, you got to give your head a shake if you're trying to buy some Rivian. And I obviously know that Rivian was IPO'd at 108. So let's chill out that it's at $17 right now. All right, you guys want to talk about Tesla? We have 30 seconds.
Real quick, Tesla is super strong late in the day yesterday. We're starting to curl back to the upside here as well. There's nothing significant as far as headlines on Tesla today other than the relative strength we saw late in the day yesterday, reclaiming that 400 as well, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, Apple is going to the downside, but I just want to look here. There could be something here. Nothing really going on the imbalances, but yeah, good point there on Apple in the chat. Someone just said, what's going on with Apple? And it just did have a decent move down. It's not on my radar today, but I do not mind buying some of those on low opportunities for Apple, especially off the open. 2 and 1. Welcome to Trader TV Live, everybody. The market is now open, and Obi and I will take you through the first couple hours, and we'll see if we can find some good trading opportunities. The last couple of days, the NASDAQ really has taken off the open, so we'll see about that. We did not get an opportunity to talk about crypto. I thought it would probably be on that list there today, but Bitcoin up 3%. Lots to talk about today. As we said, a lot of opportunities. Waiting to see if we get a drip down into 40 bucks or so, maybe 39.80. Let's just give it a second to see where IBIT wants to go. It doesn't move like the rest of them off the open because it's been open this whole time. All right, so that's what's going on there. Check back in on the health of Apple. All right, so a little bit of a bounce back there. Now only up, down 0.6. Look at the NASDAQ right here, Obi. Oh boy, we're starting to go on that one. You're into HIMS already, so that's a good one.
Yes, sir.
Let's pass it back over to you and see what's going on with HIMS.
Yeah, no, HIMS. We talk about that second day potential play here on HIMS, where I'm just like, okay, leg consolidation leg, and we're definitely getting a little bit of a leg there, bit of a chop there on the test of 25. So talk about a beautiful opening drive. I should have been there at that 24.60, which was that prior day. Here comes 26s. Can we print those 26s? I have no idea, but we'll continue to watch this one with strong opening drive pressure coming in to HIMS. And hers.
Yeah, great trade over there.
Like,
yeah, good job, Obi. Keep dealing with that one. Yeah, Qualcomm dropping as well, down 2.6%. Bank of America, downside there, underperformance rating on Qualcomm. They're down a little bit right here as well. Checking out on Nvidia. This man's hitting keys beside me, boy. 182.50. We're going to have to see what's going on there with Nvidia, as it looks like it wants to make a move lower. I mean, look at the NASDAQ right here. Nice upside move. looks like a downside play there for Nvidia, potentially into VWAP right now. It's only 831. On my mind, of course, we talked about oil earlier. And again, just because the U.S. market's open doesn't mean that oil is going to move one way, but it seems like right now it is downside, and we were both looking short, but not necessarily yet. I don't want to get involved with oil too much yet until we hear something else. Did Netflix finally take out $100 in the last couple of days? No, it did not. That's at $90. No, might have, but not today. $98 right now for Netflix, not doing a whole heck of a lot. As I peruse through my list right now, NIO would be the other name that we haven't really looked at too much. Now open, giving us 515 now, NIO. I mean, I don't know, maybe this is not as exciting as I thought, opening up to these levels here and just kind of bouncing. Oh, it does get down to 5. Wow. You won't, I'm at 506. That got down to 508. So let's wait to see if we can get a 506 print against $5. That might be the one coming in. Yesterday's darling of a trade was Palantir, and that's making a move back in as well. Look at the NASDAQ though, man. The NASDAQ's still going higher. A name like Palantir falling in here, so that's a little strange to me. Potentially a bid coming up for me at Palantir, bouncing right now off 155.
Yeah, that talk about a beautiful, beautiful textbook opening drive on HIMS, man. And the thing is, I was watching it and I'm like, oh, 2460s are right back in. And again, we talk about getting lucky, and definitely a little lucky on that one here. But here was the preparation for that trade. We marked off a few levels yesterday, right? Now that opening drive for me, right, as of right now, is done. Sure, the pullback trade, that's a whole different trade. The back down into some of these levels from before. Now, this is just a 5-minute chart here. You can see that, again, you had that strong leg all the way up from, 15s to 24s. All day consolidation, held that 21 pretty well, and then closed, breaking that flag going into the end of the day. Today coming in, gapping up, like I mentioned earlier in this pre-market, in the upper quartile of prior day's action, bidding up into the open. I really like this, and I was watching this, and I'm like, oh my God, HIMS is gonna go, HIMS is gonna go. Realistically, I should be, collecting inventory in this consolidation on this break of 23 halves, on the push of this reaction high at 24.62s, and it gives you an easy $1.40 all the way up to 26s. And you can see right here, these are my entries and exits on that HIMS. And I see that Sean is also slapping some Palantir.
Yeah, nice move there as it just got into 155. That almost, so someone showed up here, Kathy, or I don't know who that was. I thought we were friends. Someone came in and just sold off like 200,000 shares or something. A big 2,000, showed up here at 155 and smacked it right against me. Like I was long. I actually bought these. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm out of 40% already. Actually, maybe we should get out of a little bit more. But what happened was there, I bought this right down. Okay, let's go. We're almost $1 in here. I bought this down there on that swipe down. And then all of a sudden, right at $15, like 200,000 shares, showed up there and just sat there and does not take it out. And then all of a sudden it wiped down. So like right into here, I guess it was this tick right into here. You see like 400,000 shares. That was a swipe down, and we almost got stopped out. That would have been a killer stop out right there, considering where we are right now. So let me offer a little bit more here at 50. Seems like we may be having a little bit of a, there we go. So we get it. Yes, we did. So we got 57s there. Let's just see if, okay, and now we get 80s. All right, oh boy, good trade here. Already more damage today done on Palantir than yesterday, so we're happy with that. Let's see if it wants to actually go higher, though, and see if we can hold on. We have 40% left of PLTR. How's my friend NIO doing right now? Ah, boo, missed that by 2 cents. Okay, what's my friend Rivian up to right now? Nothing. What's Nvidia doing right here? Okay, I guess this market doesn't want to go, man. There it is, right back down in now is Palantir. So, you know, it's a good thing we did get out of some of this. Let me get out a little bit more, okay? We'll take out some more at 30 now, and then we'll just have to wait. Our stop is 154.5. It does look like we are going to test that. Again, it's not, see, there's someone selling Palantir, honestly. So I'm glad that we were able to get out of a little bit there, but I am not willing to hold this. So we'll give back a decent amount there as we get something out at 30s. And now we just hold a little small piece and not going to average in. It feels like Palantir's selling off. Look at the NASDAQ, not really doing anything, and Palantir's going southbound right now. So not a great look here for PLTR against the market, right? So a couple good outs upside, but it looks like that sell pressure is back. Let's just let this trade resolve, but I'm out at 154.50s and then out of it for a minute until it can calm down, or we have to reverse into the short. So I'm gonna wait on Palantir down here at these levels.
Yeah, that pullback on HIMS into that 2460 level was pretty solid. So it does give you an opportunity not only to reload on that priority level at 2460s, you kind of pull right back up, and in the reversion of the reversion, great reasons to sell off the opening drive there. But the pullback, this is what I was talking about, the secondary trade here on off of that level. But I'm distinctly less sized on this one because I am chasing kind of the highs there. 2460s was a spot. Confluence with VWAP as well. There goes NIO. What's up there?
Up?
Keep an eye here on, a couple different headlines. You've got this NVO move down here. Apparently Novo Nordisk saying they quote, welcome further dialogue with the US FDA. They're going to be continuing to take measures to address observations. Apparently this letter is in response to an inspection of their Plainsboro, New Jersey facility that took place in early 2025. So kind of a delayed letter here, I guess, for NVO, but the stock is pushing lower. So I guess they are welcoming, quote, further dialogue with the FDA. Keep an eye potentially in some of these fintech names as well. Here's PayPal. Potentially you could look at XYZ as well. Here, Elon Musk announcing that X Money will begin its early public access next month. I also want to let you guys know that at 10 a.m. you're going to be seeing me with some existing home sales numbers. So no data at 9:45, but in 22 minutes, we will get existing home sales. Back to you.
Yeah, so we do get stopped out. Look, it's a fail because it failed, but we're up on Palantir. Just not up what we were looking at about 5 minutes before. Palantir, we said there was a seller at 155. Come on, man, follow your own damn talk there and get out when it pumps up. But you know what? I thought that seller was gone. And then we had clear skies. Look at NIO, man. 506 we are sitting at. 508 is the fill down there. Now 540. Bye-bye, NIO. Again, names written on here. USO, Nvidia, IBIT, NIO. But look what's going on with IBIT now. We're into IBIT. So, all right. Weren't sure we were going to get this one. Nice move in for IBIT right now. It was up 2.5%. Now only up that 1%. But we're in it here as it makes its move back into... I'm only going to hold this to 39.40. That'll be my next sort of... Wow, look at that call on Palantir. Money, go short, my guy. Remember, I was like, hey, if anything, we're going to go short there on Palantir. Yeah, nice. Yeah, looking good over there, but we don't have it. So there's the short there on Palantir. And then also, man, tomorrow I'm going to do that trade, man. If we start to see it, and Obi and I were just talking about it, like looking at the tape, right? I was saying to like, how do you know HIMS is going to turn around? Or I know you didn't get out at the very top of that trade either, but it's looking at the tape. Yeah, no, it's good move. That's what I'm saying. We have some outs on Palantir, but it's about trying to figure out when that change is happening, when that swap down. Potentially. All right, I'm going to try 39.50s or so on the downside there, and then we'll get it from them as well. Just heard something about some financing maybe for Amazon. So let's see what that story's all about. Right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot right now for Amazon.
I believe that came out earlier, like a bond-related financing. This came out before 8 a.m., so that's not new.
Okay, perfect. So... no looking over here on Amazon, but yeah, I guess dropping a bond offering there. I thought it would have been, like if that was a news story, I think we could have got crushed there, but it doesn't look like it's doing much right now on that one, so we'll puff, pass. And then we'll also look at here, I'm gonna try to get something out at 68 for a nice little move higher there. We are long at 39.50. This is what we wrote down on the note here today. So our first activated trade from our sticky note is IBIT. So here it is, man. It came into 39.50. We got it. We got 39.55, and there's the out at 67.68. So there it goes, man. It's another one, but not that much. We just need some of it to come through right now. So we're excited. We've got some IBIT. Let's see how far this name can run, man. I mean, it was 70,800 earlier. We'll see if we can get back to VWAP 39.90. Let's put an offer there and see if we're lucky. Yeah, a bit of a pullback here on HIMS before it got stopped out. I was just like, okay, fine. Let's just give it to those 25s. But yeah, we'll see. Back down at VWAP as of right now. We'll continue talking about this one right after we get back from Midday.
I have more Novo Nordisk here. So I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, NVO basically released this letter with regards to an inspection from about a year ago of their Plainsboro facility. Now I'm seeing another headline with NVO. I don't have any confirmation on this yet, but Novo Nordisk reportedly getting an FDA warning for not reporting all of the side effects of their drugs. Unclear which drugs, unclear the timing of this story. But either way here, Novo Nordisk with not one but two FDA-related headlines this morning, and it's not even 9:45 yet. Back to you.
Micron, like some of the chips are running. I'm just pointing out that AMD's running, Intel's running, Micron's running, Nvidia not that strong. But you were pointing out Microsoft.
Yeah,
What the hell is Microsoft?
I was like looking at Softy. I was like, oh, you have it up too? Okay.
I have it on
Yeah, so I was like, what is going on with Microsoft right now, Adara? I don't know if there's a story there, but from 410 down to 404, like in a straight line. Now you're sort of seeing the market try to give it up a little bit right there. We did get some more out. I'm going to get, now that the market's coming back in, that must be Fabian over there. Is he over there on the, well, that's Andre now. Hey, what's up, Fabian? All right, so I got a little bit, I'll take another 68, Phil. We got some 72s there out on, what's up, Adara?
Nothing on Microsoft. Apparently, Dan Ives thinks it's at garage sale prices. So if anything, a positive note from the always bullish Dan Ives.
Yeah, exactly.
Get your Microsoft.
When isn't it a garage sale there for Microsoft? But I don't know why you would say that, to be honest with you. We've seen lower than, well, I mean, obviously he has his reasons, and we don't. Let's work on getting Dan Ives on the show there. I was actually part of a little, what do they call those things? A circle on Twitter. No, on Pod Spaces. With Dan Ives, about a couple months ago. It was really nice to hear his voice there, because you always see hearing them on podcasts and everything like that. And he actually either answered one of my questions or I answered one of his, and we were part of like a round table together. I don't even know what I was doing there, but it was fun. All right, so 400. I was going to say, like, if these are garage sale prices, then what about down here, man? 390, 380. I guess we're getting pretty close to those levels. So. Anyways, yeah, the forever tech bull there, Dan Ives. If there was a reason to buy it, maybe we could. And I mean, Microsoft might have right there, Obi, just touched down into a level that we've seen supported before, 404. So maybe there is a trade here for Sir Softy. What's up, Dara?
I have something here on oil. I'm seeing comments from Akazawa, who is the industry minister of Japan. I guess there was this energy ministers G7 meeting, or G7 energy ministers meeting, rather, that was taking place today. According to Akazawa of Japan, G7 confirmed their readiness to take necessary measures to support global energy supplies. That would include the possible release of strategic oil reserves. But again, we don't have any confirmation there. Also, META reportedly acquiring Moltbook. I just saw this now. This could be an older story, but I'm just seeing it circulate, so I will mention it. Back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Was that acquiring Moltbook?
Meta.
Okay.
All right, so you mentioned today we have a big report here, and you know, nobody on our show knows anything about Oracle there.
Oh?
Yeah, hey, what's up, Adara? Yeah, but there goes Oracle right down there from 154. So this name, not looking exactly like Microsoft, but yeah, some of these names here getting hit to the downside. So Oracle going down as well here. Does not look very healthy there, Oracle before earnings. But again, only down that 1%. It's funny, I zoomed into this futures here. I don't normally look at them that crazily close, but you are getting a nice bump up. Again, we've already seen the highs. Now we see the sort of those lows again. Now you're right back to VWAP. So what an uneventful start. If you're trading the futures, just right back to where you started at VWAP again. All right, so Tesla, look, I wish there was more to talk about here. Bouncing off of 402, I guess, is a nice little area there. I'm only in IBIT. We already made a little bit of money on Palantir. Wouldn't mind getting back into that name as well. But 402 looks like a decent dip buy opportunity there for Tesla if you guys are into it. Just looking at a little bit of a longer base chart here on a 5-minute, looking at E-signal. Yeah, I mean, this is a level, man, like 400. We bounced off there this pre-market. We'll see if we can hold it there today. 400 to 401 seems like it is the play. Let me just go back to my initial look at Palantir there. I think we did good by getting out, obviously. I mean, we took advantage of the move higher there. Bouncing off of the pre-market lows was sort of the first idea. And then it scared us. It went right back into the pre-market lows before blowing up. And then I told you I saw 200,000 shares or so being sold at 155 that I thought drove down. But 154 right now, looking to take it out to the high side. Maybe the seller's done on Palantir. I don't really want to get involved until 155, though. On the upside, it looks like crypto's still doing its own thing here, trying to bounce around a little bit here with IBIT. So maybe we can get a little bit higher play here on IBIT. And then just a quick check on Apple, and then we'll go over to the stock visualizer. Apple flat. So what I want you guys to do right now is, as Obi and I look for different names to trade, Once I find it, I'll call it up right here. It looks like the SPY was winning there. Obi's already been on him, so we can have a quick little look at that. First of all, IBIT rate back up. I'm going to offer 73s. We get it. Good trade there. 20 cents on IBIT. Palantir, Softy, Google. I feel like we just went through all these. Oh, you mentioned Intel was up. So is AMD there. Nvidia kind of doing nothing when that had that clawbot. So I think that was interesting there. Amazon, we sort of a little bit talked about some of the big names there with Oracle and Microsoft. There's silver up 2.5%. Here's Bitcoin up 1 and a bit. That's not... Oh, that's the price of BTC. Maybe we can change that. Oh, people are voting BTC. That's why. Okay, that's good. NIO up 10%. Tesla's 404. Joby. All right, so for right now, I'm just on, and Obi's on NIO, which I like that earnings play. But here it goes, man. Spin the money as we're getting near the highs now for IBIT. So good little trade there, man. Amazon needs an update. Okay, Amazon's a rocket ship I'm hearing about right now. Yeah, nice move higher there for Amazon. We'll get the story from Midday if there's anything. I don't really believe there is. The market's just moving higher right here. So looks like therefore Amazon go boom in the night as well.
Nothing new. Only story was that bond sale that, as I mentioned, came out well before the open.
Okay, so there you go, guys. Thanks, Adair, for the look there on AMZN. But for right now, just back up into pre-market levels again for Amazon. Interesting move here. I mean, normally I'm looking at the futures at this time, but honestly, we are just right back to VWAP. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. What's going on over there, Obi?
I'm just watching this NIO here as it kind of comes back into opening range highs, or not necessarily opening range highs. We've held opening range highs pretty well here. That was that $5.30 area, and then I was watching this. The 30 bounce was quite nice, pulling back up into the day's highs. So I did kind of get a little bit involved, nothing too aggressive just yet. I want to see some good push, but I guess the opening drive on this one was the place to be, because what were some of those pre-market highs? 534s, and it takes you to 547 on the push, so about a 3% push on NIO right off of the open on the opening drive. Yeah, maybe I didn't really measure the percent of the HIMS push, but for HIMS, I like this. Again, I did mention earlier that I am in much less, or I was in much less size here, chasing the 25 quarters. There, stopped out back into 25s, only about, I guess, around 10% of what I took off of the opening drive. Again, that one, a lot more conviction, a lot more higher EV than this one, but as of right now, holding VWAP, that might change as I'm speaking right now, as we're pulling right back into VWAP, but holding VWAP quite well here on him. So let's see. All day yesterday, bit of a sideways consolidation with higher lows breaking out of that, what was that level on HIMS? It's in and around that 2260s area there on him. So I'm gonna get out of this one right here. NIO, let's see if there's any more above this 530 level here for to take the continuation. But strong push off of the earnings report there. Nice little pull into $5.08 off of this opening, I guess opening flush. The drive necessarily, opening drive, if you really want to get specific with your definitions, opening drive was actually a downside move from 525s down to 510s, but then the reversion of that, the back through open happened at 526s, the back through opening range highs happened at 530s, and this little pullback kind of holding right now. So I might have definitely gotten out of this a little too early as we're back up into the 40s, but I think the better trade here may be through this day high here at $5.47. HIMS continues to hold. It's hella choppy here, about 20-30 penny wipes each way, but every time it gets into this VWAP area, there are definitely buyers there and a little bit of market tailwind to help us on that idea as well. Let's take a quick look at USO and see what our friend USO is up to. I know there hasn't been news yet on this one, and yeah, just a chop fest. This is a chop fest here within, just chopping in and around that opening range. It still hasn't got up to that 110, but we did see that test of 109.60s, which was the pre-market high there in the earlier session. So just chopping around this this opening range right now. Rivian. Nothing to do for me. You see that? You saw Rivian?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw Rivian. Whoa. I mean, Rivian up 9%. I mean, this is the one here that I feel like we missed. By the way, we just got an 80 fill on IBIT, so you know we're actually cooking right now with gas on Rivian. It's good trade there. Sorry, on IBIT with Bitcoin. I mean, I liked it. I mean, we put it down on the list. We put down right here. Oops. Equities mainly softer today. Obviously, a few bright spots that we've talked about, but there's IBIT there, 39.50. We like that one. Take a look at 70K, and wow, there it goes, man. IBIT, we just got 85s right there on IBIT. So there's the dip buy right there at 39.50. So really happy with that trade. Seems like that's working out well. With Bitcoin maybe moving back higher, what about Robinhood? And again, a name that like I'm just so lazy on. I mean to be buying some Robinhood down in these levels, and I just haven't been able to pull the trigger on it. Still looking at some SoFi as well, but Robinhood, nice move lower today down into 78.50, now back to 79.50. And again, on the chart, I mean, I like some Robinhood there. I feel like there's a good opportunity to buy that name. SoFi is a name that I'm kind of been leveling into. I really like the banking aspect of SoFi, but apparently that's the thing that nobody likes right now, as we're worried about private equity, right? And I mean, and how much exposure do these guys have to those loans and those businesses, as well as software names? That's the private equity problem right now. We've seen a name like Blue Owl get hit to the downside, as well as, you know, people worried, are they going to be able to get their money out of some of the investments that they've made right now, as these software names continue to be a problem in the overall market. And, you know, a name like Blue Owl, and then we've seen, well, why is CrowdStrike not loading up here? You know, names in the software space that have actually worked out well. And remember earlier, Obi, what did we both say? I would not be buying CrowdStrike up near at some of these levels. Well, the iron strikes, and CrowdStrike down $18 right now. Its high was 448 right there, right off the open. Someone hit the buy key, and then it fell all the way to 430 and looking to get a little bit lower. I'm assuming there's something similar here for Palo Alto. Put your ideas in the chat, man. Nvidia with a nice drop I just see in there as well. I don't mind buying some Nvidia on any drop downs. It's not dropping, so if that does come in, I don't mind getting some Nvidia. We wrote that down at 180. That's not looking, or 181. That doesn't look like it's coming in right now. So for me, man, it's just a moonshot of IBIT right now, which is starting to go. We did take advantage of that move down, and now we're you know, reaping said benefits on the upside here for IBIT, and maybe looking at Coinbase maybe as something. But what do you got your eyes on? I think we just ran through a bunch of stuff there.
Yeah, no, still, I mean, I really
Tesla.
like that Rivian move. Rivian's breaking out of that 17 and now 1735s. So a nice little continuation there on Rivian. I do like that. When I'm looking at some of the other stocks that were in play today, let's take a look at this one that did work out quite nicely. Yeah, I guess that Tesla move, definitely an EV move potentially happening here. We're seeing that NIO holding up pretty well as well. That's the main one with the catalyst. But we were also looking at BNTX here. So BNTX, BioNTech. So a little bit of a gap down. I was looking at this for a potential continuation, and continuation we definitely had. You can see how, again, sometimes you just got to keep it simple. More of the same. Since the earnings report, you know what, we can even, the anchored VWAP is going to be relatively same or similar to the actual VWAP on the day, because we had pre-market news. You can see here, that's that green line, so don't really need it, even though it kind of hugs it a little bit tighter. But regardless, you can see every pop into VWAP is getting sold in the pre-market session. Guess what happens off of the open? You get a pop from 83s all the way to 85 halves, VWAP sitting at 85s. 85 clean, 84.95s, and then sellers step right back in. Not only do you get a back through open, you get a back through opening range low, and then you even get a back into pre-market lows on that 80.85 for a day low of 79.50. Sure, we're getting a bit of a bounce here as of right now, but talk about a beautiful drive off of the open, giving us more of the same here on BNTX. Now, is this name SSR? That's the next question that I'm asking. I know I can just measure it out, but I'm going to pull it up here on my L2 and see if it actually is, and it definitely is right there. So that's usually in and around about a 10% from prior day's closing. Yeah, definitely. It hit that SSR mark well into pre-market session, but SSR mechanic does not come into play or is not enforced until the open market, and we can definitely see that any sort of a bid that did come in off of the open, not enough. There's definitely sellers on board here, and why, you may ask, and now you know I can make all of these assumptions as to why things might be the way they are, but guess what? We're coming into some multi-time frame lows. So any and everybody who is long. So what does it take? I've said this multiple times before. What does it take for an SSR stock where, you know, shorts can't hit the bid, especially if you're just hitting it naked without any long inventory, you cannot hit the bid. So it's only longs that are hitting the bid. So if you see dark reds, we were talking about kind of reading the tape earlier, how I have my tape set up is that if you see dark reds here, it means that people are hitting the bid and below. So only people that can do that on an SSR name is people who already have long inventory. So it gives you an idea. It gives you a look into the market as to who might be selling, and it's definitely longs that are already holding shares that are doing that. And speaking of sellers coming into the market, here's some sellers coming into the futures as we drop back below that 25K mark here, an opening range low coming in on the ES as well as 6770s. Pull right back in on the ES there.
Yeah, no, I have a couple trade ideas. People asking if there's anything setting up there. I think Obi just went over a bunch of names, so take a look at all those charts that Obi's dropping for you guys in there as well. 404, I'm going to go long here, supporting VWAP, supporting this 50-period moving average. VWAP 403.50, if we lose that, we're out. Sorry, 403.50, right. So I'm already sitting here at 404 change. So if this drops down $2, don't know if it's going to do that, but I want to be here in case it does. We do have, it's a home sales number, right, at 10 existing home sales. So that's coming out at 10 a.m. We'll look for their 3.88 million right now existing home sales coming out in 2 minutes, and Miss Adara will have that for us and all of y'all as well. All right, so Palantir here. I don't know how to talk, like, how does South Carolinians talk there? Let's shout out to my friends in South Carolina as we wear the hat. This is where my brother got me this hat. We spent well, not our, I went with a lot of dudes. Neil was there, a bachelor party we did in South Carolina back, because my wedding's in April. So what wound up happening there was we went golfing. We wanted to get some warm weather. So we actually went down end of March. Actually, it's coming up about now into that, and what a great time that was. Palantir downside as well. Look, Palantir is going to break the lows of the day here, as is the futures on the open market. And there it goes. I just kind of silly to not have been short rate here or so, but you could see a nice little move down. 154.50 I was thinking about as a short coming through for this, but for right now, not filling up, so we got to be patient on our trade there. IBIT has come back in, right? I'm only holding a third left. We got a whole bunch out here at VWAP, a bunch of outs in the mid-80s, right? 82, 83, 85 there, a bunch more. Then when we drop there, that's a 79. So we're getting lighter. I do want to buy the dips if we come back into IBIT as well. Let me just check out on Tesla, because that's the mover for me right now, and this is the one that could fill. So 404. Right now. So we have 30 seconds. We'll go over to Adair just momentarily to check that out. And then right now, 405.80, yep, is what's happening right now for Tesla. If we do get that drop down into 404, you're going to see me long right now on TSLA. All right, Adara with their segment and the numbers at 10 a.m.
We are waiting here on existing home sales, as Sean mentioned, 10 seconds until we get that print. Existing home sales forecast 3.88 million, previous 3.91 million. Existing home sales change here month over month. Negative 0.77 is the forecast, prior negative 8.4. Waiting for that print to populate. 4.09 million for existing home sales. It's going to be higher than expected, and as such, existing home sales change month over month for February 2026. Also going to be higher than expected, 1.7% versus negative 0.77% expected. Here's the NASDAQ kind of pushing lower here right now, though. I guess now at this point, basically flat with where we closed yesterday. We did gap up as we had the market and traders digesting the possibility of an end to this tension in the Middle East. President Trump said the war is nearly over during his comments yesterday. I also have some more headlines here about the Strait of Hormuz. Just seeing apparently it is effectively closed to most vessels. We already more or less knew this, but I'm just seeing this come through, so I thought I'd let you guys know. You're going to keep an eye on these Strait of Hormuz headlines, or of course I will, and I'll communicate them with you all. Another, I guess, trend here with the headlines today has to do with AI. and these agents. NVDA was in watch this morning, Wired reporting that Nvidia is launching this Nemo Claw. We talked a lot about the Nemo Claw, likely going to get more details on said Nemo Claw, open source AI agent platform on March 16th with their GTC keynote. That'll be, of course, next week, and I'll be covering that for you guys here on this desk at Trader TV Live. META, though, also had like a sort of open source assistant adjacent catalyst as well. Axios reporting that the company has hired the duo behind Moltbook, which is like the Reddit for these AI agents, and also reportedly acquiring Moltbook as well. Tons of earnings on watch again today. KSS at intraday highs. Really good look. They did beat an EPS and sales. Guidance was kind of mixed, though, for fiscal, or I guess for Q1 2026. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there for KSS. In the meantime, I also want to talk about ORCL. They're reporting after the bell along with AVAV. Now, Oracle, of course, has been in watch as of late. Lots of reports about their cloud infrastructure situation going forward. So I guess we'll find out the health of that business tonight at 4:05 p.m. In the meantime, we're going to go over to Sean and Obi, I'm so sorry, for the morning show.
Right, we did get a little bit more IBIT on the drop down right there. So a little bit of a pickup there at 47s, I guess, 48s. Nice little trade to bring this back up. I was going to say, I am offering 48s there and just took a fill. 58s on IBIT. So a good little reload there. And we go reloaded. Hold on, then I got to do something. It's going to hit this. Okay. I'm reloaded. All right, last week, Trade the Pool hosted a live draft where 12 stock coaches built their starting five. 5 stocks they believe can survive the bracket and win the tourney. Now it's your turn to join the madness. Challenge numero uno. Pick the coach you think has the strongest team. If they win the tournament, you could win an evaluation trading account. Challenge number 2. Think you can beat the coaches? Build your own core 5. If your pick outperformed the tournament champion, you win as well. Sign up as a group and your prize pool doubles if you win. Trade the Pool is putting up $2 million in prizes on the table. The tournament starts the 16th of March. Scan the QR code now, and please get in the game. Okay. What's up, TPS reporter there? He's talking about how he's coding in there with Claude. So I don't know exactly. Here it is right here, TPS reporter. What are you coding, man? Give me something to code with over here, man. I'm looking for a trade bot or something like that. But there it is right there. The AI world is so funny as I sit here programming with Claude. So yeah, that is the future, it feels like right now, right? Is all of this. All right, man, position alert. What will we do? What will we do? We are now long on Tesla. Remember, this goes down 50 more cents. And we gone right now on TSLA, man. Do not need this stock going too far against. Oops, just got some there at 404.20s. We'll see if we get a little bit higher now as we're starting to run here a little bit on TSLA. Hopefully back there. There we go. We get a 35. Now we're going to wait. Here it is, man. There's another one for you, man. It's let's see if we can get a little bit of cash printing through here on, I was about to say Nvidia, on Tesla. I don't want to get out. There we go. Get some outs at 40s there. Don't want to get out of it all, but there it goes, man. Nicely running the table here on Tesla. That's going to be a great trade. And by the way, oh boy, Obi, this is a much better trade for me than that Tesla one. Bang, right there as the money's coming through right now. There it goes, man. 1-for-1 Palantir, 2-for-2 big with IBIT. Let's see if Tesla wants to hold as well. 50 cents in the money, 60 cents in the money on TS to the L to the A. There it is, man. It is your first dollar club right there. It's Tesla. We gave you 404 change, man. We bought some more at 403.80. There goes Tesla, 405 and change. Man, your boy is hot today. Let's go, man. We've got the gear on right now. We've got our good friend here beside us. Bang, Tesla, 405. Let's go, man. Let's get hyped up, Obi. It is time to go right now. And there it goes, man. Tesla to the moon there, hopefully. And we can get back to 406.50. But yeah, there it is there. Let's we have different levels.
Yeah, levels to there's
levels to everything.
Nice.
All right, there goes Tesla right there. Almost got to 406, and I'm sitting here talking about levels. There it goes. That's a big move here. IBIT's a big move, and it's an oh boy kind of a day right here for TTVL. As there goes IBIT, and there goes Tesla. What's up, Adara?
Oil in focus. Finance Minister of France, Lescure, making some comments right now saying that he or I guess they and this group here asked the International Energy Agency to study stock oil volumes for a potential release. So it looks like Lescure once again here, following comments yesterday, is really advocating for, if not the release of these stockpiles, at least the preparation for the possible release of these stockpiles, saying further, quote, we have asked the International Energy Agency to elaborate scenarios for that possible oil stockpile release, and saying, quote, everyone is willing to take measures to stabilize the market, including the United States. This everyone likely referring to the G7, because Lescure was at that meeting yesterday with these other finance ministers. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Dara. Just watching that USO, I did bring it up after you mentioned it. So far on the day, USO has been holding that VWAP a little bit there, and HIMS is now below VWAP, holding VWAP here as well. I got a little bit involved in BNTX, just a small bit here, looking for that potential push towards low a day, as we did bid up to those 82s. But again, this is buying kind of came in already here, and this might be the part where, you know, it is SSR, buyers might start to become into control. But I do like the fact that we came all the way back down, almost into those day lows, looking for a potential continuation, because again, relative to where we're sitting on the higher time frame chart, I do believe that this thing may have some more selling into it. And again, the market tailwind definitely on our side, even though it's doing its own thing, has its own earnings report. There goes HIMS. Again, we were holding VWAP so well, and then we started to chop around it, now holding VWAP as a bit of resistance, pulling back into 24.54. So what am I looking at here when it comes to HIMS? Now, this chart's starting to get a little bit crowded. I drew a little bit of the trend line. That didn't really come in with any sort of significance, so I'm holding that down. But this sell was pretty aggressive, so I was just like, just how I like to draw the anchored, or put the anchored on the beginning of the event where the news comes out. This strong volume, this volume off of the open, I also consider that somewhat of an event. And you can see here dropping an anchor there. You can see that nice little pinching action there as it holds as resistance. So why do I like the anchored VWAP? Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon. It kind of gives you a perspective of where the average participant is sitting from an event, and an event could be anything. I usually like to kind of pin it to volume, because regardless of what the catalyst is, if something's going to do anything, there's going to be volume on those bars. So that can right away signify that's a potential event. Regardless, I do like that opening drive as a potential event. You can see here that we held that area as resistance, and then VWAP as well held on the other side. So now we're kind of breaking those levels. We have these levels marked off from yesterday. This was that reaction high at 2460s, trading below that. Nothing really that I'm seeing all the way down until 2350s, 2348s here on him. So I'll be patient for that one to potentially come in. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys looking at? What are you guys trading?
And I also want to know from the chat what this means.
What does this mean?
I love Vince Vaughn. I'll take it. I don't know. I like Vince Vaughn. Watch out for some dodgeball. I'm a pretty good dodgeball player.
Oh, okay.
As well. I don't know if that's
yes.
a reference. Okay, guys. Yeah, by the way, Tesla came out. So we basically made as much money as we did on this one as we did Palantir. It's almost the exact same trade, to be honest with you. All right, we are now loaded up in IBIT, as that just made a move down as well. The market's really coming in. So all these longs that were once pretty sweet are now all crushed as the market hits lows right now. So yeah, not a great start to the day if you're long anything. It's a good thing that we've taken advantage of all this. Look at this Palantir out, Obi, by the way. Now it's at 151 and getting a heck of a lot lower. All right, upside here on IBIT. What's up, Adara?
I actually saw Vince Vaughn live at TIFF this year. Let's take a look here at the USO. Once again, more oil headlines. We're getting some comments coming from the foreign minister of Israel, apparently being asked when and how the war with Iran could end. Foreign minister of Israel responds, quote, we will consult with Washington when the time is right. Also saying they do not view this conflict with Iran as a, quote, endless war. So basically, long story short, Foreign Minister of Israel is not only ready to end the war with Iran at some point, but saying when they're good to go, they'll talk with the U.S., with Washington, to get that resolved. So if I get more details here, I'll let you know. But USO, we're in this 107 area as we get comments from the Foreign Minister of Israel. Also still seeing some speculation, or sorry, not speculation, circulation of comments from French Finance Minister Lescure. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Dara. All right, man, another hot dog cannon kind of a trade here as we were able to dip by there on IBIT. I mean, I don't know for how long this stock will be where it is. I mean, Bitcoin right now having a day, that is for sure, moving around just a little bit here. So let's just start to skip some of this drama and get some out. If we bump back up, we just got a whole bunch out there at 47s and 48s. We did take a bigger fill there, but my stop is still 39.35 break. It almost did that. It looks like it's going to do it right now as Bitcoin is losing the bid here right in front of us. So, you know, again, what was a good long trade, where it just no continuation. We continued a little bit there up to VWAP. We didn't even get close to VWAP this last time, and now it looks like we want to go lower. So we've just been emptying out the bag here on these longs and just wishing that we had sort of flipped over our opinion into the short. And what are you supposed to do as a Palantir right now looking at 150? That could definitely be a spot of concern there, 150 on PLTR. Not really seeing a whole heck of a lot else that's going on right now. Well, I mean, the market's going down, but Apple holding, I was going to look at that maybe as a potential long, but why do we even want to go long? If anything, the market is at a spot right now that we got to test, right? So this is a pre-market low of basically 24.9. So we're trying to bounce off of that right now. So that's good for the IBIT position right now. You're in BNTX. Wasn't that an earnings name that we had talked a little bit about? Okay, good. So good. Good play there on the earnings play. We'll go get Obi's opinion on that in a second. But we just took another 48 on IBIT. So we took a 46 and a 48 there as we start to bump up. I actually got out of half of it only for this level. So whatever, man. We had just whatever amount of shares there. Was a bigger piece than we've had on IBIT, so that's why we're trying to scalp it out just a bit right now. So let's see if it wants to mature up, but we got out some more there on IBIT 47. I might as well get another piece out at 47 as well if it does get back up to there. But yeah, right now just doing what we're doing. Why don't we talk about? I haven't heard you mention BNTX yet. So
yeah, so just kind of pulling into those day lows right here, 70 halves, I think. Yeah, 70 halves clean on that. It hasn't really been able to bounce. I like the low flag that's happening here into the 79.60s. Okay, yeah, nice. I was posted a little bit above 80, didn't really get me there. Here's the thing. Sometimes, you know, it's funny. In my pod, we kind of joke around. There are people who like to post and provide liquidity. There are people who like to remove liquidity, and trade dependent. You really have to decide what kind of participant you want to be in and around those times. But let's take a look at some of the stuff you guys are talking about. I saw some SNDK in there as well. I know that Micron is relatively strong right now. Again, relative to the market, SNDK kind of a similar action here as we trade a little bit higher. Micron, why do I like Micron a little bit better here? It's because you can see more strength there. Doesn't really pull back that much in the market. If it's going to bounce off of this 24,900, kind of like this a little bit better here for a pull up. It did break out of that 400, which was nice on Micron. I guess relative to some prior day levels, you can see that yesterday, some aggressive strength coming in all the way to 390s. Let's go to a higher time frame on this one right here. Get that VWAP out of the way. We don't need that on those higher time frames. Tesla. Nice, yeah. The bounce is coming in here on the market, sure. But consolidating here, prior levels I'm seeing here on Micron in and around, what is that, 408s? Yeah, 407.87s here, 406.45s right now. So Micron definitely on watch for me, but the opening drive was the place to be on Micron here. We got a super chat from Robert Lewis, 8344. You think PLTR found a bottom now? And I know you've been trading that one a little bit.
Yeah, I just got into Tesla, but why don't you look at it and see what you think about the chart? I mean, I potentially think it has found a bottom, yes?
I mean, yeah, like you can see recently, like I'm going to ask simple questions. Where did we see strong buyers before, right? And right here, you can see here from last Friday, the lows were 49.70s. We'll call it a clean 150. Even the day before that, there was buyers even the day before that. Wednesday, strong buying off of the opening drive blasts through 150. The next day pulls back in after a test of 156 down to 150s. And guess what? It stalls, it holds, and it trades up a little bit into the close. The next day coming in flush in the pre-market session, 150 comes in. all day buying with a bit of reversion going into the end of the day there. So 150 seems like the place to be, or the place where buyers have been over the past week or so, roughly since last Wednesday. So that's kind of what I'm seeing as a place of interest for myself there. But all day today, just sellers in charge. You can see pre-market lows that got chopped around a little bit. Prior day lows probably was the place to get in and to slap the lower there, and that was 153s clean. And you can see here 153s. This is a 3-minute chart. Doesn't really look back, and we get all the way down to 151s, 150.98s. 98s is the low here on Palantir. So that's the look that I have on Palantir right now, Sean.
All right. Yeah, look, we're green on everything we've traded so far today, but could always be bigger. It's just the market is not going higher for us right now. And there we go, man. We got some out there at 40s and 50s. We talked about that. And then there's the drop down on IBIT. I mean, take the profit when the profit is there, and then, it's not holding 70,000. So unfortunately, down goes IBIT. All right, so we'll chill out on that and just wait a second. All right, a nice move up there. All right, I was offering 70s. We get it on Tesla. We are reloaded on this one, so we did buy the dips right there. I mean, you were just talking about Palantir. That's why I wanted to pass it over to you there quickly, because I was doing the same thing on Tesla, where I was thinking that maybe we're down back near some kind of bottom. So we did buy some Tesla. We're long at 402.20 right now. It's 50 cents in the money, and it's okay. Let me get out another piece here at 80s. That's fine. The next area for me, 403 flats. We have an offer there. Maybe we can get that. I also have an offer at 90. Maybe we get that as well. But just trying to get lighter. There it is. We got that. Sorry, it was at 84. Now we wait for 403s, which looks like we're going to potentially get that. And then 403.25, and then we say when moon. So we just want to make sure that we get a little bit out of Tesla, because we were partying like it was 1999 there, and then all of a sudden they said no, and Prince was like, nah, man, we're not partying like that. And then there it is, man, 404, the next spot. Booyaka! As we get the face slapper right there as we go into the money now. Another $1. So that's a good move there. But look at this fade back in immediately. So good couple outs there at 403 flat as we fade right back in again. So this is what I mean. The day could be so much bigger, but I'm not anyways on my trades getting the follow through to the north side. Looks like this could just be a sell day on the NASDAQ, and we're not getting that bump up. Generally speaking, though, around this time, I mean, yesterday around, what day is this? We don't even have the days marked on here. This is the 9th right here, so 9th at night. Okay, here we go. This is March 9th. Yeah, so yesterday we started to get going. Actually, we got going pretty early here on the NASDAQ yesterday, straight off. That's 10. Actually, that's right now, actually. This is 10:15 on the NASDAQ yesterday is when we started to bump. So maybe now today we get a little bit of something here happening on, that's a 24-hour chart. That's why I did that. But maybe now we get a little bit of a bump up in this market. Numbers are through us. Existing home sales were higher. Right. So that might have been a good thing. And we'll just see if now the market wants to hold. It's already 10:20. It looks like we're bouncing a little bit. I'll take a little piece off here at 78. We get that. So I'm still in half of this trade. All right. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with Tesla as we say, let's go to Elon Musk and company. Long Tesla. I've been long IBIT. There it goes. IBIT, Palantir, and Tesla so far today. Give me that 25 level, my guy. 403.25 is what we're looking for. Booyaka. We got that again as we're seeing the market clearly today, Obi. So far, nice. So good on the trade day. We're here and we're ready.
Good timing there. USO coming right back into 105s there. There was a little bit of a spike down there. So I don't know if anyone's saying anything really, but you can see here just sellers in charge off of the open there. VWAP hold, and then opening range low or day lows right there. It gets slammed, and you get a print of 104.86s here on USO. So I guess the trade has been just, getting involved at VWAP as of right now, but I did say I'm going to be waiting for any sort of a significant news. There goes 105s there. Let's pull this one up so we can take a look at this. This is the tape and the book here. I'll pull it up as well on the chart. USO.AM right there. There's 105. There's the 105 test coming in here, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Market's bidding up. Oil's kind of coming down. 105, I guess, is a bit of an interesting area, but I don't know where that really confluences with where CL is, which is probably going to matter a little bit more to me here. But yeah, that's kind of what I have on watch. I'll pull up BNTX tape here on the screen as well. That's an NQ stock right here. So yeah, you can see how this one is kind of doing. So yeah, we definitely need a lot more filter than that right there. So there you go. I just filtered for anything, any size that's I guess 1,000 shares or more. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's his absolute size, so 1,000 shares or more. Actually, you know what? I want to make it a little bit clearer. So we'll make that font white and the background red as well, so we can see that a little bit more clearly. There it is. There's Buddy at 8091s sitting with 1,000 shares. Not a lot of shareage. It's already done about 4.85 million shares on the day as of right now. But right now, let's see what's going on in the small cap world with Adara.
First, I want to mention here with regards to oil. Now, I know Obi was asking if there was any news. We already kind of had some indication of this from those comments we had from Lescure, but now we have Faith Birrell, director of the International Energy Agency, or IEA, saying that the IEA is meeting to inform whether the release of oil stocks is needed. So I'm going to put that headline on the screen for you guys. If I get any more on that, I'll keep you posted. But it looks like EIA is meeting to potentially, or I guess to discuss the potential release, rather, of these oil stocks. I want to talk here about SGN, signing day sports, announcing the completion of its proposed business combination with blockchain digital infrastructure. As you can see by the name of the company, it looks like this is both a crypto adjacent and AI adjacent play. So SGN moving higher. This is a name that has rallied in the past, roughly $22 million market cap and nearly 40% short float for this penny stock SGN. Next up, VTAK, Catheter Precision. This is another name that I recognize that's rallied in the past. Acquired the remaining 80% equity in Flyflight from a company called Created. No financial terms disclosed, but I can tell you about FTAK's makeup here. 3.25 million share float. $3.25 million market cap, float of 1.38 million shares. 8% of that is going to be sold short. And last but not least, KSS. Coal's not a tiny small cap by any means, but $1.8 billion market cap, 25% short float. We mentioned this one earlier. This was an earnings beat, and this trend is continuing to push higher here for KSS. Nearly $17 ticker, trading at high of day. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, KSS there. We talked about Coal's good earnings report there yesterday. Tesla's falling down in. We just got some more out at 403. I just want to show you, like, this was the IBIT trade that we had. We actually had a big position there. We were still up on it, obviously, as we got some out, and then lost it there. So we went on all three of these, but IBIT may have found that bottom there. And it's not like there was any real reason for it to bounce there. You know, like for me, this was sort of the area that we didn't really want to hold through. And that's why we got out literally right there at that top, right? And so just kind of doesn't look like the greatest out, but like I said, this day could always be, this day could be so much bigger. It's just a lot of the levels that I was looking at just didn't hold, and there it goes. So we're still gonna go 3 for 3, but was looking for maybe a little bit of a supply zone down here, or demand zone, I guess, because it would be a bid, down near 39 and change. So if IBIT does retrace back into there, all Gucci on that one. All right, so this has come right back in, but you guys can see, like, we just had a nice little up and down moment there. So we actually got some out there at 403. So now that's coming back in. I'm gonna take a little bit more at like 401, like right into here at the 200 period. But then if this loses 401, I'm gone. Like, I don't want to be in this for very long. So if Tesla winds up losing it, I thought it was a strong name. Seems like it is. It's up 1% today. But we've already seen the move happen here in Rivian to the upside, and that's starting to pull back a little bit. I know you were in NIO not for a very long time, but that's actually taking out the highs right now. Oh, yeah. So that could be a trade. Look at this supply here, Obi, at 50. A nice amount of shares there, just hovering around 50. This could be a decent short. 49, wait until 50 breaks. I mean, that's not a horrible trade idea there when you have big supply, right? But 60 million shares done on the day. All right, 402.50. I'll take a piece out here, so might as well do that as we'll just take 40 cents, but it is looking a little lower. We do want to reload this one if it did come into that level. So take some out on this move higher here. Just make sure we have that profit there, and then we'll watch out for Tesla. Look, I'm still waiting for 403.50. The thing is that that's VWAP, and that's where, you know, our best outs. We actually have a couple outs up there, so we'll see if we can get that 403.50 one more time for TSLA, and then after that, we'll wait and see if we get a high tick. If not, man, it looks like we'll take a bid and get stopped out. So that's trading for you. We're just trying to do the best we can. 403.50, an area for me right now on TSLA.
Yeah, I'm just watching this this BNTX right now. We did bid up a little bit back into 81s. I'm watching how some of this this 30-minute candle is forming. Where as of right now, it's got a bit of a flat top here. When most of the candles have had wicks on both sides. So again, I always kind of think to myself, I'm like, okay, what are the chances that this candle really closes with that flat top here, and that top on the high of this 30-minute candle, 81.31s here. There goes USO back down into 105s. We were talking about how prior day's closing price was 104s and some change, and that's about $1 away on USO. And after seeing and observing that seller dominance continue to happen underneath that 110, we hit 107s, 107 halves there as well. Multiple tests of VWAP here on USO, not really giving us any sort of a bid there. Sellers stepping in, and then now we got that low a day break. We got a retest of that low a day back up into 105s and some change. Now we're pulling back into 105. So I think, especially look at this market go back above 25K right here on the Nasdaq, and then ES pulling back up towards that 6,800 as well. So maybe sometimes, you know, you talk about the oil/market hedge. It seems like that's coming. It definitely came into effect yesterday when oil got slapped to the downside, and then the market's just ripped into the close. What's up?
This might be setting up for you. Micron.
Yeah.
It's looking like it might be a trade that you're interested in as we're fading off the top there. So here's Micron for me. Well, first of all, a couple outs there, obviously on Tesla as we get lighter and lighter as it's coming back in. Here's Micron up 6% here, Obi. I don't know if we just touched out the top there at 412, but I know this is probably something that may interest you, and if not, fine. But that would be a look there for Micron. Huge move higher there as the market looking to pull back just a bit. We're going to average in a little bit more on Tesla, but not very much, man. It doesn't look like it wants to go higher. SNDK, bad wick there. SNDK up to 610 again. Wow, that's starting to motor. I said yesterday, if you're going to go short on Micron, wait for a bump up. I still like Micron short, and I don't know, man. I got to, you know, channel my Joey options over there, because I think this is a good option play to go short and grab a put or something on Micron. I mean, if this market does fall back in, we've sort of seen what Micron's capable of. Obviously, it's capable of huge moves higher as well, but Micron right now, right back into that level that I think is a decent short opportunity, 415 to 420. We're getting closer and closer to that right now. All right, so Tesla holds, but doesn't, what? I'm at, okay, I'm literally at 401.60. That low was 65s. Okay, well, maybe we get it. I'm not going to change my bid, whatever. If we get it, we get it. IBIT, yeah, that's too bad, womp womp on me, because IBIT makes his move all the way back right now on IBIT, right back to the 50s. So that would have been a good little level there for sure. Okay, we're almost out of Tesla. If it breaks 401, we're gone. So a little bit of a reload, not a big one. We mentioned that, and we're almost stopped out now of Tesla, and there it goes. So we hit the fail on that last little bit as it breaks through 401 to the downside, looking like it wants to go lower here. Tesla, maybe we just got stopped out at the lows like we did on IBIT, but, you know, it doesn't look very healthy there, bouncing off VWAP, making new lows again. I wanted to try that at the 200 period, so I'm completely fine with taking that, but, you know, that's why we share size appropriately. Like, we're still going to be green on Tesla, obviously, as we don't want to put on too much risk. Sometimes we get carried away. I don't know. So that's a good question there. What's up, Profit? Why you losing, I guess. Here, I'll put it up there. LOLing that Tesla. Why am I LOLing it? I don't know if you mean that. Yeah, I just don't know if it was the right trade. So we didn't go very many shares there. It looks like we might have had the wrong out, but I wanted to test it there. It was kind of that low. And when it drops it through. I'm fine making that trade. Maybe my outs need to have some work because obviously you're right back through now. That 401, I had no idea if that was going to hold. A break there at 401 potentially gets us a heck of a lot lower. So I'm okay that, but yeah, we'll just wait to see what winds up happening there with Tesla on that reload. Damn it. Looks like it might want to work higher there. And yeah, all of the reloads would have been fine. IBIT was huge, and we dumped out of that one as well. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Nvidia long has been really the catalyst here for the market on the long side. 184 and change, breaking higher here. Instead of buying dip names, why don't we just buy names that are strong? And Nvidia is one of those, man, breaking through 185 and change. Where's that high take on the week, man? I think we're kind of breaking it right now. That's 104, 184.50 right now from Nvidia back to March 4th last week. So a week ago is when we were last up here. Maybe it's a fade on Nvidia, but it's really helping this market get higher here, NVDA.
Yeah, we got that push into those 104s there, Sean. So we talked about that yesterday's closing price being 104.30s, and then USO comes down and currently has a day low of 103.80s. So we did kind of break through that prior day closing price. Let's see if we can continue a little bit lower here. Don't forget, prior day's low was 98.47 on that flush eventually. So kind of watching for that as well. But that's obviously, I think if you were building inventory in and around that VWAP, that was a kind of much better place to be in on this one. And then even on the reload of this, I was talking about it while it happened, that retest of that day low and then continuation back down through 105. That's a quick little scalp for about 1.5 points there on USO. That, again, in theory, it did work out well. Didn't really participate in it. What's up, Adara?
But now you're in LGVN. This is a name that I apologize was not included in the small cap recap, but it is moving quite nicely today and kind of oscillating near high of days here. Longeveron. This is a name, of course, that has rallied in the past, might be familiar to you all here. Just over $1 right now with a market cap of $21.7 million, float of 17.5 million shares, short float 7.1%, commencing a $30 million private placement as announced this morning. Right now trying to hold on to that $1 level. Let's see if it succeeds. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara, for that one. I'm still looking at Nvidia, but Palantir is making a move right now as well. I feel like Nvidia just bouncing off 151. I don't know. I mean, the market's high, and Palantir's not really. I was just wondering about a little bit of a pullback potentially in Nvidia, back in at least here, like down 30. That would be about 80 cents or so for a pullback, as it seems like we're getting a little top heavy, but shorting Nvidia has never really been a secret of mine, that's for sure. I mean, I like to go long when we start to see it really start to go, which is why we missed that opportunity there. What do you guys think about Tesla reload? It's giving me that bottom feels. We could break through there and then maybe take it against. I don't want to be into too many shares right now. Hello, are we working microphone?
I guess, okay, yeah, some microphone troubles there. We'll get that fixed up real quick there. 104 is back down. 104 halves was the bounce there on USO, now pulling back in. Again, market pretty strong here as well, pulling back above these opening range. Are these opening range highs? Yes, exactly, 830. So that lines up with 9:30 our time. So yeah, opening range highs coming in here on the ES. Let's see if they're going to come in here on the NASDAQ. Wow, there's a teleport down to 103s to the downside right there. So yeah, the market's continuing to blast up. Those hedges are on and strong both ways there. Market and oil, I guess we should definitely be keeping eyes on that CL contract as well. But talk about a beautiful break of prior day low in and around those 104.30s. We could only get back up to 104 halves there as of right now. It gives you another point. So you can see this structure. Like, again, I'm not taking this trade. I haven't taken it, but I'm kind of observing it, watching it, learning from some of this action here. Look how clean this stair step has been. The retest of that day low, the retest of 104 halves, that prior day close area, and then now another leg down. Again, still working on how and when and where I should be kind of closing these trades, but at the same time, I'm seeing that you know, some of the entry ideas are definitely worth exploring as well. But that's kind of one of the things I was talking about, like working on pyramiding into a trade that's working for me is something I do want to and am trying to get better at. But the exits are just not you know, the exits are a whole different game as well. The exits are, you know, first you got to get good at the entries, then you got to get good at the position management, which could be, you know, some of the pyramiding, and then you got to get good at the exits as well. It's a 3-part process.
Yes, yeah, if not more than 3-part process. Sometimes it feels like it's a multiple part process on this one. Okay, man, like trading's not easy, that is for sure. But we're trying to do the best we can with what we have, and I'm sure you've heard that before. We're going to figure this out now. We just got a 402.25 fill right there at the 25 period. So we did buy that break. I said that we were potentially going to buy this break. Like, is Tesla, I mean, again, asking the question for a friend over here, is Tesla potentially seeing some of these lows again? So we take it on that break. We didn't want to average in. Sorry, we got out. I didn't want to take it until we saw some kind of Momo to the upside right there. And it looks like right now we're getting a little bit of that. So let's see if that momentum does wind up holding for Tesla. I had said this short is bugging me a little bit because I don't mind getting it, but look what this market's doing right now, high side. So I asked the question, Tesla, wagwan, because right now this stock is not. Does Elon Musk know how to speak patois at all? Yeah, I asked it wagwan. But so I'm gonna get a little bit more out there at 402. Like I don't understand why this isn't ripping. Look what the market's doing right now. I want to be here for the move higher, but if it's not gonna happen, then we can find other stocks. Right there. Love you guys too in the chat. Yeah, so I'll try a 401, but honestly, man, I'm thinking right now, I'm going to start to dump this out there, Obi. You'll get out some 83s. That's me literally holding 83 right now on ARCA. Come on, ARCA print. There it goes. So we get a little bit more out there at 83s. Look, if it moons, great. We'll try a 401, but I think Tesla might be the wrong space right here, right now for this trade. So we'll pass off on that one and wait for that 401 and see if we can get a lower bid to see about that hold, okay? Got excited there, thought the market was breaking, which it was. It just, Tesla say no to that. So right back to flat on this trade for TSLA.
Yeah, I'm just continuing to watch the strength here on Micron. Absolute strength. Kind of pointed out that yeah, it was very strong, kind of holding within the upper quartile of this price action on the day here, and then yeah, nice little curl back up. That market tailwind definitely helping out on a name like this. Let's take a look at SNDK as well. Similar stock in the space here. Yeah, look, this one's a bit of a mess here. It does do relatively something similar as Micron, but take a look at the uncleanliness of some of this move. It is a straight chop, even on the push up, and then that continuation, even though it's there, could be a little bit difficult if you're not giving it appropriate risk, which would be to those lows, especially when you see that it's so crazy choppy like the way that it is. But when you compare that to something like a Micron, look at how much cleaner that bid was. Look at how much cleaner this consolidation was. And then the breakout as well. The breakout goes to, what is that? That's at 408.60s right there. That pulls back to a low, this red candle low right here. Now we're looking at a 1 minute is 408.23. So definitely much cleaner vehicle for taking this move. And there goes the market with another leg up. So the ES breaking that opening range high. Now the NASDAQ coming in step as well, as we held that, I guess we held that 24.9 really, really well, but pushing through that 25K, which has been a bit of a level as well over the past couple of days. Right now, let's see what the sectors.
Anybody got like something to stab yourself in the face with? I mean, that IBIT trade would have been good one there. But you could see now the market is absolutely rocking right now to the upside. And I'm sitting here watching Tesla go back and forth 20 cents. Absolutely the wrong stock right there. Let's go AMD. I see in the chat. Let's go Nvidia, man. Everything's starting to moon. Again, it looks like right now. Actually, not AMD, actually, but still up 1%. Good opportunity there. All right, let's go. Adara, what you got over there?
I have a much more mixed picture today than I did this time yesterday. This time yesterday, it was pretty much all dead red sectors. Now, there are some sectors that are majorly red today, even with, as Sean mentioned, the strength coming into the market. So we'll start with what's relatively weak. Consumer services, generally red here. Utilities, quite red. Transportation, I mean, with oil still on watch, you're going to have some weakness here in names like DoorDash. You've got UAL to the downside. So some of travel and transport weakness does persist. Industrial service having some weak names as well. Waste management and RSG, both to the downside. Commercial services red, health services red, tech services very red. Palantir, CRM, AppLovin, ServiceNow, Adobe, Accenture. All of these SaaS plays are sharply to the downside today, though. Meta to the upside. This company, of course, acquiring Moltbot and its two founders. This was announced earlier today, first reported, then announced later and confirmed by Meta itself. Electronic technology nicely to the upside. You know that Micron move has already been discussed, SanDisk as well, but Cisco, Intel, Arista Networks all to the upside. Producer manufacturing quite green too, and retail trade generally pretty strong. So basically, if you're in any of these tech, these non-SaaS tech plays, or in the retail space, maybe having a good day. Otherwise, might be struggling today. Back to you.
Ugh.
Thank you very much.
Not Thug Life, it's Ugg Life. Look at IBIT right here. Frustrating. A little frustrating, anyways, for me as we watch out for IBIT and we see what it's doing. Right now, it looks like it only wants to go one way, and it's not with me. So that sucks because we were long IBIT, and we really liked that trade. And we actually even wrote it down here on our note, of course, 39.50. You know, the low is 39.30. We did get stopped out of it, so not going to cry over spilled milk, but we are going to cry about it because that is a mistake. Not a mistake, but it's just I consider this luck. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. You know, what can't predict, like, you know, Bitcoin dropping down another couple $100 against a level that we liked. And I need to do better, you know, hands up here admitting this. We need to do better at trying to figure out, like, our max pain thresholds, right? Because we do tend to get stopped out sometimes, and then the market can reverse on us. Now, there's other examples of, you know, making the right decisions and then getting stopped out anyways. So, you know, you always have to use these. This is why I'm using moving averages. There are obviously many other cases to be used for when and when not to get out of shares. Like right here, I'm going to get out right now at 401.95, a little bit more of Tesla, just because, look, we've been nervous, man. We've been getting it out. When it comes back up to these levels again, we'll take another piece here on Tesla, get out of that one, and then hopefully not have to worry about it as we get lighter and lighter on TSLA, right? So, all right, man, that's that trade right now. That's Tesla. All right, a Palantir has been a bad one today, right? That's been making moves down. Maybe we have found a bottom. Someone super chatted about 20 minutes ago and said, when bottom Palantir? You're right. So that's going to be a good bottom take there. Like, why wasn't I on that? That'd be $1 in the money there. So we'll wait to see if Tesla can be the one for us. But right now it does not appear to be the one. So we'll have to hold out hope that that eventually winds up going. Good little sector watch there by Adara. We saw some financial stocks trying to go upside there. Robinhood right now only 0.27. I've only traded 3 names today. We've already talked about IBIT. Man, I'll be at the gym wondering about my IBIT trade. And then there goes Palantir floating to the downside. That was a great long and actually even a better out to me right there. As you know what I'm saying, like sometimes your outs are good. And that one, and then Tesla, we wait for this one to get going as well. So we're green on all 3 sides of those trades, but you know, like to be greener, not as red. People commenting on Adara's jacket there, but you know that we sort of debunked that. That was good for the first. Yep. It might have been like 10. Yeah, I was gonna say like 15 or 20 days in a row there. It seems like there was a correlation. But right now, the market's starting to go a little higher here without me, as I'm just sitting on Tesla. What's up with your BNTX, man? I've been seeing you in that name for a minute.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching it slowly, dabbling into it. Yeah, I know it's definitely well out of the money, but well within risk, I would say. Okay. Just kind of slowly watching it. But again, main watch right here is this USO as it pulls all the way down to a low of 101 and some change. So that 100 potentially incoming once again there, Sean. So yeah, that 110 was a great place to kind of risk against, but we never got up there. It was seller step right back in, and we've covered pretty much that whole range from yesterday. So 98s were the day lows from yesterday. I want to know if we get that continuation. I'm definitely going to be watching this or even getting involved into that 100 level, but it seems like the trade was getting involved at VWAP, at prior day lows, maybe even those intraday lows as well at that 105s and some change. But 101s, let's see if we bounce from here. Let's see if we continue to make some lower highs here. But the market, absolute strength here. Yeah, bit of a pullback now, so maybe this is talking about that bit of a hedge there. This could be the current high as of right now with that pullback. But this 15-minute candle just starting. We have about 14 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, and we'll see how this one ends off.
Sharif and I just
from Madeira.
Let's go.
I just want to mention here more news coming out of the Middle East with regards to, this market, but also potentially, of course, for oil. Apparently, in a post on X, the parliamentary speaker of Iran saying that if, quote, the enemy initiates war on the infrastructure, Tehran will do the same. So again, Iran basically saying if we see our infrastructure threatened, we will retaliate. Back to you.
You're ready to retaliate. Here we go. Watch out for Tesla right here. Finally, let's go Tesla. Let's go Tesla right now. Maybe if we do some of this, then that's all good right here as the car's charging downstairs and our account's trying to charge up right now. Nice move up there for Tesla. Let's go, man. We're finished. We're a couple pennies away from the highest spot we've been at all day. So it's going to be a good trade happening there. I am like... And I know a lot of you guys in the chat are like, thank you so much, Sean, for the IBIT trade. Yeah, it is great. It's great to have everybody else make all this money, but I like to join the party at some point as well. Look, IBIT's my number one stock. Actually, IBIT's my number one stock. Palantir's hovering. Tesla's trying to get there as well. But still happy with the performance on this. And again, if you guys are looking for trade ideas, every day I'm putting this out. There's the USO short. There's the Nvidia long. There's the IBIT long there at 39.50. And there's the NIO long at 5. We missed the NIO long by 2 cents because we were bidding 506, and NIO right now is in the 60s, I believe. Oh no, the high was 50. Sorry. Oh, that's right. We gave that 50 trade. It just didn't happen. There was some nice size there at 50, and it just right there. I think the trade is, man. Honestly, whatever. I have a lot of buying power on this account, but if you put like 30,000 shares there and short it. It's not that much money because it's only $5. If you make 2 pennies, that's $600. And you getting out is just a break of 50. I think you can get 51s or 52s. So I think it's probably well worth the risk to do something like that. But again, to each their own, man. It's definitely not like I said, any decisions is going to be up to you guys. But that's a trade here that if you're sitting on a prop floor and you do have a little bit of shares to your name, that's a trade that you could make. You could like sit there with, I said 30,000, but you could go 1,000, whatever the share size. The protection is here at 50. It's the high of the day. It's a decent level there. Now look, don't get me wrong. When we run that level and you miss it and don't punch out, that hit's going to be a little bigger than what I'm talking about. But right there, I don't know if you would have got 49s there. I don't think so. No, it looks like only 48 printing. But if you can happen to get a 49 fill, man, and just bid it out for 2 pennies, I think on a cross, you're going to get 51s. So I think it's 1-to-1 on the risk to reward on this particular trade for NIO if you can get it. But you have to get it. That's for sure. All right, man, 70 cents in the money on Tesla, but I'm waiting for 403s. That's my next area there for the out. And then Robinhood's hitting on the scanners a little bit there as well. We're at VWAP. So there goes Robinhood. We actually looked at that near the low, and now it's all the way back up to VWAP. So yeah, I'm just sitting in Tesla, but I do actually believe that there is a chance that we can get going on this. It hasn't participated in this most recent move up. So if the market can just figure itself out, I like this Tesla trade. What's up, Adara?
Lots of volatility here with the U.S. dollar, and it's interesting here. Some of this is actually correlated to these moves in energy. Now, with that in mind, I'm going to transition to a quick energy story before going back to the U.S. dollar. EU Energy Commissioner Jorgensen making some comments right now about what was discussed during this G7 energy call, saying that they, quote, discuss certain measures with regards to oil, and adding that anything that they do, or any decision they do make, rather, with regards to oil will be, quote, temporary and targeted. So it sounds like even if we do get some kind of stockpile release, it's not going to be any type of long-term action, again, according to EU Energy Commissioner Jorgensen. Let's talk about this U.S. dollar continuing this uptrend. And I want to mention the volatility, because now that 98.7 area, we've hit it twice now, on last Tuesday as well as yesterday, Monday, March 9th. Now, the volatility yesterday in energy, and I'll switch to a 30-minute chart so you guys can kind of see that decline we had at 3 p.m. Yesterday at 3 p.m. when we start getting these reports from CBS suggesting that President Trump said the war is either pretty much over or is over in Iran. Now, of course, some of these comments were clarified yesterday, saying it's not quite over yet, but it is coming to an end. Either way, this drop in the U.S. dollar did mimic that drop in energy. So if you look at these moves in energy and you happen to be any kind of Forex trader, DXY has been reacting to these larger headlines in that space. Now, I also want to discuss here the CME FedWatch tool. I know this has been pretty stagnant, like above 90% odds of rates being held, but this is significant. We're now at 99.4% chance of no rate change. We've been kind of oscillating around 97% for the last couple weeks. Now 99.4% of participants expecting no rate change, just a measly 0.6% expecting a 25 basis point cut. If you go ahead to April, here, 87% of participants expecting no rate change. June, 57% of participants expecting no change. Now, we still have in July, that's the first chance we're seeing of any possible rate cut, but even then the margin is incredibly thin. Back over to Sean and Obi.
There's, what's that club again called? Oh, yeah. Oh, you got it on your thing as well. There's the dollar club right there. Look, man, how much patience did we need for that Tesla trade? But it's an oh boy one now. It's $1.70 in the money. And, you know, we sat here and we said, why are the futures mooning? When is it Tesla's turn? Apparently it's now. So here we go, man. We're making some moves now to the upside. Our best out is 403. I'm now waiting at 403.50. See if we can get a piece out. And then we say, let's go to the high side, man. I mean, I don't see any reason why there's no stories negative about Tesla here. It was already up 1%. It's starting to go here. I don't know, but there's Tesla. We happy. All right, what's for lunch today, Obi? I mean, yesterday we had some controversy again because I gave it a 7, you gave it a 5. Adara mentioned that there was another aftertaste problem, so we're gonna find out today if there was. But today's flag is one of Spanish descent. So we are definitely excited for that one. And today,
Taco Tuesday.
Come on, my guy. I feel like we could be doing better on this. Yesterday was jerk chicken, not super creative. Today is piri piri chicken. So we just go, to me, piri piri is supposed, I thought it was Portuguese, but right here, and it says Spanish eggplant is the Parmesan, is the vegetarian option today. So looks like we got piri piri chicken, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought that was Portuguese, but showing Spanish over here. Mixed, and you guys in Spain, you let me know. Mixed green salad as well, grilled vegetables. And here's a Spanish dish. It's paella.
Okay.
Wow, man. This is, I'm starting to get excited now, boy. This is now $2 in the money, and Rip City right now up to the upside on Tesla. So there it is. Thank you so much, Darskin there. What is your name right here? Thank you so much for that compliment here on the trade for Tesla. I believe it was a good one. We did get stopped out there. We bought it back on that break right here of the 200 period moving average. Now, Bob's your uncle. Shout out to my Uncle Bob, as there it goes, man. Breaking higher, 404 right now. We're on one today, man. Good trade there, and happy to be here with everybody putting these trades on. Google's breaking higher, Nvidia's breaking higher, and oh man, what a day again here today. So there it is. Okay, oh, maybe it is from Spain. Some people are saying there. Paella is Spanish. Piri piri chicken is Portuguese. There we go, okay. You know, not just a pretty face, and that wouldn't be me, of course. All right, Obi. You're still in that BNTX. Did you decide about making a trade on USO, or what levels were you looking at?
I'm looking at 100.
Okay.
I'm looking at 100. I'm looking at 98s and change, which was prior day low as well. We popped up into 103. So yeah, I'm just being patient. I'm letting this kind of happen. Sure, it's unfortunate that I didn't get involved at 105s or even 103s and change as well. But or was it? Oh no, 104s and change was prior day close. Right. So those are the two places that I kind of missed out on, and didn't expect it to just puke into 101s either. So yeah, just waiting to see if those prior day prices come in for that continuation here on the day. What's up, Adara?
On AMZN, reportedly winning a court order to block Perplexity's AI shopping bots. AMZN making new high of day again, reportedly winning a court order that would block shopping bots of the AI nature from Perplexity. Back to you.
All right, so yeah, those AI blocks.
Amazon might have been the one, man. I put out that note on my Twitter a while ago, and I pinned it, and I was talking about how I thought that they got the Amazon story wrong, you know, on this move down. And I was just very well invested into it already. We did have opportunities to buy this near $200, and I think that the next time maybe we do that. I mean, despite, you know, what's happened there, they've had drones hit some of their databases and all this kind of stuff, and they still continue to be potentially a nice long trade there for Amazon. Amazon's a stock that did absolutely nothing pretty much all of since 24, man. I mean, this is December of 24 right there, right? We're now, I mean, we just past 25, but you know, now you're about, what, 16 months away from this. So you're down, you know, the last 16 months you're down. The last time we were sort of at these levels, you got to go all the way back here. This is November of 20, and then all the way back into here. If you had bought this in July of 24, you were basically flat. This stock did nothing for 2 years, basically a year and a half, and came right back in and gave you an opportunity to buy it. So like we were sort of talking about before, there's always going to be opportunities to buy names. You just want to make sure you have your shopping list ready to go, right? The Palo Alto shopping list, the CrowdStrike shopping list, the Amazon shopping list down here. And I honestly think, and not just because we're in it, and by the way, Obi, the club we were in last time was the $1. Then we paid a fee and got into the $2. And right now, man, the bouncers are like, my guy, you've got enough cred to come into this door. We're going into the VIP right now.
Right.
Into the back.
That's the speakeasy.
Because he saw me dressed like this and said, this guy's not getting into any kind of a club. You know, and then we flashed a little something.
Couple
and
dollars.
now,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now we go whatever club we want.
Exactly.
And we're gonna see if we get into the $3 club right now. But all jokes aside, I'm gonna put an offer right here. 404.50s, we grab that. And now we say, let go. Next offer, 405.50s. Then we are 2 minutes away from exiting the building, getting to the gym. I see Brendan's already mowing down the lunch. So I hope it's a good one over there. He does not seem to be feeling any kind of ways about that. So it should be a good one. Here goes 405. There is your club right there. $3 now in the money as we continue to go. Obi, man.
Yes,
Obi's
sir.
top boss anyways in this market. You know, when you get to that final boss,
You
are the final boss.
Absolutely not. This game goes way deeper.
It does.
Way deeper than
Fine,
that.
you're my final boss.
No, you know, people talk about footprints in the sand. There's definitely footprints in the price action suggesting players much more, you know, much more sophisticated and much more greater than I am even close to as of right now. But you know, it's a goal. Definitely, one day we will get there. But USO got to 101s, pretty much got there. And talking about getting there, the market's getting to its pre-market session highs there, right there from about 3-4 a.m. right here. You can see those highs coming in at 25.1s and some change here, and then 68.30s and some change on the ES, and both coming into some of those highs. So absolute strength when it comes to these futures. Who is the strongest? We were looking at Microsoft earlier. Oh, by the way, you guys were asking, what am I looking at on USO? This is just an hourly chart marked out some of those prices right there. 98.49 is prior day's low. We're kind of giving up some of that as well. But Microsoft, let's take a quick look at this one here on a 15 minute. You can see here, this one was relatively weaker than the rest of the Mag 7. You can see even now on this aggressive bid, Softy's only gotten up to about VWAP area here, so still continuing to be relatively weak here on Softy. I guess Nvidia, we were talking about how AMD and Intel were the ones that were kind of going, and Nvidia hadn't really gone anywhere at the time, but definitely now is the one that is absolutely blasting off right now. So opening drive was a little bit stronger on some of those other tech names, but now Nvidia has probably the most relative strength here, other than maybe if you want to include a Micron in this. Micron continues to be the cleaner one of the bunch when it comes to, when I say bunch, I just mean SNDK and Micron here, but going down to a shorter time frame, you can see held that upper quartile, broke out of it pretty cleanly, now just kind of traveling to the upside. I'm sure if you threw on a moving average like a 9 or even a 21, you'll see how cleanly it's been holding both of those trend indicators to the highs. 415 almost there, and yeah, your Tesla's absolutely, that Tesla's probably going for high.
Why did we go to the $3 club when we're in the $4 club? We should have just waited and took our admission into there. But that's the final boss, and he just went overtime. So, you know, that's good. We like that. Joe on that side really appreciates these things. So, you know, he's adding it up and everything like that. And he's going to let us all know, you know, how much time we do owe these guys right now. But it's almost a flagship time. The midday show is ready to rock and roll. Look, man, my next offer is 405.50 right here on Tesla. So this will be 350 now. Well, it's 370 now in the money. We'll take that, Phil. And then we just go $1 higher. 06, 07, 08, 09, 10s, 11s, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thank you, my guy over there. There it is. We get that 405.50. That's $4. Sharif, Joe, have a bang-up show, and I'll see you guys soon. Thank you, Adair. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Andre and Fabian. Ciao for now. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Dajahow, bang. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This handsome gentleman is your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and where are my people at in the chat? Let's say hello to everybody. No ACXPU hot garbage. Go back up. Mohammed is here. Shout out to Hangry Wife. We got Patrick DeValle, 1320. Oh! Trade with Safe, sit and spin. We got Buffalo Soldier, Adrian Patterson. Why am I not getting stopped out of this position? I have to pause here. Let's just see what's going on. Why am I not getting stopped out? Joseph Options. We'll keep an eye out on that. Let's say hello to everybody else. We got Big Scalp, Oliver Glenn, Commodity King. Shout out to Roof Ninja, Hansi Shap, Infamous Taco Supreme, and Bastone. We got, who else, man? Hey Up. We got Owen. We got Dude V5. Shout out to William Randolph and Oshiri. Good Doe, Pathic. We got David Duarte, Trade Sniper, and 18 entered? I don't know. Dino Vicenre, I think I said that well. I don't know. Pizza Buy, why not? Why not? Learning to Trade E9K. And Robert Lewis, Stone Broke, and Darwin the Frickin' Trader. BA down off delivery numbers, says Darwin. Shout out to the OG. Darwin, good morning, Joey.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Let's get right into things, as I typically say. All right, let's see what we have on our radar this morning. Pretty basic, really. We got the NASDAQ always in the corner of our eye, then IBIT, HIMS, and Tesla, as Katina Man is taking big time advantage of that one. So a really good look there on his front. Wanted to grab the long there, but just hesitation nation here today. Took a hit here on HIMS, looking for that breakout, right? We had that ascending wedge on yesterday's session. I thought we would get somewhat of a identical type price action, but intraday selling engaged here on HIMS. So not too good of a trade there, but it is what it is. And then sure enough, we were on Tesla. I'm like, man, this thing's gonna be a long today. 2 attempts, and then we get a scalp. I wanted to get in right at VWAP, a little bit of hesitation, and then we just like get out too early. So when I'm hesitant like that, I'm like, man, there's something going on. So not the best trading on my front this morning, but there's plenty of time left, and I have no doubt in my mind that we can at some point maybe find somewhat of a rebound and get right back to the positive side of things. So good looks there on Tesla, multiple opportunities to get involved, but this is what happens when you increase your size. Sometimes you just have to have a little bit of a tighter stop, and that's not necessarily methodically correct. You want to have it at the lows. This one got faked out, fine. We re-engage, but then we just didn't hold it, and it did a nice little move in our favor. Patience, patience, patience. Wanted to get in at 14.55. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. We didn't. And I was looking at the charts, right? Like, on the daily, we're kind of in no man's land on Tesla. There is the downtrend still fully intact. And I'm like, all right, what's going on? You don't want to have analysis paralysis. But aside from that, it's strong today, a beautiful rebound. Let's see if it can head into the top end of this channel, because that seems to be the narrative right now. And we talk about trend line breaks. That's a good time to engage. Where's another name before we send it over to Sharif? Oh, CrowdStrike breaking through the downtrend. Oh. Good stuff over there. And then we'll go over to Flix. NFLX, a name that we haven't looked at in a couple of days, but still holding these $97 levels relatively strong. So, I mean, there it is, guys. Price action looks weak, and look at the volume on the selling prints. So not much going on there. There's going to be plenty of time to rebound, so we're ready to engage in some high-quality opportunities.
All right, man. Good look. Look, man, 0 for 1 to start the day. I took a long here on ACXP. It was breaking trend. Let me make my case to you guys for why I got in this. I don't lament having got into this at all. In any event, this one was a prolonged downtrend. You had a nice breakout there. The shorts, though, at 280 were just too strong for the longs to shake. It comes back down. It loses VWAP, so it's definitely right back at that consolidation area low. If it makes another attempt at 280, I think perhaps this time the longs could be a bit better. So I'm going to continue to watch, because I've seen this before where we get that prolonged downtrend, we get a consolidation area where it's undecided what it's going to do, and then it rockets kind of back up and takes out the prior area high. So I'm going to give this one another shot, having this candle here at the 11 o'clock candle on the 5 as my area in, well, my line in the sand, so to speak, as my out. So the candle low there is 252. If it gets back into that 270-ish area, I'm going to take another shot at this one. I've gotten into NIO a penny ahead of where I wanted to get in. I want to get in at 46s. I ended up getting in at 47s. My bias here on NIO is this is looking awfully flat top breakish. It looks like an ascending wedge with basically a 550 high. So we'll see. I'm going to give this one to 539. That's the area low over here at the 1030 candle. So we'll see how this one ends up jiving. But I like the look of NIO right now with that higher low, higher low, higher low pattern off that 935 big green candle. The 930 candle was undecided, essentially. That 935 candle, though, that was kind of the look of the bull flag into 550. So NIO in focus for me. But there goes ACXP again, right back up. So this one does look like it wants to attempt, again, a break above 280. I'm going to base my stop on the prior area low. While I debate what I'm going to do with that one, we're going to send you to Adara at the big desk with news.
Boeing on the move here, saying that wiring flaws in certain newly built 737 MAX jets are going to be delaying deliveries. That's reported by Wall Street Journal. Apparently, they found scratched wiring tied to a machining error. Fixes might take a couple days per plane. This could impact deliveries in March. They've also reportedly decided to keep their delivery goal of 500 737 MAX planes for the year. That is BA delivery goal of 500 737 MAX planes this year. Thank you to, I think, Artemis for the super chat related to BA. I'm also seeing some news here on USAR and MP, seeing reports from the South China Morning Post that the U.S. only has, quote, 2 months of rare earths inventory. So low rare earths inventory reportedly here for the U.S. Again, Boeing here has some issues with wiring on some of their planes, and then also keeping their delivery goal of 500 737 MAX planes for 2026. Back to you.
Yeah, ATPC, thank you, learning to something or another there. I'm keeping an eye on it. It was already on the side chart, clearly an area low at around 350. That's where the base is. But as you can see, the white line, which is the volume weighted average price, looks more like a line of best fit. Now, it has acted as support and resistance at times. Case in point, this consolidation area low over here holds VWAP a number of times. Here we try to attempt to reclaim it again right at around 410, 408. It breaches it, drops back down, but the current 5-minute candle on volume, mind you, is putting in kind of this bottoming tail hammerish look. Let's see if it can take out 420. We know that there's resistance at 430 vis-a-vis all these bottoming tail candles right here. So that is something to look out for right now. So keeping an eye here on ATPC. I like it, but I'd like this above VWAP, and moreover, I'd like it above that consolidation area low, just so that we know that the former area of support not going to act as resistance this time around. That necessitates you getting a bit of a worse price. Moreover, you need to be on the lookout for sellers above 470. No closing prints above 470 on the 5. All topping tail candles, 4 in a row, in fact. So you know that the selling was quite aggressive around 470 on ATPC. Traded carefully, but this one does have, I think this one has a lot of good potential. It's up on the day, 104%. It's a $4 name with a 510 high. We're going to be keeping an eye on this one, Joey.
Good look there. Patrick was mentioning this. So he's like, hey, I'm doing pretty good on my NIO calls, but we keep rejecting 550. So I'm like, hey, man, we got to look at the chain to see if there's any form of a supply zone in that area. To be like, hey, we keep knocking on that door, but we can't break it. So Sharif, watch out for this 550 level and a strong rejection of it. You could
on NIO?
Yeah, you could absorb that supply, but also it's the largest that we see, on this expiration cycle, right? So I mean, I haven't even looked at the chart really today.
550, big resistance.
Yeah, exactly.
Big
so you
resistance.
can see that supply factor coming into play, and we are still positive today, 10%, but 47, yeah, and it's knocked on that door on multiple occasions and hasn't had the ability to break it. So just keep an eye on it. Nothing is 100%, obviously, otherwise things would be significantly easier, but I like that there. Lost Players, no video. Yeah, and Nvidia is really moving today, guys. But listen, look at this, all right? This is some of the largest size that I've seen, and I'm going to be frank with you. I like that it's slowly grinding higher. Why? Because that's just going to increase the value of these contracts, okay? I was looking at them earlier this morning, and essentially what we had here, they're around like $70-something. And if you're going to do a spread, then by all means, you're going to still be collecting nothing bad. That's something that expires in 10 days, right? So that's how I would have to write it, do a bear call spread. And that's what I'm looking at right now. So 266,000 contracts. That's some of the largest that I've seen. We're trading at 185 right now. I would be surprised if we even can breach 195. So there's a lot of large participants saying, hey, we're not really going to break this. And if we use our delta metric once again, then you can see that, yeah, man, that might make a little bit of sense. And if we head over to our watch list and see what we have from a daily perspective, then we can see that, man, that's a little bit of a distance from where we're currently trading at and through a bunch of key zones, right? So you would have to then breach this consolidation in which we've been trading at for quite some time and then surpass that to head into that $200 level. So by next Friday, I like our chances of this potentially holding below this level. So that's what I got going on with NVDA, and that's just kind of my game planning right there. I am still looking at Tesla. We're right back at the volume weighted average price. So are we going to bounce off it, and are we going to see the market take an additional leg higher? HIMS is still selling. We took that one attempt on the wedge break high. There's buying pressure right at VWAP, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's go. Market's kind of moving higher. Maybe we'll get some participation in this name as well, but that hasn't been the case. Instead, it decided to go oppo and go to the south side. Adair, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Boeing here still on watch. Wall Street Journal initially reporting here these wiring issues. Now it looks like BA themselves has confirmed it. So again, just letting you guys know, I'm seeing some headlines suggesting Boeing has confirmed that there will be some 737 deliveries due to wiring flaws. Again, the Wall Street Journal report suggested that these delays are going to be about like a few days per plane, but it might impact March deliveries. Furthermore, Boeing also saying, as reported earlier, that they're not changing their delivery target of roughly 500 737 MAX planes for the year 2026. Back to you.
Yeah, this is interesting. Interesting look here. The company found scratched wiring in undelivered planes, tracing the issue to a machining error, okay, which could slow deliveries this month. According to the report, spokeswoman for Boeing said the fixes could be completed in a matter of days on each plane, adding that Boeing plans to stick to its goal to deliver over 500 737 MAX planes to customers this year. Okay, we'll see if this woman is right and whether they're able to fix it quick as you like, and whether this is going to be more of a prevalent problem. But I don't think they need any more issues in the manufacturing process.
Think so.
I think Kelly Ortberg's done a hell of a job since he's been at the helm. But you know exactly how this kind of works, right? A culture is a culture, and it's not easy to change overnight. So we'll find out how they work.
I mean, they don't have like the best relationship with the FAA either.
It's improved a little bit. I mean, to
earlier
give them a little.
when things were really hitting the fan, it was not good. Rightfully so.
Hoop was hitting the fan.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When things were hitting the fan there, I mean, when you're using dish soap and zip ties and all that stuff, whose idea was that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think that was like official company policy, brother. Katina, man, that couldn't have been you, brother. No,
It definitely wasn't company policy, and I'm just saying the individual who's like, yeah, let me slap this zip tie on over here, probably not the best idea.
They said no good.
Or the brightest idea. So don't take any advice from that individual. No, well, man, what do I know? Anyways, aside from that, there we go. Tesla still hovering around the volume-weighted average price, failing to construct a new high. We couldn't breach this previous pivot right there at 406, roughly 407, but the market looks like it wants to rebound. It may be one of those all-day grinders, and here's him still hovering around that low. IBIT, absolute monstrous run. I mean, we were 45 minutes, 50 minutes straight to the upside here in Bitcoin and in the overall market, so it's been a pretty good look. Let's see if there's going to be some more opportunities. I like this as a breath as the volume is really starting to cool down, so we'll be a little bit more patient, try to increase our risk to reward ratio on this and try to take advantage of a long there on Tesla.
All right, guys, let's look at what I'm looking at today. So I'm involved in ACXP, out of the money on that one. Involved in NIO, out of the money on that one. Packing the patience. I stop out below 252 on ACXP, and if I stop out, that will be 0 for 2 on this one. It looks like it's in a consolidative range, so I want to pack the patience here to see if it can trend above 280. That's going to be, I think that's going to take some time to set up, but below the $0.5 ends the trade for me. Longeveron is back, LGVN, and it's not up that poorly. It's up 80% on the day. It does have this really prolonged downtrend, which was kind of precipitated by that topping tail candle at 20 after 10 into 117. Candle closes red, subsequent candle breaks a low, and it's been putting in lower highs since then. It's also lost the dollar, so something to look out for there. I'd look for a definitive break of trend above this lower trend line here, ideally as well above the dollar on a closing print. We'll keep an eye here on Longeveron. It's barely above the volume-weighted average price. It's trying to get back above the dollar. We'll see how this one acts, how it goes. LGVN, a former convict in the world of small cap gappers, known and loved by many, I jest. ATPC, the person who was asking me about this one. Look, this one is quite not ready to take out that 420 high as well as that 430 resistance level, but what it does have going for it are these higher lows in anticipation of a possible decisive break above the volume weighted average price. ATPC, look, it's not my method to get long these small cap gappers below VWAP, but that doesn't mean that I can't spot a trend below the volume weighted average price, and that's what we got here. We got these higher lows, essentially off the $0.5, which is the area low, or the day low, I should say, excuse me. Official day low, of course, it was lower in the pre-market. But I'd like a definitive move above 420 to 430, ideally 430 as well. And the reason I say ideally is because I am concerned about this shelf, this 430 shelf that was being used as an area support during this consolidative range. And if it ends up flipping to resistance, that's going to put a damper on the party of everybody going long at 420. We're not in this to take 20 pennies unless you're RC going in with 100,000 shares per trade. Not everybody wants to do that. So I'm going to keep an eye here on ATPC. I'm keeping an eye on Longeveron. And you better believe I'm keeping an eye on my positions on NIO and ACXP. And I love how the fact that Joey Options was able to tell me that there is a put wall here. Put wall, right? Call wall?
Yeah.
Call wall. 550 here on NIO. You guys say NIO or NIO? Well, I would like to know it. Fabian.
He's busy, man.
I know he's busy, but what do you want me to do? Can we put a poll in the chat? Do you say NIO or do you say NIO? Because I know there's said both ways for the stock. Yeah. NIO. NIO. Anyway.
Do you say data or data?
That's a good one. I don't know, bro. I think I've said both.
What do you say?
I'm pretty sure. Oh, you say data or data?
I usually say data when I'm saying plural.
Yeah.
But if I don't know, they both mean the same.
They both
mean the same.
I've used both, right? Yeah, exactly. Are the chats going crazy already? Data. All right. I love the participation. I love the energy, guys. All right. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go up to the big desk with Adair for news.
I may have another small cap for you, Sharif. Not sure of the volume on this one, but CISS, C3Is, I know for a fact this one has rallied in the past. And I guess I'm seeing some people on social media favorably compare this one to TOPS, saying that TOPS is running. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily argue this is super strong, but in terms of like the lack of liquidity here, but regardless, I guess people are comparing Top Ship to CISS, saying that, hey, if Top Ship's doing well, CISS is much favorable from a business perspective, so this should also theoretically get running. At this point, it is actually running, so CISS on watch, very speculative catalyst here, just social media interest. Back to you.
That's a good look, Adair. Up 16%, about to take out that 138 area. Look, it was higher just a few days ago, guys, so be on the lookout for 150 resistance. You can see that consolidative area over the past couple of days, and this is not really a wide time frame or anything. There it goes into 140. We're going to keep a close eye on this one at the 150 level. Will be ideal if we were able to clear that, and then we could kind of, put past behind us some of the resistance we do anticipate there. But CISS, keep an eye on that one, guys. And then we'll also be monitoring it over here. Let's just throw in the ticker, Joey Opsh, so that everybody else can follow along. All right, bottoming tail candle here on ACXP. I'd like to see if this one can maneuver past 75 pennies again. I'm packing the patience here. I feel the downtrend has broken, right? With the breaking, the decisive breaking, I should say, of that downtrend line. All that's left is for this thing to maneuver to the high side now. Here comes 71. Let's see if we can get up into that $3 area. Now, I got to full disclosure, my 2R on this monster, 307. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the bulk of my shares. We're going to save it for around the 2 high 90s, okay? And the reason is I'm not going to wait for 2R. I am concerned. I fear the sellers coming in at the whole dollar level and putting a damper on this party. So I will take it out south of the whole dollar just to lock in the profits. Obviously, that changes. My 2R, we don't end up reaching 2R, but that's what I'm going to do. We're going to employ that strategy, and we're going to see how it goes, Joey.
All right, good
if
luck,
it gets up there, of course. Yeah,
for sure.
We never know.
Never know, man. But we keep the wishful thinking as we're starting to form a consolidation there in HIM. Just going through the watch list and seeing what we got going on this front, guys. Eyes on Bitcoin for maybe a continuation in the trend. I mean, it's been consecutive green candles. We talk about it from the bottoming 10.15 low to 11.15 around the high. So a nice move there. Advanced Micro Devices. Inverted hammer candle on some volume. So if this holds, right, this is with this previous pivot high of the day, and then we've started to come back in off of that level. Let's pop that super chat up there, brother. Let's see what we got going on there. WTI, GET down, have March 20th, 350 puts from 372. All right, that's a 6 letter. Is that even a thing? WTIGET. I don't even have that one. So you're going to have to just type it in there. I'm not too familiar with that name. Relatively cheap, obviously, 350. It's a penny stock, essentially. So we could definitely take a look at it once I know the actual ticker. Somebody in the chat said Rich Tech Robotics. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, it's climbing, but look at its liquidity issues. And I know
who is it said VST? Commodity Kings was like, hey, VST. And I pulled it up, same thing. You're running into liquidity issues definitely on the lower time frame in here. So you can see the spread most definitely kicking in on these cheaper names. So you have to take that into consideration. What has Ethereum been up to considering Bitcoin's relatively strong? We're now consolidating. So maybe if we get a dip below 40.25, we can look to engage. We almost double top on the NASDAQ here on the lower time frame. So you can see on the 1 minute right here on the TQQs, 50-50 coming in as a potential resistance zone as some of the bigger boys are starting to pull back in. In no chance in any form of way will I be shorting this name right here, Nvidia. There's no way I'm going to be looking to move this to the downside regardless of what kind of opportunities display itself. I just don't want to put myself in that type of position and then be like, why, Joseph? Why did you decide to short the strongest name in the overall market? That's not happening today, and it shouldn't happen for the foreseeable future. WTI. All right, let's pull that up there and see what we got going on. WTI, $3.50 puts. This is WNT offshore. Not overly familiar with this name, 350. I only see every dollar increments here. I mean, you can obviously see you bought these puts. Maybe you hover around below 3. You can see we're at 261, massive supply zone, relatively speaking, in that name. Let's go back and take a look at the actual charting. And you're starting to move lower. So if you bought them at 350, which you're referring to, but we didn't hit that today, maybe if we were there yesterday, yeah, absolutely. So $3.50, you're moving that a little bit lower. So nice look. Those are starting to cook up really well for you there.
Oh, sorry. Give me a sec, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, yeah, okay. So buying pressure stepping in right at VWAP on Tesla. Let's see if we do a liquidity grab south of VWAP, and then maybe we can get an engagement opportunity there. Couple missed ops on my behalf, considering so. Right? Like, oh, boom, boom. And then it's like, oh, no, boom, 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 boom. So, yeah, that's what I got, man.
All right. In MRNO, I'm giving it to prior bar low. It topping tailed through the dollar, so we're going to have tight risk. 87.25 is prior bar low. I don't know why I'm not being stopped at a NIO here. Oh, because it didn't cross. Okay, that's fine. There goes ACXP back into 77, 78. Patience. I'm not looking for this. I'm looking for the breach of 80. I've got higher lows. I've got a flat top at around 80. I'm going to exercise the patience here. I just won't take it out, okay? Now, we're going to wet the beak, very small amount at 85 if it gets up to 85, which is obviously not doing at the moment. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Again, my stop goes below the bar low at 11 o'clock, the low of which is 252. Back now to MRNO. Here comes again for the dollar. It's been above the dollar, $1.03. Current bar has a higher low, but a lower high. There it goes into 94, so there is some selling here. Again, if it loses prior bar low, I'm out. 87.25 is prior bar low. So packing the patience on this one, looking for continuation, but it looks like it's going to encounter resistance at the whole dollar. Unsurprised about that. So we're going to have to, just take it easy here. Into ACXP, back into 80 it goes. This is the level where we topped out at the 11 o'clock candle, in 81, 82. Can we get continuation? It's a 99 penny high now, okay? Looking for the move into 85. That's the first profit taker, but we're not taking the majority of the shares there. We're gonna wait for a little bit closer to the whole dollar at around 98s, 99s, and then we'll be taking profits there if it makes it up there. But again, encounters resistance at the 80 penny level. This has, been characteristic of these small cap gappers, I want to say, since sort of the war started. The continuation on some of them, especially during the midday, has been a little bit lax, and you're not getting the cleanest continuations, but we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Sorry, guys, I do see that you're tagging me in the chat, and I do apologize, but I've got 3 positions on, and I won't be able to answer and look up TA and stuff like that while I'm in the positions. One thing slow down. I promise I'll get to them. For now, we're going back up to the big desk with Adara.
Let's talk about oil. Iraqi oil production reduced here to 2 million B over D. That's according to the ministry spokesperson. Apparently, Iraq also attempting to resume Kirkuk oil flow. So Iraqi oil production reduction is going to be on watch here. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes for crypto. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, so I'm looking here. I have to be really precise considering I mean, we can get involved in some Tesla right at the volume-weighted average price, but I feel that we're just moving sideways. And with that being said, if we don't take an aggressive move higher and the Nasdaq's not climbing, I don't know how much higher we can go. We can get a retest, obviously, and anything can happen. That's the thing about trading with all the incomplete information. Essentially, you have to wait for that next candle print. But there is something displaying itself. I got to be super precise here, considering yesterday not the best session, but we had a nice trade on HIMS at the end of the day that essentially cut our losses in half. But Friday I read day two, and I don't like having too long of a red streak. So typically one or 2 days max a week. So I don't want to use that up just yet. I obviously don't want any days, but that's just kind of the nature of something that I found myself kind of in. Anyways, a pattern that I found myself in. So I'm gonna wait on Tesla. If it breaks through this trend line that I have drawn, then that's when I'm gonna look to engage any form of indecision, especially if the market wants to take additional leg higher.
All right, man. I'm still in the same positions. I'm in 3 positions, so I have to be able to monitor them. Looking for the continuation into 1 on MRNO, holding on ACXP, and holding on NIO. MRNO is trying to test the dollar again into the high. ACXP is continuing to do the same thing. It makes higher highs and higher lows, but no continuation. No continuation to speak of there. So have to exercise patience on this one. I also wanted to mention MobX at some point. It set up for a flat top break, and then I think it bamboozled a lot of people. We'll get to that one in a minute, but just waiting for some of these trades to resolve. None of them are resolving at the moment. I'm not taking prints on any of them either, as we're encountering resistance here on the MRNO at the dollar, and we just opened up a new 5-minute candle. So the previous 5-minute candle concerns me. It's engulfed. It's a doji candle, which means basically equilibrium between buyers and sellers. I'm starting to debate whether or not I should be putting my stop, moving it up below this doji candle low, rather than holding it into the 87.25 area as it comes right back down. Look, we were just at $1. It looks like the shorts are in control now, bringing this down into 93. So no continuation on MRNO for the moment. So we'll have to hold on to that one and see exactly what happens. But this is not a good looking setup. Now, you could make the argument this is just part and parcel of the bull flag setup, right? Where you get the range between $1 to 92.5 pennies. You could make that argument, sure. And you could also make the argument that we're still above the volume weighted average price. We're above the 10 EMA on the 5. Price action developed quickly here on MRNO, but this does concern me here, where you have a doji candle followed by, of course, a break of the lower high. So that is something to be on the lookout for. I'm more buoyed by the fact that ACXP, although it keeps encountering resistance at the same level, around 280, 2 high 70s, it is continuing to put in higher lows. So this one could be forming that rounding pattern where we'll continue into the whole dollar. I'm going to pack my patience on that one and see what this one has to offer. But for the moment, we're going back up to the big desk with Adair for the crypto segment.
Interesting story here on Gemini, or Gemini related, that is sort of tangential to Bitcoin, or people are at least thinking it's interesting. Bitcoin rising here, which we'll get to in a second, even as we get a 130 million BTC transfer to Gemini wallets by the Winklevoss twins, Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss. Of course, they are the men behind Gemini, which trades as GEMI here. But yeah, so interesting look here. We actually had Arkham, which is part crypto exchange platform, part public data application / research source. They said that they assume the move is presumably for the Winklevoss twins to sell some of this Bitcoin, that has not been confirmed. But either way here, even as we get that 130 million BTC transfer over to Gemini wallets, Bitcoin pretty strong here. This is the daily chart, and we know yesterday's action took out all of the weekend selling on Saturday and Sunday. Now today's action actually taking out Friday's selling as well. Now, obviously, the next level for Bitcoin to clear would be the highs from last Monday's pretty notable rally. That would be just above 74,000, currently at 71 and a fourth. High of day here, 71.7. So looks like we have to clear 72, but then the next level here would, of course, be that area just above 74K. Let's see if BTC can do it today, and if not today, potentially later this week. Bitcoin strength still in watch, guys. Back to you.
All right, good look there, Adara. So yeah, we're in this Bitcoin looking for the continuation of the trend. target is the high of the day. So you can see the strength within this, within the tape here. So that's essentially what I'm looking at and going off of. If we hit 10 cents, which we just hit right there, not too bad. We like that considering. So I want to hold the bulk of my position into 40.80 if we're fortunate enough to get that. But 10 cents, not too bad considering we were only risking 5. So we hit that 2-to-1. And then there's a little bit of an indecision print right here on TSLA. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that one. But the primary target, if the volume continues to increase like it currently is right now, I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to engage into this name, considering we had multiple chances to do so, and it was just pure like no basketball hesitation nation right there. So that's what we got. I think at this pace, just that cool curl over what we're experiencing right now, we do have a good opportunity and a high probability that we can breach that. If the NASDAQ decides that it wants to turn around and start participating as well, then I think we're going to be sitting in a good position. Worst case scenario, comes back to the lower end of the range and we take the stop out and we'll wait for something. Essentially what I'm going off here is the daily print, relatively strong. I think we can close this maybe even a little bit north of the high of the day, and I think that's going to be the objective. The objective. All right, so yeah, you get that aggressive pullback. I have no issues adding a little bit more to this position as well too, to see if we're going to hold that conviction in the continuation. On today's session, we're up 3.5%, and we know what Bitcoin can do. It can definitely get rocking and rolling, and I think that might be one of those sessions. Yesterday wasn't really cool, and after that breakout day, we haven't had anything super strong, so I want to try to find that neck of the woods, and maybe we can start to participate. But there it goes, selling aggressively right now against us. Should have took some off right there, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. We'll hold on to this a little bit longer. Now currently sitting 10 cents against us right now. But it's just the nature of the beast. We just need not too aggressive of a pullback, and then we can find something. So I'll go through a couple more names here. SMR, how's it been performing on today's session? Don't want to micromanage either, right? So we'll just let it cook up. We'll let it do its thing. SMR's downtrend is still fully intact, so we have to take that into play and into consideration. Until we break, I think it's the same narrative across the board, right? Whether it be the Netflix, the CrowdStrikes, even the Googles, and the Microsoft, wait until you're on the back end of this trend, and then that's when you can find a high quality opportunity. It's unfortunate that Microsoft is in the current state that it's in. I mean, you go on this monster run, but how long did we talk about the fact that this is not sustainable? And it's unfortunately that you have to sit through all of this. You're having all fun throughout this time, but then sure enough, you're now been selling for double the amount, and that's just typically how the market works, right? It's just boom, you have this nice, beautiful run if you're not taking profits, and then eventually you have the accumulation. Now they're just distributing price. This downside gap has now fully been filled. I think this could be a key level. If you run into 345, then there might be a little bit more trouble, or it could be a solid rebound spot as well. So Tesla, eyes on Tesla. Let's go Bitcoin, head right back towards the high of the day. If the NASDAQ climbs higher, I'm almost confident enough that we will get that level here on IBIT.
All right, man. MRNO is trying to clear the dollar. It just made a new high, 104. There's an epic struggle right now between longs and shorts. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, and we'll see whether it can continue. Down it goes again. There's a fight to the death right now between the longs and the shorts at the dollar. We did take some out there. It misses my next profit taker at 105. I'm looking for a hold again of the bar low at 1120, the low of which is 87.25. Down it goes into 95 again, so no continuation through this time. So a bit of a tough look there. I'm also holding here for ACXP. Up it goes into 80 again. This time I think it got into 81.5. Prior it had got into 82. But every time it gets into that level, it's being met with selling. Here it is again at 80. A very, very aggressive look for the shorts. They are really, committed to this cause because we've got higher lows here, but they keep shorting. So let's see how this ends up resolving. Typically when I see a pattern like this, I'm almost certain that the shorts are in trouble. On days like this and where the market's been trading in this way, I'm talking about small cap gappers, of course, I'm always unsure, especially when the market looks exactly like it does right now. There we go, into 85. Look at that, right away. It makes a high into 85. We get the print, and it drops right back down. That's the first print that I've actually gotten on ACXP. I'm saving the majority of it for the high 90s. You can see that right there on the chart. Let's see how this one acts. Into 83 again it goes. 84, 86 now. That's a local area high. We have obviously resistance at 90, having never closed on the day above 90. There it goes again. So good continuation right now. 87 penny high in the current candle. Trying to really be patient here on this one and looking for 2R, which, well, we're going to take it out before 2R, sadly, but because 2R is above the whole dollar. So I'm packing the patience on that one, looking for the continuation. Let's have a look at what MRNO is doing, holding 95 pennies. It looks like the buyers are stepping in at the volume weighted average price. It's not exactly the most bullish look, to be quite honest with you, just because you keep seeing that resistance in and around the dollar. But the fact of the matter is, it's still holding up above VWAP, which is at about 91, I want to say almost 92 pennies. But here it comes down again into 94. It's frustrating. There's no continuation above the dollar, but that is the way that is. How's NIO doing? Let's take a quick look to see if that's breaking trend. It looks like it's finding support at 40 pennies. It's not exactly rocketing back up, but when you look at it on the smaller time frame, namely the one, we are putting incrementally higher lows. There it goes into 43 again. So, you know, we'll give this one the old college try, man. If this one wants to breach 550 and take out that call wall, I'm game. But you know, if it doesn't, we're in at 47 and we'll wet the beak at around 50. But I'm going to have to see a lot more before I get involved in that, in wetting the beak around there. So we're going to keep tabs on all those. Now, I did get stopped out of CISS. It was a super tight stop on this one as I was a little unsure. This one's kind of consolidative. It's putting in lower highs, but it's generally finding support at VWAP. So I'm not going to take it off the side chart quite yet. Let's see if this one sets up. Namely, I want to see a move above that 137 area, and then we'll kind of reassess at that time. And then last but not least, I want to give you guys this one. ATPC is reclaiming VWAP, and this one could be really, really good. It's got a lot of higher lows ever since it put that area low at 1015. All, you know, I don't want to say all, there were a couple of outliers there, but most of the prints have been higher lows, followed by, of course, some higher highs, and you can kind of create that using this parallel channel, and you can kind of see how that's acting right there. So be on the lookout here for ATPC. There it goes into 430. The breakout could be on here. It breached prior area high, the high of which was, I think, 420. Yes, was 420 on the dot on two candles. Now we've got 430, but recall our discussion on this one. We thought that the zone, the resistance zone would be from 420 to 430. 420 because these candles were rejecting 420. 430 because it's the bull flag consolidation area low. So there it rejects 430 here, coming back down into 420. Be on the lookout for that one. There's very little in the way of continuation on these ones, guys. It's very clear whether you're looking at AXCP, you're looking at APTC, you're looking at MRNO, the continuation is meek at best, and that is usually pretty troublesome for those who are sizing in and taking aggressive positions. So be on the lookout for that. Trade the market in front of you.
All right, man. So, yeah, we added a little bit more here at the lows on Bitcoin. This is where we want to be at the lower end of the range. I have no issues adding a little bit more if we start to curl back over and then maybe head back towards the top end of this range. These selling prints are in play right now, and it's just like frustrating, but that's all right. The market is slowly starting to grind higher, and there's some indecision prints right there on TSLA. So we like that for sure. And I think that considering this is a strong name here today, it can rebound and then start to climb higher with the overall market. Commodity Kings, I know you were saying TSLA, you like this consolidation low. So let's see if we can get a sustained bounce here in Tesla, considering so you had about 25 minutes of straight topside price action. Right now we're sitting about 15 minutes, a little bit less than that on IBIT to the downside, considering we just went on that nice hour run. All right, so we'll be patient and we'll wait for this trade to come into play. I could take a little bit of a long here on TSLL, but what we will do is we'll stick with what we got right now and then add to it if we can get that curl over and the strength within the tape. I want to put my quote highlight on. I don't know why it's not working right now. But anyways, aside from that, all right, let's go. You can do it. Nice pop, rebound, support level come into play, baby. And that's exactly what we need. Strong bounce on Tesla.
So that's looking pretty good. And if we do have the ability to breach the high of the day, we're going to be rocking and rolling, putting in a little bit more size here on IBIT. And then it's first in, first out, right? So if we do happen to get in the money and head towards some key pivot levels, we'll take it. And then my average price will be even lower, around 41 or 42 or 40.31 or 40.32 or something along those lines, all right? So we'll keep an eye out on that. Maybe this is just a breath, but we're going to stay and remain confident in this position, especially if we can breach through this prior support level that can now act as resistance, and you can see it acting as that right now. So what is the market up to? Yeah, someone's saying Google being a monster right now, that's most definitely going to drag it higher, right? So we'll keep that in mind. All right, so now we're back flat there on IBIT. Glad on that ad, considering now we just needed to climb a little bit higher here, Sharif. 63s would be an absolute dream on this one, and we'll be more than happy with that. So Palantir, what have you been doing? Finding a rebound, not too bad whatsoever. Micron was selling yesterday, but right back to the top end. Or was it? No, it was a strong session yesterday. What am I talking about? In the pre-market, a little bit of selling, but back-to-back days. And here it is on the daily. You're not too far off of that previous pivot high there, folks. I mean, 9.4%. That's nothing horrible. If you go through the Mag 7, some of them are down substantially more. We head over to Apple, you're down 9 and 4, so that's not bad. But Microsoft, we were talking about this not too long ago. I mean, almost a third of a haircut at the lows, it definitely was. Nvidia still a little bit off that top there. Just slowly chipping away, chipping a chair here with Nvidia, 12%. Amazon, same narrative. And I was talking about this yesterday. The fact that the NASDAQ had the ability to just hold up, being only a couple percentage points down, 4.4 1/5 essentially. If those names that I just went through decide that they want to participate and climb higher, then watch out for the NASDAQ to continue its move northeast. And I think that's going to be their narrative. Seen this too many times from an intraday perspective. We had so much negative going on, whether it be from a geopolitical standpoint, the AI bubble, but yet the market has had the ability to hold up a little bit higher. I thought that we would break through some key support levels. Hasn't been the case yet. And then if these big boys start to rebound, then watch out for the overall market. Adair, what do you have?
I have some news here from our friends at NextGel, NXGL today. NextGel, which trades as NXGL on the NASDAQ, did announce a definitive agreement to license and acquire a portfolio of commercial stage regenerative biomaterial products. This is going to include 6 established products used in areas like tendon repair, skin grafts, bone growth. Many have existing insurance reimbursements and lots of clinical use. This transaction is actually expected to significantly increase the revenue base of NXGL and bring in an experienced commercial team. So good look here for our friends at NextGel. Again, trading as NXGL on the NASDAQ. Back to you.
All right, Joey.
Yes, sir.
mRNO is going, guys. There it is, 109 high. Again, it looks super anemic, though, here. I got to tell you, the follow-through is, yeah, well, it is what it is. Maybe we just need to be a little bit more patient here. 109, I tried to get more at 95s. The reason I tried to get more here, despite the fact that deviated from my plan, from my R to R, because this, 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoming tail candles in a row into VWAP, and then a breach and a close above 1. So this one is interesting to me. I don't think it's cleared 1, or it's obviously interesting, I'm in it, but the add into 95 was interesting to me also because it overlapped with the volume weighted average price, right around it, I should say. Sorry, VWAP's a little bit below 95. It's about 93.5. So I'm like, all right, well, that area is obviously getting defended. It's not a good idea to put my out prior bar low because it hasn't respected that. It's breached that. But what it has held is VWAP. Sure. So I'm alive to that, and I'm going to use that. So mRNO into the high, 110. My 2R on this one is 26. There's another high, 11, 12. Good continuation here on mRNO. We're going to wet the beak ever so slightly. I'm still saving the majority of the position for my 2R. We're going to have to pack the patience on this one, though. I don't think we're going to see the $0.25 as quick as you like. Maybe we do. Maybe we squeeze out some shorts. But right now, the longs are in control. We're above $1 by 12 pennies, but just again, I have to keep coming back to the market that we're trading in, small cap market specifically. The follow through hasn't been great. And so I have to temper my expectations in that regard. But it's a 112 high, and we're taking prints, and we're packing the patience. Now let's talk about the other trade, ACXP. I'm still alive to the fact that this one has a lot of resistance, and I think will continue to have resistance until $3. It's a $2.99 high with no closing prints above $2.90. The bad news, of course, is what I just mentioned. The good news is, generally speaking, not on a candle per candle basis, but generally speaking, we are putting in higher lows. Let's take a quick look at the multi-time frame analysis here on ACXP, and then we'll go to Adara. So let's look at ACXP here on the multi-time frame and see what this one has to offer. Bottom left corner is the 15, top left is the 1, top right is the 5, bottom right is the hourly. I like the look here on the 15. You can see very clearly see that it's respecting the 10 EMA on the 5 on the 15, but this is what concerns me here. There is basically an equilibrium right now between longs and shorts, and that's displayed visually on this chart. Look at the topping tail candles on these 3 candles, 11 o'clock, 11:15, 11:30, but you have equally strong bottoming tail candles on all 3. Those are undecided candles, but obviously I think we have to look at the trend as well. This thing's up 40%. It's above VWAP. It's above the 10 EMA, blah, blah, blah. So I think I've got the right thing here, but I got to pack the patience on ACXP for a possible $3 move. Adara.
Least headline. We have Steve Witkoff, who of course is one of President Trump's envoys here. He's speaking about Iran right now, saying that President Trump is always willing to talk, but, quote, the question is whether talking with Iran would be productive. He is on CNBC right now. So again, envoy Steve Witkoff saying, yeah, President Trump is willing to talk, but unclear if any talking would lead to anything. So comments from Steve Witkoff on watch. Looks like he could still be here on CNBC potentially. I'll keep an eye out if we get any more comments from him. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. I just want to mention quickly, Longeveron is making a move here. I don't think this is a decisive break of trend, so pack your patience, but I'm looking for a decided break of this downtrend here on LGVN. It hasn't quite set up. In fact, it's below the volume weighted average price. Moreover, it's below the dollar. So let's see if this one can kind of show us a few candles here with some higher lows and higher highs to give us an indication that possibly the longs are in control. At the moment, I cannot say that. There goes mRNO into $1.13. We're doing well on this one. We're looking for the $0.25. That's 2R. We're packing the patience. And quite frankly, I'm thinking about adding more here on ACXP. I have a bias that this hot garbage right here continues to, wick up and wick down. If that's going to be the case, your boy's going to set up a dip trade here in the mid to low 60s so I can adjust my cost basis and then maybe, just maybe, take out that $3 area, Joey.
All right, brother. Nice look there. So yeah, Bitcoin just struggling at this zone right here, guys. So we got to keep an eye out on that one. You can see that was prior support, now acting as resistance. So let's see if we can get that play. Commodity Kings, hopefully you got that low as close to the lower end of the range as you possibly can. The market put in a new high of the day, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. I wouldn't mind adding a little bit here because there is a small curl over, so I think this could be a good opportunity to do so. But again, considering I was pushing a little bit of size here this morning, super tight on risk right now. So yeah, we'll be patient and wait for some high quality. We want to add some more and then maybe get that pop. It's going to bring our average down substantially, I think, if we just triple up our size at this point. So that's what we have. Let's go through a couple more names. If there's anything specific, let's do this actually, because I haven't done that. And you know what? It's my lack of due diligence because I feel like it's really important to do so.
Sector watch?
No, it's I haven't done that in a while either, Sharif. It's just the supply. So, okay, yeah, an IBIT. Oh, my days. All right, at $41. We didn't quite get up there just yet, but there's 13,000 contracts. Let's head over to our 20th expiration cycle. That's going to be a witching event, and then you can see at 42, that's where we have a lot. Now, these contracts are underwater, so you might want to see the street push it below 40, which isn't going to be good for my trade right now. So, yeah, there it goes. It's starting to crack a little bit lower. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a bounce here. If it does a liquidity grab there, that's what I want to see, a clean flush on low volume. Maybe we add a little bit more here to see if we can get that bounce. I mean, we got up into our break even at 41s, but that's not the narrative of this trade. So no continuation just yet on IBIT. So yeah, that's what we have on the options chain, guys, and especially today. not too good of a look either. So IBIT, oh, that's 6 days. We'll go over to, where's the 11th, that's 1 day. We'll go to the 13th, which is going to be the expiration cycle, and then yeah. So I think this is going to be a factor on Bitcoin. Nice squeeze higher. You have these underwater, but the larger participants tend to typically win there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Shout out to my man Benton. Mentioning Voyager Technologies, VOYG. This is a good look, Benton. It's not exactly a volume king, but hey, 11 1/5, and this kind of trend over here, that's a respectable look. 29.76 high, 10 EMA on the 5, a skosh below the $0.25. I'm talking, of course, about 29 1/4. Pardon me. Let me throw in that ticker so we can all follow along. You know, Joey, you know what? One day I'm going to come in to work, and they'll have updated this hot garbage software, not our software, my platform software. Our software is Aces. And they'll have updated it so that I can actually put the ticker visually on the charts.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Well, the brilliant people over there operating at IB.
I don't understand. Like, oh, I mean, I'm no programmer or anything along those lines, but I just like, hey, you know the competition around you.
Competition.
But at the end of the day, it is free though, right? So it's like, what do you expect when things are free? 99?
Is it free, Joey?
Is anything in life free?
I think we pay through the nose, through fees and through all that good stuff there. Guys, continuing to watch here. I'll get to the super in a second. I think the super's for you, actually, Joey.
Oh, is it?
So, guys, I want to mention NIO. I'm red on NIO, and I hate it, but here's the deal. 5 1/3 area resistance, very obvious area resistance in the pre, low and frickin' behold. 1140 candle, low, 533. 1145 candle, low, 533. So what I'm trying to say is, where are we trading at right now? 37s. You put in a stop through 33. Maybe you mosey on up to $0.50. You don't break it. I'm giving NIO another shot. Joey. You got that super, my
All right, brother. Yeah, so Robert Lewis, I'm going to need significantly more information. Joe, do I think Palantir will expire out of the money this Friday? Well, I need to know what strike price you're referring to and everything along those lines, my friend. Unfortunately, I can't just be like, yeah, and not know exactly what number you're talking to. So you don't have to super chat again or anything along those lines. Just let us know what actual level you're looking at here to see if it's going to expire out of the money. And this is what I was talking about earlier this morning, is just use your delta, right? Like you can use your delta to gauge whether your contract is going to expire in the money or out of the money. All right, so I think that's something really important that you need to know and take into consideration. I'll wait for you to tag me again, and then we'll go over that. Aren't you a mind reader? Yeah, I thought so. Selena thinks so as well, too. Yeah, obviously, just joking there. But aside from that, guys, how do you keep track of so many stocks? It's not that you keep track of them, it's just that you have your eye on them. And I mean, when you've been doing this for quite some time, you add the years into the back of your pocket, then you just have an idea, right? Like it's like, oh, hey, what's this? What's that ticker and everything? Because not every day the same ticker is in play, and you just kind of just build this vast catalog, essentially, that you kind of have them in the back of the head. I don't know if I remember what price everything is at. I highly doubt that I do, but Netflix, not too bad here today. Even though it is a red session, I like that we're holding up. Did you comment again, Robert Lewis? I bought the 149 call. You bought the 149 call. Okay, let's pull up Palantir and see what we have here, folks. Yeah, you know what? YOLO. No, don't listen to what I say, obviously, but we'll take it. Can I not? Oh, no, I can't add there. All right, that's fine. How come? All right, sorry for the moment of silence. All right, nice little rebound. That's what we want to see. There we go. Bang. We got that in there. Let's see if we can get a sustained bounce in Bitcoin. A nice little pop to the top side. We'll take that all day. You can do it, Bitcoin. We believe in you. Hey. So there goes my average down to 40s. We print a little bit higher there. Now we're going to try to hold this for the high of the day. So now let's get back to my boy Robert Lewis and his super chat. 149. Do I feel that these contracts will expire out of the money? Well, we're currently in the money right now on them. You bought this, so I need to understand your game plan a little bit more, all right? So did you purchase this contract? What's your average price on it? And what is your essential as I mentioned, game plan on this specific trade, right? That's the thing about options, is that you have to understand what the objective is. And I think there's a couple ways that things can go, right? So it's either you're looking to gain extrinsic value, which is essentially the time value, or you're looking to gain intrinsic value, which is the moneyness of the contract, right? Well, there's three types. There's at the money, out the money, and in the money. So do you want that contract to expire in the money, or are you just looking to gain some time value on it? And it took me quite some time throughout my trading of options to really understand what my specific objective is on per trade. So if you're buying something that expires relatively soon and you're looking to gain intrinsic value, it doesn't always work that way, and it's a little bit more difficult of a trade. So what I'm gonna use as an example here is, let's go hypothetically. So I buy this $170 strike price that's gonna expire, we'll go 23 days from now. So April 2nd. I think that this contract, I'm like, hey, I like the value of it. It's gonna give me a little bit of time. But do I believe truly that we're going to trade north of that strike price to the point where I'm gaining intrinsic value? No. But what we can do to take advantage of the trade is essentially, if it does a strong move higher to say 165, 168, what we can do essentially is gain time value on that contract and still profit from it. So when you see those like 200 and 300% returns, the majority of that return is from time value. Okay, so time value, extremely, extremely important. All right, guys, we're gonna take a little bit off here on IBIT, just considering so, and we'll take a little bit more here and just lock in some, because there we go. We got more breathing room now, and I'm sitting on a little bit. Yeah, I got half of my position remaining. So let's rock and roll. 35's the AP, and that's exactly what we want to see. Whew. Yeah, sure. I'll send it to you early, man.
What happened, Joey?
No, I mean, you got this cup of Joe here now, rocking and rolling. Let's see if we can get that high of the day. But yeah, I talk about this quite often. You have to understand your objective and write it down. Am I looking for this thing to trade in the money, or am I looking to gain time value within the contract? So you have to understand those two metrics. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time trading options, and you're not going to understand, like, hey, we're in the money, but it's still negative, or it's not as in the money as if I were to be holding shares or something along those lines. Understand intrinsic and extrinsic value, and then sure enough, you'll be on your merry way, and you'll have a much better understanding of what you are doing when you are trading options. Joseph, so you can sell a portion of a call? No, you have to still, it has to be one, right? So you still have one. You have to buy one at least. It's not like you can buy fractions of it just yet. I wouldn't be surprised, or put it past the whoever's behind the screens there saying that you can buy a fraction of shares. Maybe at some point throughout the duration or the lifespan of options, you'll be able to trade fractionals. I highly doubt it, considering, right? I think it's derived from just holding one. But let's do a quick rundown, okay? We're gonna do this. There we go. A nice little move. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But hey, man, we got some more breathing room. That's all I really needed. Essentially, yeah. No, seriously, man, that was not fun. I'm telling you, that was not fun sitting through that.
I'm not laughing at you, obviously,
okay,
bro.
right.
You think I'm crazy or something?
No, it would have been fine.
This guy in the chat's hilarious, man.
What do you say?
George likes his options spicy. Fantastic.
Who's George?
Yeah, well, you don't know because you don't like science.
Costanza.
Yeah. Hey, you know his last name?
Yeah,
okay.
I know Costanza.
All right. I think we got to mosey on over to Adara because
we'll
it's
go over
after
to Adara.
2. What do you need? You want to do something?
I don't need to do anything, man. I need a breather.
Yeah, he's lit on that.
I need
What's
a
up?
breather, man.
He likes it with a side of Greek salad. All right. Tell us what's happening now, Adara.
What's happening now is actually more headlines from Steve Witkoff. I'll get to those in 2 seconds. I'll just speed through the futures here. NASDAQ consolidating in a pseudo bull flag formation here on this 15-minute chart. S&P 500 looking very similar. So these gapped up, kind of oscillated lower here, just slowly drifted lower during the pre-market, pushed lower at the open, then came right up to their pre-market gap up high, more or less. So pretty range bound when you consider like the pre-market action as well here for these futures. Now let's talk about oil, including the latest headlines from Steve Witkoff, who is, of course, he's, I believe, the Middle East envoy here for the Trump administration. And he's commenting here with regards to Iran. I mentioned some of his comments earlier. He said that, they could be negotiating. Trump is open to negotiating, but the question is if Iran wants to talk to them. Now he just said, 28 seconds ago, let's see if the Iranians want to talk. So really unclear if we're going to get any kind of negotiation here. He said both, but we're going to have to wait and find out. Still comments from Steve Witkoff populating. We also had comments from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament posting on X, if their enemies initiate war on infrastructure, they will target their infrastructure. So if you go after Tehran, they'll go after your infrastructure. Those were the comments there. Also, of course, EIA, or International Energy Agency, is going to be working to prepare scenarios for the possible release of oil stockpiles if need be. Boeing was in focus here. First reported by Wall Street Journal, then reportedly confirmed by the company itself. They had some issues here with wiring for some of these 737 MAX jets as a result, because it'll take a few days per plane to fix. That might actually delay their delivery targets for March, though they did not change their 500 737 MAX production goal for the year 2026. META has been on watch. We talked about Nvidia and Nemo Claw headline we're probably going to get into almost without a doubt during the news rundown from 1 to 2. So I'll focus on this Meta story because this did come out intraday. A little bit after the open, Axios reporting that Meta has hired the team behind Moltbook and also acquiring Moltbook itself. This was later confirmed, as far as I understand, by META. So Moltbook was kind of the Reddit where these AI bots could chat. So not only does Meta have social networking platforms for humans, they also have one for AI bots. And with that in mind, we'll turn you over to two humans on the trading desk, Joe and Sharif.
I wish I was half cyborg, shadowed cyborg.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Cyborg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Yeah, thanks. Adara, the bride.
I have not seen it. That's with Jessie Buckley, though, right? I can never tell how I feel about that woman.
All right, it's iffy. It's taken me a couple of days to watch it.
You're processing it. Okay, processing's good. Okay, I'll check that
I
out.
still got about 45 minutes on day 3 of it. This time change really messing me up here.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, aside from that, we're gonna go into a little spiel. I got my eyes here on Bitcoin. If it comes back to my break even, then we get out of Dodge, okay? So let's get into our hypothetical trade, and hopefully for everyone who's looking to trade options, get into trading options, or doesn't quite understand certain metrics of it, we're gonna try to clarify it and make things as simplistic as possible and put everything into layman's terms. Let's get out of this trade and re-engage after. We got more breathing room. We're now flat. All right, so we don't have to worry about that as it came right into the break even. So moving forward, what are options contracts derived from? Time and moneyness, all right? So we look up our options chain and we say, hey, this underlying Palantir is trading at $151. We're looking at this 180 strike price, but why is it worth 83 bucks? Who's gonna exercise their option at $180 when it's trading 30 points lower? Well, what is the value coming from? Well, let's make sense of that. Time, that simple. Your theta, all right? Moving forward. Now, we have a strike price at 130, right? That's trading 21 points higher. Now, we have multiple factors that are coming into play. The in the money, so the intrinsic value of the contract at $23.90 or $24, right? And then also the time value. So understand the difference of something that's in the money and something that's out of the money. Now, if you are an individual who likes to buy something on value and likes the out of the money contracts, extremely out of the money in which you can gain substantial returns, right? Because they're significantly cheaper. And if it goes to $28, say at that 215 strike price, bang, you just doubled your money. But you have to understand how far away it is from gaining any form of intrinsic value, okay? So what is it? Well, I'll take a couple steps. What is intrinsic value? Let's break it down. We're trading at 150, and we're looking at this 150, or it's trading at 150, and we're looking at this 145 call. It has $5 of intrinsic value. That's simplistic. Now, as for the contract that we were referring to before, that 180 strike price, it has $80 of time value. So what you want to do is, if you're looking to play that out of the money call, what you want to do is just try to gain as much time value as you possibly can before it expires worthless, and you have that accelerant within your theta Greek metric, if that makes sense.
That's some hot fire you're dropping. All right. There goes Neil.
Did it break?
No. Back into 540. What's up, Fabian? Shut up. Oh, low battery. Okay.
Low bat. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Got the low bat there. I mean, we're happy to have got out of that. We didn't take any more off. We did remove 66%. We get the other 33% stopped out break even, a little bit more than that. And you can see that we would have been OTM at that point. So I'm looking at that next trade. Tesla didn't hold up. HIM's looking like it wants to take an additional leg lower. And we have the NASDAQ heading right towards the volume weighted average price. All right, no, not at all. Do we re-engage if it's worked once for us? I think there could be some good opportunities. Buyers seem to be participating on this one. So yeah, I think we're gonna stick with some IBIT. Couldn't get that working for us very well on Tesla, and HIMS has been hot garbage on today's session, unless you've been short, right? Then that's been super hot. Lily Love, cool. We recorded that? Thank you. Yes, it does. Thanks, Joe. A lot of thanks, Joe. Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Joe, your options made me serious money. Thanks, Patrick. I mean, I didn't make you any money, my friend. You're the one clicking the buttons over there.
Knowledge is power, Joey.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, man, at the end of the day, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
No.
Right? So at the end of the day, it's all you guys pushing the buttons, not me.
Yeah, well said. MRNO, 118 high, guys. I have the majority of my position waiting at that $0.25, as we see there on the screen, but there's really tough continuation. It has a higher low. It's above the 10 EMA. It's above VWAP. It's got a good-looking trend. My question to myself is here, do I add into 105, the $5? That is where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, and this has been awfully respectful of the 10 EMA. I can wait to that $5, or it can kind of wait to the dollar, because that's where VWAP is. Hard to tell which ones this is respecting. I just got stopped out of ACXP for the last remaining amount, so that's okay. So we're out of that, and we'll keep an eye here on NIO, as this one is trending up quite nicely. We have a lot of shares on this one, so we're going to pack the patience over here. We're going to wet the beak, looking for a move into 550. That's my bias on NIO, and we're going to see this through. Okay, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, but we're going to see the trade through. Here's the deal. Longeveron is changing its frickin' tune. LGVN is up 80%, and it's substantially off the highs. Take a gander at this higher low trend that we've been putting in since the 1140 candle. Of course, that 1140 candle is the area low. Moreover, it is a hammer candle, and even more, it is a bottoming tail candle off 85, and it's precipitated this higher low, higher high trend into that. What did we get top out there? 97.5. We've got higher lows on this candle, but obviously a lower high. So LGVN, to me anyway, it's broken trend. But the problem is these setups here where they have prolonged downtrends and then they start breaking trend were really good. Like 3 or 4, like not even 3 or 4, just right before the whole Iran thing happened. And now I'm seeing almost consistently when they do break trend, it ends up being a lower high. Case in point, this is 117 high, right? So then it'll break through VWAP. It'll mosey on back. Let's just give you any number out there, 105. And that'll be as good as it gets, and then it'll make a lower high, and then we'll start breaking some lows here below 85, below 80. So I'm going to need to see a little bit more on Longeveron, just given the state of small caps right now and how they've been acting, how they've been trading. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on there. There goes NIO. We're going to take out shares here. We're up nicely on this one. We've got a bunch of shares, so let's go ahead and take that out. Nice move on NIO. Okay, started out red on this one, decidedly green now. Let's see what we got here on NIO. I'm going to save the majority of the shares, of course, for that $0.50. I'm looking for a move into 550, and then, as always, save a piece for the dream. So my entry on this one was quite simple. As I mentioned, I saw a 5 1/3 area pre-market high, which was an obvious area of resistance. It was once, twice, not quite OBE as the one thrice, but it did reject 533 twice. All that came to an end at 935 once it broke through that. Then it started using 530, 533, 535, whatever, this range as support. Case in point, this candle here that stopped me out. And then the subsequent candle, hold that area cleanly, and then we get that nice break up and breaking the downtrend line. So NIO, keeping a close eye on this one, looking to do some more damage if I can. We're hopefully going to hold a piece above the $0.50 should this one make its way above the $0.50. Let's go to LGVN. MRNO, I'm letting that one cook, 118 high, showing 114s for now. But LGVN, let's go back and have a look at this one. Topping till candle precedes this current 5-minute candle. I'm talking about the 1205 candle. The high there is 97.5. The low is 91.5. This current candle, the 1210 candle, entirely engulfed from the high side and the low side. Currently red, but showing a bit of a hammerish look with resistance at 95. I'm gonna need to see more on Longeveron for me to go back in. And there goes AXCP to the downside. More pleased I could not be that I got stopped out of this one. This one's lost trend. It's below VWAP. The shorts one, we lost. This one has resistance at 280, basically no closing prints above 280 since 10 after 10 this morning, and now it's right back into that 2.5 level. If you are a range trader and you don't mind getting into these ones below the volume weighted average price, there is the candle at 1045, the low of which is 248. So if you got in at 250, you can give this one 2 pennies to 248 and see if it bounces there, because there were obviously buyers stepping in there before. Let's see if buyers stepping in again. I'm not going to buy it there. It breaches my rules to trade this below VWAP. So we're going to keep an eye on Longeveron, Joey. We're going to keep an eye on MRNO because we're involved in that, of course, and keep an eye on NIO.
All right, beautiful stuff there, my brother. So yeah, we're sitting. So what I got here is a potential price compression pattern here going down on IBIT. You can see we're starting to form that wedge. We got the lower highs with that flat bottom and that support system coming into play. Now, as for Tesla, pretty choppy here today. There is some nice moves off of the lows, and I think that's kind of been the narrative, right? Regardless of how this session is going, essentially, is that you want to increase your risk to reward. Now, if you get in at this low, you could just give yourself a little breathing room, and then maybe base a trade off of that. But I got my eyes on IBIT. It's been working for us. I think that buyers can step in. There has been an increase in some selling pressure, and that we need to take into consideration. But with this market, I mean, anything can happen, and I don't always like going against it, right? I just don't have that feel that we had a couple months ago or last month. So AMD, nice print right below the volume weighted average price. Where's my guy? I know Loss is in the chat. Where's my boy Gaurav at? I haven't seen Gaurav in the chat today.
Where's he at, Joe?
Yeah, I don't know where he's at today. Maybe he's taking the day off, relaxing.
That's not allowed,
too much winning going on over there in the East Coast. But essentially, you know, in all seriousness, win. All we do is win. I can't wait for the summer, man. You know what I was just thinking? I don't know. You said something. Have you ever been to the East Coast of our country?
The Maritimes?
Yeah.
No, man. One of my definitely go-tos.
Good stuff out there.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty quiet.
Say more.
And stuff like that. We took the ferry to Newfoundland.
Okay.
I've seen a couple icebergs, which probably don't exist anymore, but I know that was a pretty good time. Yeah.
Why do you gotta get so bleak, man?
Sorry, man. I'm just being honest. They're not there. Like a couple icebergs there, which I think are pretty cool. But no, aside from that, it's a nice road trip. I'm a road trip type.
Yeah,
guy,
100%.
Yeah,
it's tough to find some people who are that exuberant about
road
trips.
trip.
I'm about that life.
I have to drive, otherwise I get pure car sick unless I take a couple grab right?
Yeah.
Or do you get car sick or motion sick?
No.
Oh, really?
No,
Lucky you, man.
It is what it is. But I was gonna say something. PEI has been Prince Edward Island, the smallest province, only a few 100,000, I think, live in it. They've been advertising hard on linear television. I don't know what it is.
They want you to go over there.
They want you to go over there, eat the potatoes.
Spend the money.
It's like they're the potato capital of Canada.
There you go.
Shout out to PEI.
RIP Manny, RIP icebergs, essentially. So there it goes, 40, 30, a nice climb higher, but we still have that price compression. Until we sit on the backside of this trend, then that's going to be a solid time to engage. Any pullback here, considering we're continuously holding this 40.22 mark, then that's going to be our green light to go. Now, as for Tesla, another strong bounce. So we're not having the ability to break down $400. If that support level gives way, then I think there could be some more downside in Tesla.
I have to read this. I don't care. Look what Wendy's Tendies just said. Prince Andrew likes islands.
That's crazy.
Oh my days. Oh my days.
That is crazy.
Well, it is called PEI,
Prince.
Prince Edward Island.
Is it actually?
Yeah. It's Edward. It's not Andrew.
It's not
oh
Andrew,
my
though.
days. Oh my.
Is I'm assuming is that like the Queen's sibling or something like that, or is
Her kid, bro.
No, I know
you don't know
Andrew.
about
I know
that.
Andrew.
Yeah.
I know, but who's Edward?
I have no idea. I'm
Oh,
assuming
okay.
he was a prince once upon a time.
Yeah,
Maybe
over there in England.
Queen Victoria's
Queen
kid. I
Victoria.
don't know. We can find out.
What's that hotel in Niagara Falls called?
Sharif is in the file. Shut up, bro.
You said that, bro.
I don't know.
That's crazy.
That's so stupid.
What?
Hold on, Joey.
No, bro. Didn't a celebrity say he's like, he's like, I've been to the island, but that was for the snorkeling.
All right. Yeah. Joey, everybody in those files is catching hands. Nobody's being spared.
No.
Everybody's catching hands, men and women.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. There goes mRNO into the area, $1.22. I've got my out at 125, guys. That's my 2R. I don't know if this makes it up there, and it's dropping again. It always kind of gives you that feeling, oh, I should have got out 122, and then it ends up making higher highs. People got to take profits, right? So you're going to see these localized pullbacks. So we're going to keep an eye here on mRNO. We're in at 97. We're packing the patience. We're going to see what this one has to offer and how high up we can get. NIO is starting to find some resistance here at 45s. We got shares on this one. Probably behooves me to take out some more. We're still holding the majority of the shares for the high 40s. I have a bias that this one works up into that 50 penny area. Again, let's not take out too much too quickly over here and make some of this one back. TIVC. I see it, brother. Let's look at TIVC because I was looking at this one for a possible retracement. It looked like it was gonna because it put in the ugliest topping tail candle. And then it's bouncing back. And there's decent amount of volume coming in locally. The red candle here has about 163,000 shares. This current candle about 95, so not exactly rocketing up with volume, but not bad nonetheless. VWAP is ahead of the 10 EMA showing 102. 10 EMA on the 5 around 98. Not prior bar, but prior bar low, the 1205 candle, 98. Let's just say 99 pennies because it's 98, 97. Area low. So I'd be basing my out on that, or you can base it on current, or now a new candle has opened up, so you can base it on prior bar low. The prior bar low there is $1. So you're at 107. You're going to have to give this one about 7 pennies worth of risk. So keep your eye out on that. But I'm seeing NIO topping tail right now, and now the candle's about to breach prior bar low, and I'm seeing mRNO get in also a doji candle, the 1215 candle, and then current candle doesn't have a low quite yet. So doji candle low on mRNO, I'm talking about the 1215 candle, is $1.14 low. Current bar low, I believe it's 115 or 116. It's not working. The mouse over is not working, so I can't quite tell. So that is what I'm looking at right now. We'll see how we can do on these ones, but we're going to go back up to Adara.
Benign Salesforce, Bloomberg reporting that the company is planning on raising up to $25 billion through, I think, like some kind of debt or bond sale here to fund buybacks. Now, we know they did announce a $50 billion buyback program with their earnings report a couple weeks ago. It looks like in order to fund that, they're going to be raising up to $25 billion. Back to you.
Thank you very much. What do you got, Joey?
Thank you. Let's take a look at, I know Dara was just talking about this one here, CRM. Did we break the downtrend? I think that's going to be a big question. I think at this pace, guys, Bitcoin going to go to the high of the day. No reload there at 40.30. That's where Katina Man really thrives. It's just those reloads at the lower end of the range, man. So nice work there from Mr. Sean himself. All right, guys. There it is here on Salesforce. Oh, I got to use my old my new tool here. So bang. Oh no, it didn't work. You could do it.
You can do it.
Bang, there we go. Yeah. All right, party on, Wayne. Party on, guys. So yeah, there's the downtrend. We're still holding up. It's not too bad. I mean, that's waterfall type price action if you ask me. And then you breach it and you're on the backside. I feel like considering the overall sentiment in this name is weak, then I would avoid maybe a trend break on that one. I just don't know if it has the fundamentals like some of the other names that we've been referring to, like this bad boy right here, the Flicks. holding up strong. If you get some more of a pullback, I think there's a solid engagement point. Downtrend completely broken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7, 8 consecutive green days right there in NFLX. I'm looking at AMD. I was just curious to where my boy Gorev is at, considering it's continuing to climb higher. 5-minute time frame, nice indecision print right below the volume weighted average price, and then now it looks like you're going to head towards and breach that. So not too bad of a look there whatsoever on advanced money duplicator. Yeah, it's not destroyer anymore, even though it is down off of its previous 267, or we'll call it 268 high, 24%. So a quarter of its value has been diminished. But this thing was essentially on a absolute generational run for quite some time off of those lows. We always thought this was going to be number 2, and then eventually it decided to play catch up. And there, bang, 263% from April of 25. So almost in a year. April 8th, the tariff tantrum lows to that previous peak there in AMD.
This new dude who's leading Iran, I don't know how to say his name, Mojtaba, I think it is, Khamenei. Listen to this. He, like Donald Trump, is a real estate mogul, apparently.
Okay.
He has a house on Billionaires Row. He's got a villa in Dubai.
Yeah.
And he has upscale European hotels. How does he own anything on Billionaires Row? I thought they were sanctioned. Billionaires Row was like in front of Central Park, right?
I think so.
Fact check me, chat. Interesting. How the hell does he own
that's
something
where like the most
right?
valuable penthouse is. Have you seen the price of
Yeah,
that penthouse?
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I thought they were the Iranian regime or people connected to them were like prohibited from owning things in the United States.
Maybe I
think that's in the UK. Says IB Surfing. Is it? Okay, I didn't know. Let's have a look over here. See what it says over here. No, it doesn't specifically state what they mean by Billionaires Row, but they total more than $138 million in value when you combine all his real estate. That's interesting there. That's interesting. Interesting.
And Trump's not a fan of this guy.
It's in London, says Lee Lokinis. All right, so I guess there's more. Well, no, Grant Ratcliffe says definitely NYC. Let's find out, man. I just satisfy my own curiosity here.
All right.
We'll check with Gemini, see if Gemini knows what's good.
If he has Dubai millions, he is probably in crypto. Is that the narrative of Dubai? Is that a lot of...
There's a lot of people. Well, yeah, the Middle East right now is big on crypto. Let's find out. What's his name? Mujtaba? Mujtaba. The son of the former supreme leader of Iran,
he owns a house on 100 Air Avenue.
Property on Billionaires Row. What country is that in? Let's see what it says over here, Joey. Let's go, Gemini. You're usually quick. All right. On the Bishops Avenue, Billionaires Row, London. Yeah, that makes way more sense to me than the United States. I didn't think that they'd be allowed to own any property in the United States, but. All right, continuing to hold here, mRNO stopped out of NIO, profitable stop out because it broke trend, doji candle into 545, followed by a subsequent candle will make a new low. As soon as that candle made a new low and turned red, I got the hell out of there. But yeah, NIO doesn't look like it's the setup that I'm looking for, so we're gonna forego that. I have nothing other than mRNO. That's continuing to trend quite well, but like as I mentioned, it has also a doji candle which finished indecisive, excuse me. That means it's yellow, and you can kind of see that reflected on the volume bar as well. I don't think you can see it really on the price action bar, but it is yellow. That means it opened and closed at the same price. The high of that candle obviously is the high of the day, 122 with the 114 low. We breached that low on the subsequent candle, and we're about to breach subsequent candle low. I'm talking about the 1220 candle. The low there is 112. Here we are on the 1225 candle with a 112 low. 110, it's breaking down. Now, question is, does it hold up at the 10? If it doesn't hold up at the 10, do I add at 105? I have a bit of a buffer here, right? Where we got 97s on, so that gives me a bit more room, but this is definitely a downtrend. It's breaking the 10 EMA. It has now 3 lower highs in a row, 2 lower highs, sorry, relative to the 1215 bar, and it does look like, trend is breaking here on this one. So I'm not going to be immediate to add. I'm not going to immediately add, pardon me. I'm going to be looking more around for that 105, 106 area. My question to myself, though, is where does my stop go? So I'm looking at this bar right here. I'm looking at the 1155 bar on the 5, right? The low of that bar is 102. So I don't want to necessarily get in 105 and then give it to south of 1. I will give it to this volume bar low. And I was using this 1155 bar basically as the stop to my initial position. Here it comes, man. That's an aggressive move down. Here's 106. Now, I think it did get into 105, showing 106. This is VWAP. Now, do we lose VWAP or do we hold it? Let's have a look over here. Let's set up. Can I send it to you for a second?
Yeah,
I just have to do my calculations. Yeah.
All right, my boy, Owen Stone Trader. All right, shout out to Owen Hart. So yeah, there it is, ASTS. This could be a good bottoming signal. If this breaches, right, you can see that we have a support system being established. Let's head over to a higher time frame and see what we've got going on. So we bounced off of this consolidation in the post market, and now we have an intraday base. If that breaks, then there could be some more downside. I think that the nature of the beast is just go with the flow. You go off a couple of pivot points right there. You have multiple touches on your trend line, and you can see that wedge is starting to be formed. I just think at this pace, considering it hasn't participated in the market rally, so watch out for an additional move lower. And if you head over to the daily, same narrative, a couple strong updates. You have that breakout of 87, you head up into 107, and then sure enough, you climb, you come back in and are retesting the support level that was prior resistance. And it's kind of the same narrative here on IBIT. So we did come into the middle of the range roughly, but we're fortunate enough to get a nice bounce. That's key, right? Because if you came into the lower end, that would just, I would suspect more weakness within IBIT. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Speaking of stock portfolios, let's take a look at how everyone is performing. There's been some big moves in the overall market, considering Marvell, Sean climbing in the leaderboard as well. So we have OB still in first place, holding that for quite some time, 24%. He's locked in. Adair at 10% roughly. Fabian sitting in that third.
Oh, nice, Fabian.
All right, man. All right, shout out to maybe I see managed traders. Okay, maybe I can manipulate there somewhere in my stuff there, Sharif. You know what they say, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. So we will see what we got going on. Obi, Adair, Fabian, Randy, Sharif sitting in that 5th spot. Your boy sitting in that 2nd spot. CrowdStrike with strong rebound. We were down double digits at this point. But JPM, what kind of BS are you on? We thought the banks were going to be strong this year. It hasn't been the narrative. But if they rebound, I think it's going to be with some vigor and some nice strong force and climb to new all-time highs, because that's what they typically do, right? So a nice pullback, and then we can punch through some all-time highs, because you need the banking sector to succeed in order for the S&P to continue to climb higher, considering it's the 2nd heaviest weighted sector.
Heavy. Shout out to JKL. $2. Thank you, brother. I don't know what the hell the chart's doing. There we go. Am I nutty? Is the SPY about to turn over? I don't think you're nutty at all, man. Especially in this market, anything can freaking happen. We get a bit of a bull flag right there, breaking out to the highs, or started breaking out to the highs at 10.10. Since that time, though, you can kind of see the top, the invisible top there at around 682. That is the high. I want to say the high on the day, 680.194. So essentially 682. The problem is, though, you've had no closing prints above 681.5. And since putting in that high of day, you're in a bit of a downtrend here. Now you're above the 10. You are definitely at the same area we found resistance at in the pre-market. This is very early on. So right at 4 a.m., looks like we topped out there at 435. We couldn't shake that level. Looks like we're having trouble shaking that level yet again. Now the good thing is, since we put in that bottoming tail candle at 205, we've been putting in some higher lows. So, yeah, look, I would say for a breach of this bar here, the 1205 bar on the 5-minute chart, the low of which is 697.68. If you give up that bar, then I definitely think we're probably headed to VWAP, maybe even to yesterday's closing print at around 687 and a 5th. But if you continue trend here, and it looks like it's trying to take out that 681.5, you may have something. So keep on the lookout here for the SPY, but definitely caught in a bit of a consolidative range, up 0.42 on the day, which isn't too bad. Now, I got into MRNO for an ad here at the 10 EMA. I'm giving it to the 1155 bar low, the low is which is 102, so my stop's at 101. Now, this may be a mistake because maybe I should be putting my stop below 1, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to pack the patience over here on MRNO. It looks like it's going to stop me out for the last remaining amount unless it gets a bid here. And we'll see what happens, but we're going to give back some here, Joey, if we get stopped out.
All right, brother. So there it is on IBIT. Couldn't quite get to that high of the day, so almost a double top there at 40.70. We'll zoom in a little bit and see what we got going on. But there's a re-engage opportunity. I got my eyes on Tesla, Gemini Space Station. What is it?
GEMI.
Let's see what we got going on there. Yeah, see, that's the thing, man. These things aren't very liquid. It's very tough to trade this stuff, right? Like, who wants to sit in this crazy spread, most likely? No liquidity. You get these massive gap ups. And if you're short or whatever you may be doing, you don't really know what's coming next. Even though if we did, we would be, obviously, make trading significantly easier. But for me, I need more liquidity, and it's just not there right now. I got my eyes on Tesla, starting to come back to the lower end of the range. The market is starting to struggle at the top end of it. You're getting the pullback in Bitcoin, failed to breach and make a new high. What has Apple been up to? Oh, wow, look at this consolidation, and then you punch through. Now coming to retest this. This is going to be a key level. And we talk about buying breakouts unless it's on volume. Did the volume step in? It did. Look at this breakout candle, boom, straight to the top side. But you also want to see some follow through as well, and we're not necessarily seeing that right now on AAPL. Now, as for Nvidia, starting to form somewhat of a channel to the downside, but definitely can break. And then you sit on the backside of this trend on the top end of the channel, and then who knows, you can go and retest that. But we talked about the supply zones around 190 and most definitely at 200. Any squeeze higher, you're going to see an increase in those premiums, and I like that personally from a writing standpoint. All right, moving forward, has Google continued? No, pretty choppy here today. A lot of overlapping candles, and sure enough, 309, 310 are roughly high of the day, and now we're starting to come back into the volume-weighted average price. How is Zuck and company been performing? Got it to the fighting nerds. There's like, hey man,
so confused.
Yeah, I mean, did you hear he got booed?
Zuck?
Yeah, he gets booed.
Yeah? Does he get booed now?
He gets booed. Yeah, he gets booed now. Even though everyone who's booing him probably has Instagram on their phone.
Oh, for sure.
You know
or WhatsApp.
I mean? Or WhatsApp.
Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. So, boo the man who gave you your...
Why are they booing him? Because he's a billionaire?
Of course. Because the 99.9999% of people can achieve that type of status. So, he catches hate. RGTI... What are you doing? Okay, we'll go over to Rich Tech Robotics. Still very illiquid. QuantumScape battery company. How has it been performing? Again, running into liquidity issues. How has the quantum space actually been performing? Really choppy, guys. And from a daily standpoint, we're still down substantially from those previous highs. We want to talk about the downtrends being broken. There's still a bit of ways to go here in IONQ. We are down currently 58%.
Man, there is nothing looking good right now, guys. Everything is either consolidative or doing nothing. It's not even like you can say you can look for the short. Nothing is breaking down. Everything is just super consolidative. Tight range on Longeveron, and even tighter range on APTC, AXCP. Same business. No downtrend, no uptrend. It's CISS really the only one with an obvious trend. MobX, I didn't have eyes on this one, but this one looks like a good short. NIO, still holding VWAP, but rejecting 545. MRNO, this one could be the short here. Now, I'm gonna have to check to see what the situation is on this because it's holding the dollar. So I got stopped out of the last remaining amount. So we give back some on MRNO. The 1155 candle was a 102 low, so I got out 101, and it looked like it bounced here as it got into 1, but I'm assuming the bounce at 1, likely a lot of short covering, as people who are shorting into the quarter dollar are going to likely to cover at the whole dollar, at least initially. So we're going to see exactly what happens there, but I have nothing that's moving right now. VOYG, the one given to us or to me by Benton, this one's got also a bit of a range here, albeit a more positive for the long range with about a $29 area low. It's very light on volume though, which has kind of held me back. Like, just case in point, guys, take the prior candle, 3,650 shares. Prior candle, 3,870 shares. The one before that, 1,100 shares. So it's super light on volume, which is going to create a bit of an issue with the spread. Obviously, that can get me into some trouble if it does break down. So I don't like anything right now. ATPC, I'm looking right at it right there. Drop Systems, it's right here. Very much a range, right? Essentially, let's just say at the outlying area, 370 as support, but mostly 380. And then you're going to reject most of the time at 4. When you do get above 4, all the closing prints are around 410, 415. You do have some outliers that break into 430. But look, you broke the trend. This was a very clear up channel, an upward channel, and then you broke it. You broke it vis-a-vis this doji candle and then the big red candle at 1205. It's trying to maneuver back into the volume weighted average price at 408, 410, but that's not the move here. So I don't like anything right now. Nothing is continuing, whether to the upside or to the downside, so I'm gonna have to steer clear of any positions at the moment until we get some trending names. And that's fine. I'll take the opportunity to look at stuff that you guys want me to look at. And Kenny Campbell wants me to look at DXST. I did trade this one yesterday, Kenny, so let's take a quick look at it. Just before we go up to Adara, DXST. Let's see how this one's doing. Okay, so it's not a bad one. It definitely broke down yesterday. So this one has a tendency to sell off, but another good day for this one as it tries to work in to the $0.50. I think it's got like a 49 penny high. Let's see if this downtrend that we're currently on is actually broken. Support I see around 43. We'll see if this one can breach prior bar high. Prior bar high, I'm talking about the 1230 candle on the 5, 46.5 pennies. Currently showing 43 and 4/5. Thank you for this one, Kenny. We're gonna keep it on watch and we'll see what we can do with this one. For now, we're going up to the big desk with Adara.
I'm going to mention this because I've seen this headline circulate a couple times now. CNBC reporting that Google is expanding its Pentagon AI work. Apparently, it's going to be rolling out a tool that will allow over 3 million Defense Department staff to build custom AI agents for unclassified tasks. So again, AI Pentagon expansion here reportedly happening with GeoOGL. Back to you.
Trump is supposed to sign an EO today to basically ban Anthropic from all federal agencies. He had done it informally, I think.
Why? Do you know why?
There were two reasons. They fell off during the meeting between Dario Amodei and Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Okay.
The demand was, well, Anthropic put their foot down when it came to two issues. One, they didn't want mass surveillance of American citizens using their AI, nor did they want automated targeting by AI. They wanted human input at everywhere, all across. So apparently there, with respect to the second issue, there's some disagreement as to exactly what that meant, because the targeting was initially done by humans, but then the system would take over.
Okay,
once
so
that
what,
happened.
just like flagging your account essentially?
No, it was for war.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
like
okay,
targeting
okay.
systems, like
Okay.
to blow stuff up. Yeah, kill
bleep
people.
up? Oh,
Yeah, they
okay.
didn't want that. So they put their foot down on that, and then the whole supply chain risk thing that we saw ended up happening. And so I'm assuming, you know, we're going to see some other LLMs or AI companies step in here. Obviously, OpenAI took the opportunity to do that quick as you like, but Claude got Maduro in 15 minutes. Yeah, I did actually hear that, Notorious Dinkelberg. I did hear that the Special Operations Forces were using Claude during the raid of Maduro. And yeah, let's see what you guys have to say about that. Anyway, AXCP is making a move here, guys. I'm not going to trade this. I don't think, unless it really changes its tune here, it's still stuck within that range. And, you know, at times, VWAP does act as support. I see it, Superic 34.89. It does act as support at those levels. It's been very range bound, and VWAP at times, a lot of times, has been the line of best fit right? Where you have support at the $0.5 generally, and you have resistance at about the 4/5 of a dollar, around 80, sometimes $0.75. Let's see if this one can break out, man, and break out on a closing basis. Like this candle here at 11:35, I took prints on that, but we ended up dropping back down and, you know, obviously left a lot on the table. So we're going to keep an eye here on ACXP because it's not exactly setting up in a fantastic way, but we now have DXST, and I'm going to be looking for a possible move here on this one. Let me throw it on the watch list so that it updates. DXST. It's up 70.5% with about 307 million shares of volume, and here it comes. This could be a good look. Joey, I got to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Just reading through something. Updates 3 speed on. All right, very interesting. All right, so yeah, guys, Tesla has been a chop fest. I seen somebody mention that not too long ago, and I totally agree with you. We haven't picked a direction just yet. Maybe we break up. I mean, what do we want to do? Just kind of go with the flow with the overall market. And I'm glad that I haven't engaged in it because it is. And there has been a couple opportunities to catch the lower end of the range. We're holding up on some key support levels. So, I mean, I think I'd rather put my money to the long side, obviously. I'm going to engage a little bit here, actually, just because, right? We want to put a little bit of our money where our mouth is. Considering so, just small size, and if we get a rebound, then sure enough, I mean, if we pull back a little bit more, then I have no issues with substantially increasing it. So we're starting with small potatoes here on TSLL, and we had a missed op earlier, so let's try to take advantage of that once again. If this support level is broken, then that's fine. I have such small shares. We add, and if we find any more indecision prints south of 1460, then it's party on Wayne essentially. All right. Crouching Tiger, hidden rally. Can't make up my mind on my Nvidia long calls. I feel like the GTC next week could help the stock go up, but also feel like I should take my 10% profit. Hey, man, write it down, right? Like, write the plan down. What is your objective? And then you can base a decision on that. Pros, cons, do it relatively quick, and then just make your decision. Nothing wrong with leaving a little bit of a runner. Okay, that's just typically what we say.
She's a runner.
Yeah, she's a track star for sure. Tesla gonna break down. You want to show? Would you say?
No, USAR's pumping says.
Let's take a look at USAR.
Yeah, this looks really good, Joe.
USAR?
Yeah, this looks fantastic.
What has USO been doing on today's session? Yeah, so rare earth, definitely on the move here today, guys. Oh, wow, yeah, this is really strong today. Yeah, I mean, from a low around 1871 to 2046, a nice strong move, and this is buy program 101, Sharif. I think you would agree with that front.
Absolutely.
So not a horrible play. What has USO been up to on today's session? Chop fest and a little bit down, so a lot of volume weighted average price type plays, and then sure enough you get that breakdown. So you need the volume supporting it. Yesterday was, in my opinion, the real big time superstar play that the boys to the right of me got to take advantage of, and nice work. But we are slowly starting to climb here on TSLL. Not getting that pullback. We breached through. The volume is really starting to pick up here. I can see it on this time frame, 1 minute, that is 12:44, which we're currently sitting at. A nice spike. I mean, we don't have anything that's going to do any form of effect to the P&L, but at the end of the day, I'd rather be involved with it than not. So as a smart trader here on the floor, Wayner, you've seen a couple of times on the trade, he said, I'd rather have not enough shares of the right trade than too many of the wrong trade, and that stuck with me. So at least we got a little exposure here on Tesla.
Yes, sir. We're in DXST. There's a lot of resistance at 46, which is a little unsurprising. We had trouble with it over here around 11:15. Again, I want to say at 11:40. We rejected it again at 12:30-ish, and then we dropped back down, held the level, and we're trying to attempt to take it out again. Prior bar high is 46 on the dot. And then the local area high is a 1230 bar where it went up to 46.46. So we'll see how this one goes. But ACXP is making a move here, and it hasn't closed above 80 quite yet, but it's getting close to that 1135 bar high, which is about 287. It's showing 284 now. So this one is making a move. I do anticipate that there's going to be a little bit of a resistance right here at the 85 penny level. And I'm right, it drops back down now into 79. Doesn't mean that it won't take it out though. So yeah, I see it, Superic. It's making a move here. It's up 43, but it is encountering resistance. Topping tail candle starting to form now into that 85 penny level. Look, you know, you know that expression, if someone tells you who they are, believe them, right?
Oh, do I ever?
Yeah. I feel like there's a story behind that, brother, which I want to get to in a second. But ACXP is like telling us, hey, I'm a range. I like to be bought at 250 and to be sold at 285, 280. You know what I mean? And so I don't know why I keep trying to insist that this is going to be a breakout trade into 3, but in any event, it's doing the same thing that it was doing before, where it gets into that 80, 85 pennies and then it struggles. So we're going to see how this one goes. If it really does make a move, of course, I have no qualms about trading it. It's not like I'm upset with it or something. No, we're going to keep an eye out on that. But I'm trying to focus the majority of my attention on DXST. I'm looking for a decided break of 46, but let's just be honest about it. The shorts have been in control. There's been tops on all of these names all day, okay? And we're seeing it. We're seeing in the lack of follow through. We're seeing it more in the established ranges like ACXP, not typically a name you would look for as a range, but there it is, being a range because there's just that invisible top as the shorts are they're pretty staunchy with their positions today and we're unable to shake them. So, and Neil's not here, so I can't get any shorts for the moment. By the way, Neil, speaking of the devil.
Yeah.
Speaking of the devil, right? We're going to do this live. I confirmed with him that this was okay. Because his girl was in this, his daughter, of course. So this is what Neil wrote to me right now, like 2 minutes in the chat. 2 minutes ago in the chat. It's awful here. As he takes a picture of Erin, his lovely daughter, wearing, of course, the lovely blue of the Blue Jays, and their front freaking row at the Blue Jays Trading Center in Dunedin. He's obviously watching spring training. Yeah, she does look like Neil, man. She gives you shades of Neil, man. Absolutely love her.
It's his kid, so.
I love getting the Christmas cards from Neil.
Yeah, same.
Because I've been here since 22, and I keep seeing how old she gets, right? Because every year she's on the Christmas card. So shout out to Neil. Love Erin, man.
This
She's
guy
so
just
adorable.
Say it's so awful there. He said that.
Yeah, he did. Word for word. It's awful here. And then the next line was a picture of Erin.
So well, aside from Erin, I have no issues with critiquing Neil's lunch picks from his ratings.
Yeah. We know you have very strong opinions on food, Joey. But let me be honest with you as well, man. Some of your opinions are controversial. You know, I love you, my man, and like you're obviously
hella, man. What fun would it?
Controversial person you are, bro. Pie, beef stroganoff. He's not a fan of.
Who likes the strogie though, man? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean that's fair. But what fun would I be if I was just going with the, oh yeah, man, I really love that 8-2 pick that you put on the chicken there the other day, Neil. Come on, what fun would that be?
The 8-2 pick was
that's a stretch,
look,
my boy.
It wasn't scrumptious or anything, but you know, I'm more of a functional guy, right? Like it did the job protein-wise.
Do you know how high of a score 8-2 is?
Yeah, it's pretty high.
It's that is 5-star dining, essentially, right? Like, come on, man. Aside from that, there goes Tesla. I'm glad that we didn't add up there. False breakup to the top side, and then sure enough, we're getting that move a little bit lower. So we'll hold on to this, considering we don't have very much size, and we'll see if we can get somewhat of a rebound. And if price starts to turn over, then we're gonna look to engage a little bit more. So definitely some range trading here in Tesla and even the overall market. We rebounded strong. Now we haven't really done anything too much since that point. With that being said, what is the king of the chips up to? Nvidia, a little bit of a false channel break right there, a whipsaw move, now coming back into the lower end of the range. See if this support system at 85 holds up, and then maybe we can rock and roll, but a nice bounce right there. Yeah, I mean, hey, Crouching Tiger Joe would turn down. Dude, I eat steak and eggs multiple times a week, my friend. A nice fried egg with some fried onions on there and a nice premium steak. We need to get that protein in. But aside from that, what has Pandub been up to? Not too bad on the day. Qualcomm did receive I think it was an upgrade or a downgrade here.
And not too bad off of those lows. Let's get the volume-weighted average price involved in this thing. Yeah, it doesn't want to work, so that's fine. But this thing is choppy from the daily, right? We look at this, it never really broke out or anything along those lines, so not the best look there in Qualcomm. Let's expand this more so we can get a better picture. And yeah, there it is, right? Like we're not just getting so much. Even though it's a $50 range, it hasn't done anything for quite some time. Let's zoom out here and see what we have. Ebb and flow. This thing is just up and down. But hey, you can look at this as a potential trade saying, okay, buy the lows, buy that dip, and then sure enough, you get that move higher. But that's not something or a name that I would like to hold on for quite some time. Now, as for strategy, Saylor and company, oh, and Bitcoin's not even moving. Strategy, Michael Saylor. Oh, dude. Okay, so you probably never seen the show. Maybe if Dara has watched it, but have you seen the game show Trader?
No.
You have not seen Trader? It's pretty.
Is that the South Korean one?
No.
Oh,
it's American. It's like American. It's kind of like The Mole. Have you heard of the show The Mole? Anyways, there's someone in there. They're trying to sabotage. Anyways, there's a prince or a diplomat in the show, in one of the seasons of the show, who is Michael Saylor's like doppelganger. I'm like, man, is that Saylor in there? Yeah. You have to see.
Saylor doppelganger.
Yeah. He looks identical to him, and he won the previous season. For everybody in the chat who knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, but aside from that, guys, there goes Michael's strategy, a new high of the day almost. This is the opening drive, I believe. So we've now surpassed that 142.48, and it looks like it wants to continue to climb. So maybe this can be somewhat of a leading indicator to what Bitcoin is up to. And there goes BNNR, new high of the day. With that being said, what's Ethereum been up to? Pretty close to that neck of the woods there. 15 smackers on this bad boy, Sharif. This thing was, I remember I was trading it in August of last year, having a great time while I was in Chi-Town, and then sure enough, it tanks right after. So, I mean, let's get the party rolling here in the crypto space.
All right, man. Stopped out of DXST, guys. I cannot catch a dub today for my life, but it's been choppy, and I have to be alive to that, and I kind of wasn't, but it is what it is. Longeveron is, though, trying to make a move. mRNO is trying to make a move as well, but it is encountering resistance at around 110. So I'm keeping an eye on the support that it got at $1, but I need it to kind of mosey on up and not put a topping tail candle through VWAP, which it's currently doing right now on mRNO. But I'm keeping an eye on Longeveron as well, because Longeveron, let me take this one off. Longeveron is, it's been trying. But again, it's more consolidative than anything. So I want to stop seeing the breakout trades because I don't think they're happening on the day. So not going to get into that one unless it really does something special and really close above $1, which it hasn't been basically since at about 11 o'clock, even a little bit before that. So LGVN trying to make a move here. It's up about to 96 pennies. We'll see if it gets through the $1. So I'm going to keep my eye on LGVN and mRNO, but mRNO is going to have to be a 110 breakout, and then we're not really going to DCA into this one. All right, let's go to Adara at the big desk, and then we're going to start the news when we get back.
Keep an eye here on Intuitive Machines, LUNR, moving around a little bit here after the NASA Inspector General announced that SpaceX Starship Moon lander is 2 years behind schedule for the NASA astronaut mission. They're actually expecting further delays as well. Now, of course, LUNR could potentially move in this on sympathy because they are in that moon space. LUNR, as I mentioned, little kind of chopping around here as we do here. The NASA Inspector General say that SpaceX Starship Moon lander 2 years behind schedule for that NASA mission. Back to you.
Good looking commodity, King. Good look on TMC. Nice bull flag, but also a little bit of range bound. 635 low, 645 high on TMC. That's the metals company that I gave you guys. That's the one that is looking basically to do deep ocean extraction of critical minerals. Guys, ACXP seems to be doing something here. I think it just got its first closing print above 80 on the day. It's got a bunch of higher lows. Seller at 85, but ACXP could break out. We'll keep an eye out on that. I'm not going to execute on it here. 299 high. We'll see how this one does. Also LGVN. MRNO doesn't look like it's going to do anything. It's coming right back down after putting in a topping tail candle. So this one looks like it's heading back to south of $1. But LGVN and ACXP, they could be movers here, at least in the midday. So be on the lookout there. Is NIO doing anything? Let's find out. Did I change my NIO screen? Yeah, I did. Let me put it back over here. Man, Longevron's making a move, man. NIO on the NYSE. Yeah, oh man, NIO's back into 46s here, so it's definitely taking out highs and could see the $0.50 pretty close to the $0.50. PLYX, let's take a quick look at that. Light on volume, but not a bad trend. All for Love franchise. We'll show this one quick before we start the news. Ticker is PLYX. Volume on the day, 639,000, so it is a little bit light, but that's a very, very clean defend of the 10 EMA on the 5 into 465. Good call there, All for Love franchise into the high of the day. This one goes $218 million market cap, clinical stage biotech company. They do novel disease modifying therapies for rare pediatric storage disorders, LSDs they're called. In any event, we're going to keep an eye out on that. There goes NIO into 48. So NIO's on the way back to the $0.50 here. So very, very choppy trade, I would say. Very, very little in the way of continuation, but it's the way it is. At least in small caps. Let's start the news. See what we got over here. Let's start by talking a little softy. Microsoft, that is, they're expanding their Copilot ecosystem with a new feature called Copilot Cowork. It's designed to move the AI system beyond just answering questions, and specifically here looking at doing agentic things like executing tasks and automating workflows. It's the next evolution, I should say, of AI productivity tools. It basically turns user intent into real world actions. It's going to work with Microsoft 365, so it's going to be internal to Copilot, and Copilot obviously works with 365. It's going to be able to handle your emails, meetings, files, internal business data. It's going to be able to kind of do all that, and it's going to operate using Microsoft's Work IQ system, which analyzes signals across your Outlook, your Teams, Excel, other 365 products, so it's very much homogenized, and it uses these signals to understand the context of a user's environment, which enables, of course, AI to execute tasks in a way that mirrors how employees would have done it. Yep, they are coming for your jobs, baby. Microsoft confirmed it is working closely with Anthropic on this, and it's going to integrate the technology behind the Claude models directly into Microsoft 365 Copilot. So this is not novel where we're seeing Microsoft work with other AI agents, but you're kind of seeing this stepping away from the reliance initially on OpenAI to train Copilot, and now you're seeing diversification with other models. It's interesting to see because I felt that there was a very strong relationship between Altman and Nadella. We know when Altman was ousted, initially, Nadella was one of the guys who insisted that he be brought back. And so you're kind of seeing a thawing a little bit of this relationship, and I'm not really surprised by that. So in any event, Softy on the day is down 0.8, so this doesn't look like it moved the needle at all, Joey. And I know you just got here, so I'm not going to ask you to comment on this, but just give me a sec over here. So that's what we're going to look at there. Let's go on to the next one. Nvidia. Very interesting here. They're reportedly developing an open source AI agent, underline that, open source, platform now called NemoClaude. It's designed to allow companies to deploy autonomous AI agents that are capable, of course, of executing tasks for employees. Much of the same thing we just said about Copilot. It's going to enable organizations to dispatch AI agents that can reason, that can plan, and perform multi-step workflows. I want to see if these agents are going to be able to work together, though, right? Because that's what we're talking about as a next phase of AI, the multi-agentic approach rather than the singular agentic approach. NVIDIA has begun pitching the platform to enterprise software companies, which is obviously signaling their ambition to move beyond just a hardware provider and get into software. Now, I know that they already dabble in software vis-a-vis CUDA, but CUDA is more about harmonizing the GPUs and how they operate together together rather than actually being on the back end of the AI workflow, so to speak. According to reports, Nvidia is exploring partnerships with major enterprise firms. We're talking about Salesforce, we're talking about Cisco, Google, Adobe, CrowdStrike. The companies is reportedly offering those companies I just listed early access to the platform in exchange for contribution to the open source project. So they're looking for, you can use it, but you got to make it better. And that's what it is expected to be. It's expected to be open source from Nvidia. Partners could potentially use the technology without actually incurring some of the licensing costs. And let me just tell you, Brendo used Perplexity Computer for like a day and he ran out of the credits. So that was like $200, and I think he got like 40 or 50 different credits, and to re-up just for 10 credits, that's another $100. So it obviously gets super expensive if you're using one of these paid versions, and the fact that it's open source could be the needle mover here. The other thing that I'm looking at this is it's more enterprise driven rather than, me or Joseph or Katina Man or anybody else. So it feels like it may be focused here for the corporate level rather than individuals. In any event, the interest in Nemo Claw follows the rapid growth, of course, of open source Claw AI tools, which run locally on a user's machine. They perform sequential automated tasks. Jensen had previously called OpenClaw or ClaudeBot or whatever, MaltBot or whatever the hell they're calling it now. He said, this is potentially the most important software release ever. Not a guy known for hyperbole, but you got to figure here, there may be some, I don't want to say conflict of interest, but he obviously has a reason to say this, right? Because all this stuff runs on his computer, on his products.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is going to be something that Jensen needs to take into consideration and really build on if he's going to take that next step within the company. I mean, from a hardware standpoint, we know that the numbers are already phenomenal, but imagine if he can upgrade CUDA and even take that to the next step. I think that's where we see that additional leg higher. And I'm reading on it multiple occasions. Some of these analysts have ridiculous price targets with $300, $283. But what is going to get us there, considering we've seen with that previous earnings report, we really didn't do too much. And I think that can be a step in the right direction. I think that can lead us to some new highs in NVDA.
USO dropping below $1, guys. It's now at 99.25. It's down now. Almost 5%, just as I was about to say, 4 5/8. It is real, or 4/5, sorry. It is really coming down, and we are about to get to the lows that we got into yesterday in the aftermarket when President Trump tweeted about, the war is almost over or soon or whatever. He said 98.47. That is the low from yesterday. It's a bottoming wick. We just got to a low there of 98.99. So oil bleeding its own blood. Speaking of that, let's get to the next story. Oil prices plunged as much as 10%. They're obviously 5% now as traders reacted to comments from U.S. President Donald Trump suggesting the conflict in Iran could end soon. Markets interpreted President Trump's remarks as a signal that energy supply disruptions may be temporary. Of course, a lot of this has to do with the Strait of Hormuz, which handles about roughly 13 million barrels per day. At least that was the average in 2025. And that accounts for about 31% of the global seaborne oil flows, not global supply, just seaborne oil flows. A lot. That's more than the 20% of global oil flows, right? A lot of it goes through pipes, trains, and whatever the hell else. Trump warned that any attempt by Iran to block the strait would result in severe retaliation, saying the response would be 20 times harder. He also hinted at this multiple times during that press conference yesterday, that he had been holding back certain targets from being attacked. I think specifically what he's referring to was the electricity grid. He made comments that he didn't want to do that because he didn't want it to be hard for the country to rebuild once they were under new leadership. And he, when asked, he insisted that he would like leadership from within, much the same way that we saw with Venezuela. So basically, all but saying he's not about that Reza Pahlavi life, which is the son of the former Shah of Iran. Energy analysts say traders appear to believe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz will be ultimately restored. We'll have to wait and see. And then today, Joey, we got the energy ministers from the Group of Seven, the G7, are preparing, or I don't know if they actually did yet, to hold a virtual meeting to discuss coordinated releases of emergency oil reserves. Discussions apparently were revolving around between 300 to 400 million barrels, or that's about roughly 25 to 30% of the combined strategic reserves. That's not a small amount to release all at one time.
No, it's definitely not. I'm just reading on a couple of things here with the overall market and just oil exports in general. So we can see that the Saudi Red Sea oil exports are looking to hit a record high. We also had oil per barrel hit a record 3-year record high as well too, and then substantial trading volumes in USO. So I mean, with Donald Trump announcing the fact that like, hey, things are going to start to cool down, we've seen that dramatic spike higher and the increase in costs. But now if the war is coming to an end, we're going to see that start to come into an inverse correlation with the overall market, which it has been in the previous in the past. So I like that things are going to continue to cool down. Obviously, you're going to be paying at the pump, but it's really important that the Strait of Hormuz, so how do you pronounce it? Hormuz? Yeah, Hormuz. Really gets taken care of, and that's what we want to see. Right?
Yeah, man. Hypercube, thank you for correcting me, buddy. CUDA is not about connecting multiple machines. It allows you to make fast calculations on local machines using the GPU. Other software allows you to distribute calculations across many machines. Thank you for that, brother. I do apologize, and thank you for correcting me there. Let's talk a little crypto, because crypto's in vogue today, baby. Let's see where it's at, Katina, man. 71,500. You got ETH up almost at 2,100. So let's talk a little bit about this. Bitcoin continued its rally on Tuesday, gaining, at least on my watch list here, 3.5%. Trading above now 71,000. Ethereum also, as I mentioned, above that $2,000 level. And this is something that's interesting. I didn't even really realize this because I don't really look at the Dixie all that much. But the US dollar index briefly climbed about 99.7 on Monday, but has since retraced at the time of the writing of this article, of course, to 98.5, giving crypto room to rebound. Historically, and I didn't know this to be true, quite honestly, historically, Bitcoin often trades inversely to the US dollar. Now, we kind of know the US dollar and gold go inverse as well, but I didn't know that Bitcoin and the Dixie were actually inversely correlated. If the Dixie continues to weaken through the week, analysts believe Bitcoin could attempt a stronger breakout move, potentially triggering additional momentum buying. But according to analysts, Joey, and nobody really knows, to fully break this bearish structure that we're obviously in and have been in, Bitcoin would likely need to rally to about $98,000 to establish stronger support levels along the way. What's your look today?
Yeah, $98,000 I think is a little bit of a push, because that's what like 33% from where we're currently trading at, or something roughly along those lines, maybe a little bit less, 25. I stand in the same narrative. It's just we had that, I think it was October 11th or sometime in November, when we had that mass liquidation event. Someone wrote in the chat here this morning as well too, not too long ago, that say they bought another 18,000 Bitcoin or something along those lines. I haven't found anything on that. I hear Adair typing away now. Maybe she's looking at it, but I don't see anything along those lines. I think you need to find and wait for that new wave of participants. I believe the bear sentiment is still fully intact here with Bitcoin, even though we have seen somewhat of a rally and a nice recovery above some key resistance zones. But in my opinion, you really need to be patient and wait for trends to be broken and then some really strong sustained moves. And I just don't get that feeling in Bitcoin right now. Adair, what do you have?
I do have some commentary here on oil. Ship trackers are showing that a supertanker has sailed through the Strait of Hormuz with 2 million barrels here, it looks like, of Iranian oil that adds to at least 5 other Iranian oil shipments since February 28th. So it does look like there's some super tankers here with Iranian oil getting through that Strait of Hormuz, according to these ship trackers. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know how to say your name, brother, because your name is written in Hebrew. I think you did tell me your name earlier. AIFF is the one he was calling out. You weren't actually the first person to call this out, but it's up 18.5% on the day. Shout out to Firefly and Neurosciences, man. They used to sponsor the show. Up into 208, kind of, dropping down into 198 right now. The spread is kind of wide. I'm looking at it over here, 99 on the bid, 209 on the ask. So keep your eye on on this one. AIF, Ronnie. Shout out to my man, Ronnie. I'm not going to forget that. Shout out to Ronnie. AIFF, keep your eye out on that. Let's go to the next story, though. So HPE reported earnings, I believe, yesterday after the bell, and they raised their earnings outlook as demand for AI infrastructure and data center networking obviously continues to increase. They are down on the, they're flat. Okay, they were down. They're up 0.05. The company said AI and data center operators are buying large amounts of networking equipment, and that's really standing out for them because their networking revenue nearly tripled year over year on the quarter to $2.7 billion, helped by a 5-fold increase in data center networking sales. So not a bad look there because, we looked what's trending right now. It seems to be networking, specifically photonics. Again, guys, that LITE name I gave you up another 7 2/3 today. These memory components, though, sorry, I skipped something. HPE said, though, it's struggling to secure enough memory components, specifically RAM and DRAM, I should say, and NAND. They're everywhere and is experiencing tight supply there. And they said these memory components represent more, I can't believe this, these memory components represent more than half of the material costs of a traditional server. How's that possible? Like the RAM is at half the cost of the server? It says more than half. If anybody in the chat is working in this field, I'd really like to get your input on this. Is this accurate? Memory components represent more than half of the material cost of a traditional server, meaning, of course, shortages are pushing hardware costs higher. Tag me in the chat. I get it, Rock Tendo, but I didn't think that they would be half. Like, I know that I think the GB or the B100 or the 200 is selling at like 50,000 a pop. How much could RAM be relative to that? But again, I don't work in it, so I'd love to know what your comments are. To manage the situation, apparently the company is expanding the supply agreements with memory partners as well as adjusting pricing across its entire portfolio. We've seen this. There's likely going to be a rise in prices as a result of the increase in RAM. So yeah, that's a look there. Quarterly profit, this is their actual earnings report. They made about $423 million on the quarter in profit. That's less than last year where they almost made $600 million. Adjusted earnings, they beat 65 pennies per share. The street was looking for 59, so a good look there. And their revenue, that top line number, actually grew 18% year over year, just shy of $9.5 billion with 9 1/3. That is ahead, though, that's slightly below the 9.35 expected by Analyst. They did increase their full year adjusted EPS by 5 pennies, expecting a range now of 230 to 250, and they reaffirmed their overall revenue growth for 2026, and they boosted, most specifically, the networking revenue, and they boosted it by 68 to 73%, Joey. So not a bad look when it comes to the networking side, but it looks like the memory's hurting things a little bit here.
Yeah. So you're talking about the networking side on a quarter basis. I see 152% year over year. So that's a substantial jump as well, too, Sharif, or 7% on a normalized basis to 2.7 billion. With orders in the low double digits, data center switching orders rose mid 40% on a normalized basis, driven by AI and data center demand. But also we have the cloud and AI segment revenue declined 2.7% year over year to 6.3 billion, although HPE entered Q2 with a record AI system backlog of $5 billion. Backlog, not so bad unless you are Oracle. HPE, there it is. So that the demand is there. We'll head over to the daily and see what we got from a technical standpoint. And I mean, this has been a pretty strong run. Downtrends, lower highs, right? We got to take that into consideration, but we're still up substantially from our tariff tantrum lows, okay? So we'll pull up our trend line here and see what we got going on and see lower highs there, guys, continuously. But we do have a support system at that $20 mark. If we head over to the lows of around $11.92 back in April, there we go, don't embarrass me, up 122%. So from $11 to $26.31, starting to pull back a little bit, but you're not getting that capitulation type price action, holding up pretty strong. I like the way this is looking right now.
Some of the comments coming in, guys, I love it. Even consumer RAM is about half of a PC. I didn't think that was the case. Bilbo Baggins, yup, more than half when RAM is above 512. I have a refurbished server business. It's been wild. Okay, interesting. And then JMCM6YF says, yes, it's accurate. And then J Dizzle says, lower end servers don't have GPUs, so yes, RAM is easily half the cost of the entire rack. Very interesting. And then skipped a little bit. Because of the memory shortage, but huge demand for the price of RAM is through the roof right now. That's why Micron, yeah, we kind of knew that. Thank you for that. Green Saber says, Sharif, the cost and process to make memory is expensive. Memory capacity is growing because most processors now need to run memory to be fast. Okay, this is Claude again acting. Fix it, bro. Shut up, Jose. I love you, bro. He always chimes in with the most random things. NIO broke 5.5, guys. So NIO, yeah, it broke 556 high a day.
Look at the volume kick in there, too.
The volume kicked in bigly,
so
Joseph, about 3.7 million shares on that 5-minute candle.
It makes sense, right? Like you have a massive supply zone there, and then you have that being absorbed, and then the volume is correlating that within the equities market.
Yeah, well said. All right, let's move on from HPE to NIO. Speaking of the devil here, NIO reported first ever fourth quarter profit with net income coming in about $17.7 million. It's about 122.5 million yuan, excuse me, compared with a net loss last year of 7.13 billion yuan. So interesting how they were able to shore up costs with revenue rising and eye-watering 76% year over year. That's well above expectations. And the results were driven by rapid growth in EV deliveries, which climbed. Their deliveries climbed 72% year over year on the quarter. They delivered 48,135 vehicles just in the month of December, which brings all of Q4 deliveries to 124,807 vehicles. That's a strong ramp up in sales for new premium models, specifically their ES8 SUV, and they have that Firefly brand. I wonder if we'll see that in Canada. That's their affordable, low-cost EVs, so not a bad look there. And Q4 is typically, though, the strongest season for Chinese EVs as automakers push for deliveries before the year-end incentive changes. So something to keep in mind there when you want to, see whether or not this is a larger trend. Their gross margins has also improved, man. They were about 9.9% last year. They're up to 13.6% now. Obviously, probably more operating efficiency there. Fourth quarter gross margins even better, 17.5%. So they were able to increase prices, it looks like, towards the year end. And for the first quarter, NIO is expecting less in terms of deliveries, 80 to 83,000. Compare that to the 124 we just said they delivered. That does, though, when you look at Q1 of 25, that represents a 90 to 97% growth. Huge. Revenue is projected to more than double, and that's going to hit about 24.5 to 25.5 billion yuan. We're going up to Adair for breaking news.
I have oil news, guys. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying the U.S. has escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. So we did have confirmation here from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright that the U.S. has escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Oil is dropping off a cliff, guys. It is now down 8%, and it's lost yesterday's low, Joey. What's your comment here on NIO?
Yeah, I think NIO is very interesting, Sharif. I know you're talking about the margins. It did increase substantially. I'm seeing 18.1% here, which isn't bad whatsoever. And one thing that I found interesting is that the domestic sales are really starting to flatline, but we know that they're moving overseas, and that's when we're going to start to see the increase in sales and deliveries in NIO. But also, it's interesting that the street is actually starting to take this name somewhat seriously, considering it was somewhat of an innovative startup to an actual serious car manufacturer, and that's what you want to see. So the numbers are starting to slowly align here in NIO. I still believe it's a very difficult space. And 18.1% margins, I don't think that's horrible for a car.
All right, Adair, give us your take on HPE and NIO.
Yeah, I have more to say here in HPE, so I'm going to start with HPE because, I think this is an interesting report. I like that both you and Joe Sharif kind of hopped on that data center networking growth because I find it to be significant, but like Nate, I'm going to have a deeper dive as well here. So as you guys mentioned, that networking sector in general, it did grow by 151% year over year. Although it did actually drop slightly sequentially, but within that segment, they have a whole bunch of fun sub-segments. So within the sub-segments of networking net revenue, you have one standout gem, and that is data center networking. It's this little, there you go, this little piece of the bottom of the pie on the right on this chart, which I did drop in the chat, and I can drop in the chat again here. But basically, data center networking revenue was $444 million this quarter. That is up 25.4% quarter over quarter. It's up a jaw-dropping 382% year over year. So this one segment is basically single-handedly saving the networking sector of Hewlett-Packard's revenue as a whole. Now, furthermore, Sharif, Joe, and audience, not only is this the only sub-segment of the networking branch here with year-over-year with sequential revenue growth, they're also the only subsector across any part of Hewlett-Packard's revenue with sequential growth. So this data center networking segment seems to be trying to single-handedly be the Atlas with the entire Hewlett-Packard revenue on its shoulders with that sequential growth. So I'm going to keep an eye on data center networking revenue for this company going forward. But yeah, I mean, other than that, like every other subsection of networking revenue declined sequentially, and every single subsection of cloud and AI revenue, which is going to be this little pie chart on the left, that all declined sequentially as well. And a lot of them actually declined over a year-over-year basis. Networking fared slightly better here on a year-over-year basis. But yeah, I think like that data center networking, only thing that stood out to me in a positive way, and absolutely something to watch. NIO, I have a lot less to say other than I think good growth year over year. I do have a little chart for you guys if I can pull that up. I wasn't prepared to speak on both at once, so here you go. NIO. I do like that you've got your vehicle sales and total revenue growth on a year-over-year basis. Vehicle margin 18%. Not really sure this is comparable, but yeah, I mean, I like that they're posting profit. Good look for NIO. First profitable quarter, always a good place to start. I'll keep an eye on oil news and I'll send it back to you guys.
Katina Man short. Can we show Katina Man's screen on that USO short? Yeah, so it's going pretty aggressively there, Katina Man. Anything you want to comment on that I can pass on? He wants to comment on the IBIT trade. Yeah, he got stopped out right at the lows. Yeah, been there, done that, man. It's been a hell of a day for me as well. But that's a good short there, Katina Man. USO dropping quite aggressively after Adara brought us the news that the U.S. military has successfully escorted a tanker, an oil tanker, through the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, so we will keep an eye on that. USO now is down 9 1/5 and could hit SSR if it breaks 10. Be on the lookout. USO is dropping quite aggressively, Joey. Let's go on to the next story. I'm not going to talk about Coles. Coles doesn't interest me. Let's talk a little bit Rivian.
I had some.
You had Coles? All right, so then we're going to do it. We're going to do it. My bad.
Coles,
All right. Let's talk about their Q4 net sales. Joey, $5 billion for Coles. That's down almost 4% year over year. Comparable sales also fell 2.8% year over year, and that is obviously reflecting the continued pressure on the discretionary spending. I was making this point to you guys. Take a look at the ETF for consumer staples, and then take a look at the other ETF for consumer discretionary. Entirely different market. Full year 2025 net sales also declined 4% year over year, bringing in about $14.8 billion. Comparable sales down for the full year 3.1%. So worse for the full year than they actually performed in the fourth quarter, where comparable sales down 2.8%. Management, though, acknowledged the top-line weakness, but they wanted to emphasize that operational initiatives were aimed at stabilizing the business and improving their long-term competitiveness, whatever you make of that. Despite the declining sales, their operating income did rise $212 million compared to $126 million last year. They say cost discipline as well as efficiency were the reason here that margins were supported. Gross margins, speaking of those, improved to 33.1%, an increase of 25 basis points. That's better inventory management as well as promotional discipline, according to management. Net income, Joey, $125 million, up from the $48 million. So you see the weakness in the top line, but you look at the positivity on the bottom line. Is that sustainable?
Well, let's see, but I think the real question is here, Sharif, is it sustainable? But he's also stating that the core low to middle income shoppers continue to feel somewhat stressed.
Agree.
So what I'm getting at is that they're like, hey, we need to stay competitive, But with that being said, they're going to be decreasing price. And what does that do to operating margins? It's going to obviously, you're going to have that compression, and that's going to be taking home less and less money the more discounts that you give. But he also stated that some of the weather issues where they had to close 50% of their stores, which I found extremely interesting as well, too. And I don't think a couple-day closure should have that much dramatic effect on some of these names.
Well said.
Right.
So, Joey,
Yeah.
this is XLY. XLY is Consumer Discretionary ETF, okay? This is the chart on XLY. Let's now look at XLP, which is Consumer Staples. Well, pulling off a little bit, but definitely a lot closer to the highs.
But
so
I mean, like,
definitely a breakout from the
But do we
range.
think that XLY is more or less led by the big dogs, like the weighting
tell
of
you.
it?
I can find out.
Because it's Amazon and Tesla at the top of XLY.
So I can tell you exactly what the, so
see.
21 and a third
Yeah.
is Amazon, 19, a little bit less than 19 is Tesla, Home Depot 6 and a third, McDonald's 5, TJX 4 and a fifth.
Yeah, exactly.
So the two companies almost half.
Give me
Let's look
McDonald's.
at the XLP and see exactly what's
like
involved in
Walmart, it's
XLP.
like Walmart, Costco.
Yeah, for sure.
And then
it's going to be
those other big boys.
So number one, 11, a lot more balanced this one. 11 and a third Walmart, 9.1 Costco, Procter & Gamble's a little bit less than 8, Coca-Cola 6.5, Philip Morris. Why do they have Philip Morris in there? 5.9.
Is that
in any
smokes?
Yeah. Well, dude, they're killing it because it's Zins.
So yeah, but is that like a necessity in life?
I personally don't think so.
Don't ever try to take a guy's pack of Zyn away. That
Dude,
those people will lose their.
Before pharmacies got banned from selling cigarettes in the mid 90s, my old man, just like everybody else when he was with Shoppers Drug Mart, was selling them. Dude, the stories that my dad would tell you about people coming in to buy like cartons
of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Didn't you buy cigarettes at like, I remember like the OLG stands as well too at one point?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think you
bring that back. Come on, Dougie. Even though I don't smoke. Yeah, bring that back, man. Just
bring
more
it back.
convenient. You buy tobacco products there.
We got to go back to Adara, though, at the big desk.
Man.
This back and forth in the Middle East does continue after we had that story coming out here with U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying that the U.S. Navy has successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. We do have more, I guess, attacks, for lack of a better term here. Security sources saying that a drone attack has targeted the Balad Air Base in Iraq, which is just north of Baghdad. So more strikes here, this time in Iraq. Back to you.
Keeping an eye here on USO. It looks like it's just, a little bit above the 10 EMA on the 1, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. Guys, Rivian, interesting look, very interesting today on Rivian. It's up big, 6%. TD Cowen upgrading Rivian to a buy from hold, raising the price target $3 from 17 to 20. They estimate, the firm, TD Cowen that is, that full-scale R2 demand could reach Tesla levels. We're talking about 212,000 to 335 R2s annually. It's not Tesla levels, but it's definitely better than anything they've sold with the R1. That is quite good, and they go on to say the R2 SUV is designed as Rivian's midsize, lower-cost vehicle positioned below the R1, obviously, expected to feature 2-row seating for 5 passengers. It's going to utilize a new structural battery platform. They're going to use cylindrical cells, and they plan to offer multiple drivetrain options. We're talking about a single-motor rear-wheel drive, a couple of all-wheel drive variants, both with a dual motor and a tri-motor. So you're going to have, the possibility here to do 0 to 100 in sub 3 seconds, 0 to 100 kilometers, 0 to 60 miles, sub 3. According to this report, pricing is anticipated to be quite competitive with electrical SUVs similar to the Model Y, the Ioniq 5, the Mustang Mach-E. And analysts view the R2 platform as absolutely critical to Rivian's path to scalability and profitability. And Morgan Stanley analyst Andrew Percoco noted the model could be key, Joey, to driving long-term growth, even as the firm remains cautious on near-term EV demand.
Yeah, as for Rivian, guys, I think analysts also highlighted Rivian's aggressive consumer autonomous vehicle strategy as a positive. And as early as apparently 18 months from now, you could start seeing that being sold to the consumer. And I think that's going to be that next drive in the EV space. Rivian has struggled and underperformed over the years, but if they can really hone in on this autonomous vehicle aspect, just like Tesla is, I think that's what's going to drive some of these vehicle makers to that next level.
Jay Dizzle, it's not just about sales. Rivian has never built anything close to that amount. I'm from Bloomington and know many that work at the plant. Yeah, brother, of course. I think one of the biggest things Tesla went through was scaling. Remember when Elon was sleeping on the couch of the gigafactories when they were scaling the Model 3? Like, we've seen what they sell on a yearly basis for the Model S and X. It's peanuts compared to what they sell for the 3 and the Y. So scaling, absolutely agree with you. That's where, you know, the proof is in the pudding there. If they can scale, then, you know, we'll definitely give them a little bit more room there. Who's saying hi to Ram Ram? Hangry wife, hi Ram Ram. She's not here. We miss Ram Ram. Yeah. I don't know where the hell she is, but she's not here. Stellantis, Joey, you want to do this story? Or you want to go to the next one?
Oh,
they're tying the
hybrid.
Yeah, they're doing some business here with
What do we got?
Toyota.
Toyota.
With Toyota.
How did CS?
Did you hear my Rivian review there? Were you around when I was doing the review on Rivian? So I don't know if you know about this, but they're switching to cylindrical cells for the battery. It's going to be 3 different models. You're going to have a single motor, rear-wheel drive. You're going to have a dual and tri-motor, all-wheel drive. And I'm assuming the tri-motor is going to do 0. You're still muted. It's going to do 0 to 60 miles per hour in less than 3 seconds. Katina Men will help you there with that.
Looks like he's on now.
Say that again, Assassino?
He's good.
You're good. You're good. And so that's the look there. And do you see the amount that I was telling you this when we were talking in the morning? 212,000 to 335,000 units expected annually.
I like it. I mean, the pre-orders, I told you this morning, end of January, 161,000 pre-orders. I have questions. Do we need a tri-motor to keep the price down, to keep them? And yes, there's the performance variance, the sport mode, whatever you want.
Exactly.
Do we need it?
I don't think they'll make too many of those.
No. I don't think it's going to be a huge seller. Again, cost savings, cost effective, efficient. There we go.
There he is.
I think if they keep
Stop, Sean. Katina,
if we keep the base price down, cylindrical cells are more cost effective than Sharif pouch cells. And Sean.
Yeah.
He's trying so hard, though, isn't he?
My question is to you, because with the uptick in autonomous vehicles and how popular it could be, Randy, someone who drives a diesel vehicle, could you ever see yourself purchasing an autonomous vehicle in an EV?
I could.
Yeah.
I
so
could.
I think that's a massive step, in my opinion.
I don't get
going
enough
from
sleep,
diesel to AV.
and I'm stuck in stop and go traffic for an hour and a half a day.
I feel the diesel drivers are more or less the car junkies, in my opinion.
A junkie.
I mean, it's a
he's
good thing.
pretty much a
It's good
car
thing.
junkie, I would say so.
I-
right?
It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying
No,
it's
like
a
in a
bad
good
thing.
way.
Exactly.
I'm not saying.
exactly.
Not only diesel because it's more efficient. You know, they're not the most performance.
He lives
engine out
really
there, but
far. For anybody who's
Yeah.
I
wondering.
live in the sticks. Yeah. Autonomous driving, yes. Where I am, half my commute is in the middle of nowhere, and the other half is down here, bumper to bumper and guardrails. So,
crazy.
take your pick.
Take your pick.
Sure, down the road, absolutely. When gas prices are crazy like they are, I'd love to just plug in and go to
sure.
sleep and show up at work.
Yeah.
You know, is everybody going that direction? No. Here we are. The R2 is going to take off.
It's gonna take
with
off.
the pre-orders that are there, and if RJ can keep production levels where he needs them to be, without again recalls and bumps and what did Elon coin it? Production hell. That was his words. If they can get there without performing a Ford recall campaign, hey,
You like it?
all the credit to them.
Yeah.
We need this.
Where is it being made? In Georgia?
Georgia.
Georgia. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited for
I'm
this.
long.
And as I told you, they've opened up a retail store, Yorkdale Shopping Center. It's one of the best malls in the city. And now they're amongst Lucid and they're amongst Tesla as the other two EV.
You and I'll go for an R2 test drive.
Absolutely, in a heartbeat.
I'm into that.
really like the R1S, and so if they can do anything similar to that, hey. The Katina man is going to let me drive his R2. Well, we know what the missus likes, and so exactly, I know. We know. She's liked it for a while. Katina man's wife loves Rivian.
Pull up a picture of the old R2 here.
Should we do it?
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't look much different than the R1, brother. It's just a smaller version of it, the Rivian R2.
Yeah, like go down the Cayenne-Macan neck of the woods. They look similar from a distance. Wheelbase shorter, dimensions are smaller, but otherwise it's maybe a shrunken version.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it looks
R1's
exactly
huge.
like the R1S.
It's huge.
It's huge,
The
bro.
R1S is huge.
It's like a Navigator. I would say the R1S is like a Navigator, and this is more, I don't want to say like a RAV4. It's more like my F-Pace. This is probably the size of my F-Pace.
Okay.
I would say so. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad-looking car. The only question is, these bad boys here have been, you either feast or famine on these. You either love them or you hate them.
Yeah.
Right? It's the only questionable part of the car.
It's very distinct though. Like when you look at it, you know that it's a Rivian car with those headlights, right? So with some cars, you're like, what is that? But when you see those things, in front of you, it's like, yeah, that's a Rivian.
No, it's distinct.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, that's what it gives. Yeah, that's what the.
I thought it looked like
right?
Thomas the Engine, man.
Right.
Thomas the Tank.
I don't know.
Hold on, my guy.
No,
yeah, like this. Yeah, man, he looks like Thomas the Engine with those eyes. Anyway.
I'm out of here.
All right, thanks, Randy. Let's move on to talk a little bit about Stellantis. Apparently, they're leaning more heavily on hybrid vehicle technology as automakers are pivoting away from the aggressive all-electric strategy. The company's new Jeep Cherokee hybrid SUV. It's the first Jeep hybrid in North America. They're using this technology called Blue Nexus, which is a supplier backed by Toyota. Linked companies. So that's kind of why they're tying the knot here a little bit with Toyota. They're also integrating Bosch technology for upcoming extended range vehicles, highlighting the broader shift, of course, towards hybrid and hybrid-like systems. Let's see what else they say here. Automakers frequently source components from suppliers relying on key drivetrain systems from third parties, especially those connected to competitors. That's a little bit less common. We'll talk a little bit more about this when we get back from Madeira.
Bizarre update here. So as we mentioned, we've talked about this a couple times now. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright had posted that the Navy has escorted oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. Now apparently he's deleted the post. So the post that sent oil to the downside from Energy Secretary Chris Wright has reportedly been deleted. Back to you. I'll keep you guys posted.
There goes USO. It's moving into the dollar. This is wildness right here. In any event, guys, keep an eye on USO. I think we were almost SSR, and now we're below 5%. So the volatility on USO is there. There's a lot of movement here. Any comment on these hybrid systems?
No, sir.
Let's go on. Qualcomm downgraded as analysts flag Apple risk and growth concerns. So Bank of America reinstated coverage on Qualcomm with an underperform rating and $145 price target. Qualcomm is down 1.5% today. They replaced its previous neutral stance. The analyst cited limited growth prospects and industry maturity in the smartphone processor market as key reasons for the cautious outlook. They remain, though, according to Bank of America, the dominant supplier of mobile chipsets, but they believe the company's core market is entering a slower growth phase. They also say the Apple business is a key loss here, especially for risk. Major concerns highlighted by Bank of America is the expected loss of Apple modem business as they look to their C modems. I'm talking about Apple, of course. The firm estimates that could result in about $7 to $8 billion in lost revenue per year. Apple has been working to replace Qualcomm's modem chips with its own in-house silicon, reducing dependence, of course, on third-party suppliers. I mentioned the new iPhone SE has that upgraded C2, I think, modem that they put in it. The transition could meaningfully reduce Qualcomm's high-margin revenue streams tied to Apple iPhones over the next several years, and they expect lukewarm sales and earnings growth between 2025 and 2028, reflecting, Joey, the slowing smartphone demand and increasing competition in semiconductors.
Yeah, I think this is the same narrative too with Donald Trump saying the fact that, hey, you got to get through us if you want to be purchasing our chips. That's obviously foreign countries. So I think that's going to have effect on it. The downgrade Shreve mentioned as well too. And we looked at it from a technical standpoint. This name has not been a good mover, nor has it been continuous in its trend movement. So I think it's a little bit risky here to be playing some Qualcomm.
All right, let's go on to the next story. CrowdStrike upgraded to overweight based on AI-driven security growth. Where is the striker at? Let's find out. CrowdStrike, negative on the day, 0.5%, but so are the other ones. Only Fortinet is up on the day in the net. I wouldn't call net thing. Zscaler is negative, CrowdStrike's negative, Pandub is negative, only FTNT up 0.25%. Morgan Stanley upgrading CrowdStrike to overweight from equal weight and raising the price target to 510 from 487. Morgan believes CrowdStrike is one of the best positioned cybersecurity platforms to outperform in the coming years, and they're citing the ability to capture market share in a rapidly growing security software space. They also note that Crowd's Falcon platform remains highly competitive, especially in endpoint security market. They also believe, Morgan that is, the company is well positioned to take share from competitors, and I've spoken to you guys about this. There are rumors, and it's never confirmed by the companies, of course, that Palo Alto has had to give its current clients discounts to have them, or to not have them, I should say, go to Zscaler and CrowdStrike, and that eats into margins. CrowdStrike's, obviously burgeoning. You can see that. And they also say the consolidated, they say CrowdStrike's architecture allows organizations to consolidate multiple security tools into one platform. I don't think that that's unique to CrowdStrike. We know Pandub is doing that through its platformization strategy vis-a-vis the acquisitions that it's been making, which it's been punished for, ironically enough. But the analyst here highlighted AI-driven capabilities within CrowdStrike's next-gen security operations centers. And Morgan thinks that, the recent decline in Crowd's share, their share price creates a compelling entry point, particularly for long-term investors. You are one of those people, am I right?
Yeah, I think so. I've been liking CrowdStrike for quite some time. They got a lot positive going on for them, considering all the points that Shreve just made. It's to a 13 times multiple. The valuation, despite worries in artificial intelligence security tools from Anthropic and AI, may disrupt the cybersecurity name. CrowdStrike CEO George told investors last week that artificial intelligence is a growth opportunity for CrowdStrike. And I agree. This name is grabbing market share left, right, and center, and has been a pretty clean trader, in my opinion. You do see some hefty pullbacks in CrowdStrike, but with what they got going on, I really like this name for the foreseeable future. I just don't see with the trajectory that we are on currently, with the growth in AI, people adopting more of these tools that we're using, you're going to have to use some form of security. And I think they're going to start with CrowdStrike and Palo Alto.
Joby Aviation. This is old from yesterday, but we didn't really get to do a deep dive. Selected for U.S. eVTOL program. It's flat on the day, up 0.1. As I mentioned, selected as a partner in multiple applications under the White House-backed Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing eVTOL Integration Pilot Program. The initiative is designed to accelerate real-world deployment of air taxi technology, and participation in the program could speed up regulatory coordination and operational testing. Under the program, Joby will have the opportunity to begin early air taxi operations in 26 across 10 U.S. states. We already know they're operating in the Middle East. The program aims to demonstrate real-world urban air mobility use cases, including like short-distance passenger transportation above the cities. CEO said described the initiative as a defining moment for American innovation. He emphasized the potential for communities to see air taxis operating above their cities. I want to know how loud these things are. Does anybody know? Well, I can probably find a YouTube video.
It just sounds like a hefty drone, I think, right?
Probably,
right?
They have
the
exactly.
propellers, right?
They're just big-ass drones, aren't they?
Yeah,
right?
So you just get that hum.
Exactly. We can go on here. In addition to air, okay, I want to get to this story, though, because Archer is accusing Joby of defrauding U.S. government and hiding China ties in a countersuit. So I want to read this a little bit here. They filed a countersuit. Okay, so we'll get to this in a second. We got to go back up to Adara.
I have some more details here with this deleted post from Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Looks like he deleted his post around 7 minutes ago. And in case you missed it, that post was a claim that we've had the U.S. Navy escort a tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. So again, he deleted that roughly 7 minutes ago. About 8 minutes ago, so right before he deleted the post, we had a quote tweet to the post from Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer Griffin is a reporter for Fox News. She's actually the chief national security correspondent for Fox News. And she said, quote, "This is not true," in response to Chris Wright's original tweet. Quote, "I am told from well-placed military sources, no U.S. military assets have escorted any oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as of yet, despite Energy Secretary Chris Wright's claim to the contrary." So long story short, Chris Wright posted a tweet claiming that we had this tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. It was denied by a Fox News correspondent, and then afterwards he immediately deleted it with no further comment. That seems to be the entire story as of right now. You guys can tag me in the chat if you have any questions. But yeah, it looks like this Chris Wright claim was denied by that Fox News correspondent. Back to you.
All right, let's do this. So Archer on Monday filed a countersuit accusing rival Joby of defrauding the U.S. government and concealing ties to, hit it, asesino,
China.
There it is, my man. To gain a competitive advantage in the filing in a U.S. federal court, Archer alleged that Joby, sorry.
Obi.
Oh, man, poor guy. He leaves, he gets clipped. Joby and its agents, quote, fraudulently misclassified thousands of pounds of Chinese origin aircraft materials as consumer goods, close quote, in an apparent attempt to avoid U.S. tariffs and foreign influence scrutiny. The countersuit comes after Joby sued Archer in California state court in November, accusing the company of stealing trade secrets, you little punks. I'm invested in Joby, full disclosure, by hiring a former Joby employee who allegedly took confidential information about its business strategies, partnerships, and aircraft specifications. The case was moved from U.S. District Court to U.S. District Court in December, so it moved from state to Fed. Joby's attorney, Alex Spiro, dang, okay, we know who he is, dismissed the claims, saying the company, quote, doesn't respond to nonsense. That's, I think, Elon's lawyer. Archer, quote, Archer's constant legal issues and flailing business operations have left it no choice but to resort to invented nonsensical theories, close quote, he said in a statement, quote, "We will see them in court." Anyway, we get the idea here. They're competitors, they don't like each other, and now they're suing each other. Any comment on Joby?
Yeah, Joby, I think there's a couple good things going for this, Sharif. Multiple partnerships with the FAA, Kathy Wood purchasing more shares of this name as well, too. But I think the real big one is Uber and their partnership in Dubai to really get the ball rolling on this thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, Sharif. I think the only way that we continuously grow as a species is just developing this form of technology. Enough with the two-dimensional transportation. Let's get these air taxis involved. And a place that can most definitely use that is here, right here. We need some jobs. Let's figure this thing out. I understand the regulations that come with it and everything along those lines, but you have to be continuously growing. And it would ease traffic as well, too, especially if you can kind of have a 3D transportation
Put
system.
me on one of those immediately. There goes PLYX. Thank you guys for calling this out in the chat. This is breaking out and breaking out quite aggressively. I can't tell where the halt is unless I pull it up on my trading screen. So allow me a second here, but it's really going 70% in the Ville of Green. PLYX is the ticker. I'm going to leave USO on there. So let's put PLYX over here. Let's have a look at what the spread is like and what it's trading like. Okay, 4 penny spread, resistance at 6, high of the day on PLYX, current bar, which takes us to 612 high, no closing print above 6 though, up 67% and change. Looks like there is some support at 560, 540. Be on the lookout here, we're getting quite extended. Current bar low, 552, prior bar low, 531, PLYX ticker. All right, let's move on to the next story. BioNTech, BNTX, was absolutely dropping in the morning, and you saw OB all over this one. It's down 20%. They announced they're sharpening their focus on late-stage clinical programs, especially these immunomodulators antibody conjugates and mRNA-based therapies. The company aims to prioritize development and commercialization of their high potential oncology assets, and that means they're shifting their attention towards drugs closer to regulatory approval and market launch rather than, these science-based experiments. They expect 15 ongoing phase 3 clinical trials in oncology by the end of this year, with several late-stage data readouts across major cancer indications, which is anticipated. They also launched a new independent mRNA innovation company. I don't know why all this is bad, but whatever. Co-founders Ugar Sahin and Ozan, do you know this guy? Ozlem Turici, he's obviously Turkish, will establish a new independent biotechnology company focused on researching and developing next-gen mRNA technologies. They do plan to contribute certain mRNA technologies and related rights to the new company while receiving a minority equity in return. There's got to be another reason why this thing is down 20%, other than perhaps maybe the shift in focus. In any event, BNTX, Joey, what's your look on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of upgrades. Obviously, when you see upgrades, downgrades, analyst coverage, I should say. I shouldn't say upgrades. BofA Securities maintains biotech's coverage with a buy price target of $128.
They reported too.
Yeah, and then Morgan Stanley maintained an overweight with a price target of $134. But I mean, for me, considering what can happen with some of these trials, obviously the deeper you get within the phases, the more chances of it going to that next step. But I just think the biotech names are really difficult for me to trade. And this is a substantial loss right there. After that report, Sharif, you get 20% straight to the downside, so you lose a fifth of the value, just like that.
And this is kind of why they're down. They did report earnings, guys. If we can show this, quarterly loss of 38 pennies per share. That was ahead of the 48 loss expected by Analyst. It's also a 133% decrease over earnings of $115 per share from the same period last year. They reported quarterly sales of a bit over $1 billion, which beat the consensus estimate of $889 million by about 18.75%. So that is the look at the earnings report. But I think what we were all focusing on here is the next shift. Exxon is not important. Pershing Square. Okay, last one here. Ackman. Bill Ackman's Pershing Square Capital Management has filed plans to list on the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange, under ticker PS. The move would allow public investors to buy shares, of course, in his investment platform for the first time ever. The hedge fund, it's his firm, the hedge fund firm, oversees the concentrated portfolio of large cap companies, including Brookfield, Uber, Amazon, all by the end of last year. A public listing would give Ackman permanent capital to expand the platform, similar to the structure used by long-term investment vehicles like Berkshire Hathaway. We'll get to Berkshire in a second here. The transaction involves a dual listing structure. So Pershing Square Capital Management shares are gonna, what the hell? Move. How do you get rid of this stupid thing? Pershing Square Capital Management shares and a new closed-end fund called Pershing Square USA. They're both going to trade on the NYSE. So the main one is going to be PS, and then the other one is going to be PS US. The two securities will be listed simultaneously but traded separately. Investors purchasing PS US will receive 20 shares of Pershing Capital Management stocks for every 100 PS US shares purchased at no additional cost. Interesting. Ackman plans to raise about $5 to $10 billion through the PSUS offering, with shares reportedly priced at $50 a pop. The firm's already secured $2.8 billion in commitments from early investors, including family offices, pension funds, insurance companies, as well as ultra-high net worth individuals. And apparently he has this Buffett-inspired long-term investment model in mind. Ackman has long cited Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway as the inspiration for Pershing Square's long-term strategy. Buffett, of course, began his career running private investment partnerships and then later transitioned into Berkshire Hathaway, a permanent capital vehicle that allowed him to kind of compound the capital over decades. Ackman hopes a similar structure will allow Pershing Square to invest opportunistically during market volatility without the need to sell assets and meet investor redemptions, which is a common limitation for traditional hedge funds. Just before we get Joey options, his comment, we're going up to the big desk with Adara.
this news this entire cycle. But long story short, looks like we have confirmation now. Iranian Revolutionary Guard spokesperson confirming no oil ship was ever passed through by the U.S. Army through the Strait of Hormuz. So Chris Wright said it. He deleted it. A Fox News correspondent fact-checked him, and now the Iranian Revolutionary Guard confirmed it. No U.S. oil ship has been passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully this is the last of this headline. If we get more, I will keep you posted, but I wanted to give you guys the, the resolution on that. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what's your take?
All right, so I'm just reading some of the banks that are and the market makers that are going to be involved with this. So we have Citigroup, UBS, B of A, Jefferies, Wells Fargo, acting as coordinators and book runners for the combined IPO. I agree with what everybody's in the chat is saying, and I like what Katina Mann says this morning as well too. He's not going to be the individual who's going to be providing his exit liquidity. I think it might be. I'm not going to say a scam or anything along those lines because it's not, but I think that's kind of the narrative of what we got going on here.
That's fair. All right, I'm just going to keep looking at PLYX. Are you looking at anything?
Yeah, I got. I'm in here in TSLA and IBIT. They're not working right now, so we'll sit in that right now and see what we can get going. I mean, the market was tanking. You can see the inverse correlation here in the Qs and USO. USO moving lower. You get a little bit of an uptick here in the Nasdaq and the SPY. Selling here in IBIT. Let's see if we can break. But it's been an absolute chop fest in Tesla today, considering it didn't have a horrible session yesterday, but it's not the best look. If we can continuously get these upticks in USO, then I'm going to suspect that the market is going to slowly start to cool down. No continuation really in IBIT. Failed to break that high here on the day. You form that somewhat of a bull flag, and then you capitulate, you break down, some indecision around the lows, but I still believe this underlying is weak. I am long, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get stopped out momentarily here on IBIT, as even Tesla is starting to sell aggressively. So if it's been chopped throughout the intraday session, I'm going to suspect maybe in the later of the day you might get a little bit of a move, but nothing substantial here in the overall market. So yeah, not the best session for me once again, but that's all right. We got plenty of more week left, and we'll see where that brings us.
All right, PLYX is having trouble taking out the half dollar. It's up 83% or thereabouts. Here comes 48, there goes 50. High a day, 52. There's the continuation, 59, 60 incoming. Let's see if it drops down and holds a half dollar. I'll give you, whoa, look at the profit taking there coming quite aggressively. Current bar low, 38s, prior bar low, 22s, back above the half dollar we go. Can we get continuation here? Take it possibly into 7. PLYX very strong as people take profits at around the half dollar. Let's see what this one has got. Maybe we can get possibly into that 2/3 of a dollar, perhaps even 3/4. Current bar high 59. Looking for continuation possibly into 70 on this. Great strength there, but there is a seller of note at 58. As I mentioned, current bar low is 36. We're showing 49s. We're certainly having trouble taking out the half dollar, Joe. So I'm keeping an eye on this one.
All right, cool. Let's take a look at some of the cybersecurity names, see if they've kind of turned the narrative on today's session. I mean, CrowdStrike, I thought it's really illiquid at times. I don't know why I do that. We could just type it in right here instead of scrolling through. I mean, the initial drive, really weak, 448 all the way down to 428. So that's 20 points just like that on today's session. But we also look at it from a daily. What's up, Charlie? I hope you're having a good session, my friend. But we talked about this for quite some time. It didn't look good from the peak, right? Like we were selling aggressively. We had SaaSmageddon, and essentially you're down 40% off the highs. Man, CrowdStrike down 40% off that 565 high. Wow. And for me personally, didn't necessarily feel like the sky was falling, but that's not a good look whatsoever. But you do get almost a 30% rebound from where that previous pivot low was to where we're currently trading at. Now, if you have a couple of sessions trading on the backside of that trend, I think we have a good opportunity for this name to find somewhat of a rebound and test. We've seen this continuously in CrowdStrike, just the ebb and flow of this name. But every dip does eventually get bought up. And I know Obi's going to be looking at the higher time frames, maybe not necessarily on this name, but look at this right here. I like this indecision print at some key support levels. You have now breached this
previous trend, and then now you have an engulfing print here on the weekly as well. So I like a nice recovery here in CrowdStrike, and I think that's going to be the narrative in some of these cybersecurity names. We'll go over a couple more. Panda Up. What have you been doing?
Piece of
nice
crap.
rebound. But I mean, hey, it did take a haircut as well, but not 40%, 37%, not too good. Zscaler is like, oh my Lanta, this thing has been absolutely destroyed.
Oh my
and
days.
it's not nearly as strong. Look at this. This is the weekly.
To be fair to Zscaler, though, when it moves up more aggressively. But when it drops, it drops
I mean,
quite
hey,
aggressively.
man, what goes up eventually will come down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 straight weeks. With this, whatever you want to call this one, it's not even anything. We're going to classify.
Is that a joke?
12.
Is that 11 straight weeks of negative?
Yeah, in Zscaler.
What?
And then we got this thing. We're not even going to classify it as anything. So 11, 12, 13, almost 14 straight weeks of downside in Zscaler.
That's a hell of a double top, eh? When neckline break is money. All right, 2 o'clock, guys. PLYX, be on the lookout here. We just had a good trade on that, cutting my negative day in half on this one.
Nice.
But there's the breakout, 689. This one's on the way to 7. It's 92%. I was bitching and complaining that there was no continuation on the small caps. You got one now. It's on the move. Traded carefully. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Send you over to the afternoon show, but I do want to let you know this has obviously been an incredibly news-heavy afternoon, and it's going to continue. We do have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She's set to start a briefing at 2 p.m. This was not initially on the President Trump calendar for the day. It was added, I think, around 10 or 11 a.m., but now it is, in fact, happening. I'm also hearing furthermore about the conflict in Iran. Reuters reporting that as many as 150 U.S. troops have been wounded, unfortunately, so far in the war in Iran. If we hear anything else, we'll keep you posted. In the meantime, we do have that press briefing to be aware of. It has not yet started, though. Again, it is set to begin at any time now. Back over to Opie and Sean for what should be a very exciting afternoon trading show.
Yo, what's happening?
Back over.
Guys? Definitely very exciting afternoon for sure. Nothing much, man.
Looking at that oil trade, weren't we?
Sky is falling. Oil is falling. The market is
There so far.
chopping up. But
I feel like it's very choppy right now. I mean, we did have that story. That was a crazy one about the Strait of Hormuz there. That some oil tankers were being escorted, then they weren't, and the tweet was deleted. And so, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I know you were shorting it already. We got part of the game late there on that, and we were short 96s there. Good covers. My best cover, looks like 94.50, 94.60. The low was roughly 94. This is USO, remember. We'll talk about crude in a minute if we want to. And then I tried to short it again off the 50 period moving average. That did not work. And then we got the story that it was not correct, and now it's fading back out a little bit there. So I just shorted it technically there, but it was during the news drop, so that was no good. And so anyways, that's one win, one loss-ish. And this is what oil looks like right now, down 15%. So it's not getting any nicer around here. But that made a move down to $77. So what was, of course, it'll be $120 2 days ago is now now $80. So down quite nicely there, about 35-40% from the highs. And I checked the gas prices today, same price. So there's that. And I know I'm just playing around. I know it takes days to work through the system.
It's moving way too fast for
for
that.
Interesting. Welcome back to the afternoon show. The coffee machine is being cleaned there. The lunch administrator told me, said, Sean, I can email you when it's clean. You got tea in there or coffee?
Green tea.
Okay.
I told you, I switched over to the green tea. It helps to kind of, it still has the caffeine, but it also has a little bit of calm, so it's like a balance. A little bit of balance there. But
No, I am. I've switched over to green tea too. I was looking for a coffee here, but anyway, she said she was going to email me. I said, nah. Obi will carry it. I'll get up and go get a coffee. 1 minute to go.
This USO move, like I mentioned it this morning. I'm like, I'm gonna be sitting on my hands, waiting for some sort of news. And yeah, sure, the 107s VWAP hold was a great place to sell as well on USO this morning. And then the breakdown of low day, we covered some of that. Guess what? It comes all the way back to 104s, and I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, fine. 101 hold. I don't even get short here for the push down into 100 because I'm just like, remember I said there's two prices I'm interested with, and those were prior day's low, which was sitting at 98.40s, I think, 98 halves, and then also prior day's close, which was we already broke that 104s and some change, right? So we already broke that 104 retest. This should definitely be a re-engage here, or like an engage on my part because I wasn't really in a position from before. But seeing this come in aggressively, I'm like, okay, somebody definitely, this is coming in with some strong selling. Somebody definitely knows something. I don't think the news was necessarily out at any time here, but 101s, I'm just looking to take it through 100. It already got through the day's lows right there, and then yeah, kind of botched this up a little bit where I was just like scalp that piece out, scalp that piece out, scalp that piece out into the lows, a little bit of capitulatory action down into 94s, 95s, and I would leave it alone. And lo and behold, they kind of, it's not really that the news was like taken back. The news had come out, and then it was confirmed by the secretary, and then the secretary deleted the message. And then we caught we had already been catching a bid, but maybe that gave some precedent to some stronger bidding happening. But capitulatory action down into 95s for sure on a smaller time frame. So how can I trade this in a more effective, efficient way? I would say ideally, we did this yesterday as well. What's the most ideal way, kind of looking back at this? Getting involved at VWAP. 110 was the level yesterday. VWAP in the pre-market, not even holding that 109 level. We talked about how, who cares if the market's not open? CL trades 24 hours except for an hour on Friday. It's already open. It's doing enough volume. Get involved in the pre-market, and that 110 is my risk. Right here, as structure breaks down, you can definitely pyramid into this as it breaks structure, retest prior key levels like that 104 area, like this 102, even this 101 area right here for the flush into it. And yeah, strong reasons to buy down here at 195s. For the intraday now, I'm looking for that full-on backside move. We're coming down from 120s. Right? Imagine those swings, the people getting in yesterday being like, all right, well, the president said it's over, so it's over, right? We got below prior day's lows, so that continuation did come in today. So like I said this morning, USO, probably one of the best trading vehicles in this current market, and I would even argue that yesterday and today, by far the best trades of the year. On USO, or just in period.
I haven't looked back that far.
I mean, it's only been a couple of months, but still, by far the best trades, the highest EV trades, in my opinion, of the year. Now, I'm sure there's some other trades, some closing trades that were good. There's these trades that are good, but in terms of when it comes to news catalyst-driven momentum, USO and CL. Obviously, CL is what we're actually trading, but yeah, shout out to futures traders because that's where the real kind of meat of this move is.
No, I was going to say, it's the same thing. It's what we, yesterday we had written on the sticky note for the first time USO. Today it was on the sticky note USO. We both traded USO today. So it's just a matter of, making sure that as traders, and we always say this, Obi, you showed your list yesterday from TradingView. You had over 1,000 stocks.
Yeah, easily.
Your red list was 500.
It caps, for some reason it caps it. I can't have more than 500 on one watch.
Yeah, but whatever. I was just saying, like, when you sort of reviewed your list in front of everybody, there was, hundreds of names, if not thousands. And that's what you're looking for, right? And then I added USO to my sort of watch list as well yesterday. And, it's been on there the whole time, but into the scanners. And I think that's something that you got to keep doing. So, yeah, man, trade what's in front of you and trade what's moving. We looked at silver. I'm not looking at that anymore, but that's another mover as well. I think you already nailed it perfectly by saying that news-based, right? Like we're in a spot right now where everybody. Oh, my mic is a problem again. All right, let's go back over to Sharif if he's ready. Okay, go back over to Obi, and then we'll get this.
No, for sure. I think I know what you're getting at here. Everybody in the whole world is looking at crude oil right now. Everybody is looking, like there's traders all around the world that are trading crude oil, USO, anything related. So it's just like you got to be where the party's at, and this is exactly where the party's at right now. I don't even know why I'm looking at anything else, because if I'm properly allocating risk in this market environment, it definitely has to be towards, it could change tomorrow. Tomorrow it could be totally different. A couple months ago, or maybe going into the beginning of the year, it was precious metals. It was gold and silver, right? And now it's oil. So that's always going to change. That sentiment's going to change. But when the whole world is looking at a certain asset or vehicle due to whatever reason, I definitely want to be there, because that is the arena that I want to play on there. So yeah, how we doing with that mic?
We're doing fine. Multi-directional mics are not very apparently. But okay, we are ready to go. Let's go back over to Sharif and figure it out. Oil bumping a little bit, 81.50 right now.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil today, but the big boys, they are locked, they are loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us in the chat. You got to vote every day. Make sure to throw in that $ followed by the ticker of your choice, and you can vote now from 8 a.m. onwards, because that's when we're live. No longer live, just at 8:30. We're live at 8. Let's look at all four major averages before we get into the first ticker. The triple Q's up on the day to the tune of 0.2%. The SPY also green, a little bit lower than 0.5%. The Dow is now knocking on the door of that 3/4 as the IWM almost at 1%. So all four major averages in Greensville. The first name, though, as decided by you, NVDA. A couple of headlines on this one. First and foremost, it looks like Nvidia is basically looking at creating a new OpenClaw variant or CloudBot, or whatever you want to call it. It's going to be specifically for enterprises, so coming out today, going to be announced at the GTC conference coming up shortly for Nvidia. Separately, there was this headline between Nvidia and Mira Murati's Thinking Machine. They announced a gigawatt-scale AI partnership. So a couple of headlines today for Nvidia, guys, up 1.5%.
Someone just called Palantir in the chat. I think that's a pretty good little look there. Do you want to go over NVIDIA? I'm just going to call it up.
Sure, yeah, no. NVIDIA coming out this morning with that news of Nemo Claw, their own version of the agentic, an agentic AI. Now I know a lot of my friends are using OpenClaw. I definitely am using a lot of Claude as well. But yeah, it seems like they want to enter into that space as well.
What are you using it for?
I'm using it for like analysis. I'm using it for kind of like.
What do you mean analysis? Like you're inputting your trade list, or?
Yeah, I can give it my Notion. And the cool thing about Claude is that you can actually hook it up to your Notion, is where I do my journaling, and it can look at all the journals and kind of come up with different ways to kind of get better, analyze the trades,
nice.
And even like coding, like programming some algos for.
I was only asking because I mean obviously we have a lot of traders watching, and they're probably like, okay, how are people using
tool building as well? Like some people are building scanners, or something to help them out with their trading, like tools to facilitate their daily processes, right? Making like watch lists and stuff like that, because like normally I'd spend like maybe like 20-30 minutes making my watch list, whereas if I have like an agent or like a Claude kind of doing it with a prompt every morning, it probably takes a few minutes at most.
Okay.
Right, so it's just like really training that to kind of help you out with your preparation and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of what I've been using it for. But Nvidia here, the move kind of happened off of I would guess the oil move definitely helping this bid out on the day today, and it seems like more of a continuation from yesterday as well. So I don't know if every kind of tick on the day is driven by that catalyst that we had in the morning, but I think the bigger thing is waiting for next week, where they have where they have their conference all of next week, where they're going to be probably talking about some of this new technology that they have.
No, for me, that was it. I mean, it was, we did that research and we found out that next week is the deal. And again, it was on the note today as a long. We never got into that 181 though. Like that was sort of the pre-market low that we were looking to take. Never got into it. And by the way, Rivian's coming back in. That's going to be a good trade. People in the chat were like, Rivian's along. Okay, it is making a move down. We did get a little bit, oops, here we go. We did get a little bit out of Rivian here we didn't get out of it all, but we averaged it into the 200 period moving average. Now it's coming back in. We actually started this trade at this breakdown. That was completely wrong, taking the breakdown there of Rivian. But right now we're 15 cents in the money. We're going to wait to see how low we can go here on RIVN. Look, I mean, Nvidia, okay, market. I didn't even realize what was happening
look at that.
now.
Oil snapped.
Oil snapping
Back
right now.
to
Oil and USO, absolutely. I guess I gotta fix my earpiece. What the hell is
going on?
going
There's a White
on?
House press briefing right now.
Is there? Okay, so they must be saying it's complete fourgaze. I mean, rhetorical question. Here goes oil right now, 84 and change. Huge move to the upside. Rhetorical question alert.
It's U.S. intelligence begun to see signs that Iran is taking steps to deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Mines? Okay, so that means that ships are just going to get blown up now.
Oil is back above 100. So there's your market.
Okay, so there goes the market upside. I really got to fix my earpiece because I really would have loved to hit that long. Like if I had heard that, I think that would have been, like I am now so jacked up for news right now because that trade that we had last night on oil was like, you and I looked at each other, was like, why don't we put on 10 lots? Why don't we put on unlimited amounts of buying power?
Yeah. Gotta be trading in blocks when it's that convincing, for sure, yeah.
So here we go, man. It doesn't look like anything's stopping right now, but that's an interesting story about those mines there. I don't really know enough about that, how that exactly works, but I guess that's enough to scare off most oil tankers, right? Everyone's talking about the loss of life that everybody's worried about, as they should be. So this insurance that President Trump and, United States is offering is just not going to be good enough right now, as there it goes. I apologize. This is giving me a headache watching this blink. I don't know why our oil's future is doing that. But here's USO right now. Actually, you know what? Obi, right back into 104.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. That's a great key area right there today on oil. Oil just shooting up $5 right there. So, about gas being down in price. Not for now, but I did get the update that the car's charged in the basement. So that's a good one there. All right, no ship escorted. Mines being dropped now. Not a good sign there, Sharif. I don't know what number 2 is, but if it's oil, I apologize, and we can talk more about it. So, all right, let's go back over to Sharif, check out what story number 2 is.
Oil is on, Sean, but not this one. This one's Tesla. But yeah, OB, absolutely accurate. This is being reported by CBS News vis-a-vis an ex-post. Essentially what OB said, U.S. intelligence assets have begun to see indications Iran is taking steps to deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz shipping lane. It's a bit of a tough look there, guys. Any more information, obviously, I will bring that to you. Tesla, though. Tesla and Alphabet launch an energy affordability coalition called Utilize. Basically, a lot of demand for electricity. Microsoft reported $80 billion in unfulfilled Azure orders due to insufficient electricity. So Tesla and Alphabet in business together separately. Elon Musk loses another senior executive as the finance vice president. Sandil Palani steps down after 17 years. Also, this is obviously not Tesla related, but Elon Musk adjacent. Reuters is reporting Elon Musk's SpaceX weighs NASDAQ listing, seeks early inclusion in the NASDAQ 100 as an IPO condition. And then there was some unusual options activity here for Tesla. Total option volume, 72.5 million contracts, resulted in a net open interest of 5.93 million calls at 4.78 million puts. Specifically, though, here, the contracts for Tesla, we're looking at the March 13th weekly 670 calls, specifically on that one. So Tesla, guys, up 0.14, barely.
All right, so Tesla was like the one sort of thing that really got me today. I mean, look, it's going to be my P&L number 1, but this we could have could have, would have, should have. It's irrelevant, but that could have been a much bigger trade, and it felt like it wanted to get lower, right? And I mean, we did stop out right there at the pre-market low, sort of just before it's not even the pre-market low, but the hour before the pre-market, that's the levels right there. So we did stop out at 401 once that wound up breaking, but we took it early. There was a lot of juice to Tesla. It came back in and gave us VWAP. We love that VWAP trade. Then we came in, gave us 200 period. We averaged it in. That's where we wind up losing. I think we might have gone red there on Tesla. I'm not sure. And then once we realized that was holding into that level there, that's where I went long again against that exact same level. But it gave me so many opportunities to reload. Basically, for 10 straight minutes, you and I and everybody was sitting here watching this, and it was like, is it going to go? Like, I don't know. And then eventually it just popped, and then that was like, money. So that was the trade right there, man. I mean, look where it went to, Obi. It went from the low of the day right into the high of the day, and we got it all pretty much. Like these were big outs for us, man, or for me as we went, and that's 11:05. We did this all on the air basically, and then it came through, and as they say, the rest is history. It dropped out. Then we got out. I believe at that time it must have been VWAP or something. I don't know why it would have just stopped out randomly there. Maybe it was the 50 period. Kept on going lower, and then there's the break right now for Tesla. Tesla's not strong at all today. I don't know why it was up early in the pre-market. Maybe it was something to do with SpaceX and Starlink, but right now Tesla weak. So I don't love the stock. We're short Rivian instead right now. That's starting to bleed to the downside a little bit here. Not really, but we just were able to get a 76 there. Rivian held the low of the day. So a couple tail of two different stocks here. Strong on Rivian today, weak on. How are you doing?
Now we're talking.
My good friend. How are you? Here we go. This is
second delay.
I have the vest in the.
It's my colleague Austin.
Hi Austin, how are you doing?
Good.
I heard you have a great city in Texas there. So how was the trip?
I can see that my complaints have come to fruition. I now have a wireless.
How's everything going?
Everything's going well. Everything's going well. Good to stop it. Just stopped in. I brought the donuts.
Oh my gosh, no.
Actually, no donuts. Cookies only. We're cutting back.
Look at you though.
Huh?
You're cutting back and you're bringing the donuts to us over here. So this is Mark from ICE, Intercontinental Exchange. So
Mark looks bright red and shiny. But besides that, things are
looking
good.
pretty good, man. You're looking pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. And by the way, congratulations. I saw Intel was moving around. That was a great trade.
Yeah, I see Ford's out of the hole it was in.
Yeah, don't talk to your friend Randy about Ford. He does not like that company.
Where's the SLV?
Oh, you're a little silver buff, eh, over there.
Well,
You crushed silver last couple
I don't
months.
want to toot my horn, but you know.
This guy knows what he's doing.
You had the long there?
Yeah, I got
Nice.
Former pit trader over
Yeah.
here. Sugar, am I correct or no?
Softs in general, yeah, softs.
Yeah. So this guy's been around, man, and it's always great to see you.
Yes, I brought
One of my
colleague
favorites.
Austin here from the U.S.
From the U.S. as well.
We're just here to check in with the group, make sure everything's going well.
Please pass the mic to Austin.
And this guy's Austin. Here you go. This guy's
Austin in the middle.
Nice to
See
meet you.
Austin. So what do you think about the studio?
It's very cool. I didn't realize that it was going to be this whole back area. This is really nice.
Good. We're being told we got to get back to this. Oil is moving around like crazy. Right now. Here, you want to see
now?
you wanna see it?
Well, I don't know where crude oil is, but we're trading USO.
Yeah.
So,
Here, this is what it looks like today. So we started
87.
around, this is the morning here. So we started $94. This is yesterday's move down. There's 90. We got to 77, Mark, today. Now we're bumping back up right now as the news story was the United States had escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz, but then that tweet was deleted. So they did not escort it. So oil falls down on that news and right back up now. So we're getting ready to rock and roll. It's always great. I thought you were in the next week or.
No, we're going out tomorrow night.
Oh, tomorrow night. I better tell the wife. Okay.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks.
All right. Always the best.
Take
Right
care.
there, Mark. I'm not allowed to say his last name. You know, he's going to get too much fanfare. So, Mark, thank you so much. And we're going out tomorrow night. I better put that in the calendar. Yeah, I forgot. You want to come out tomorrow night?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Mark, I'm bringing Obi tomorrow night. This gentleman, Obi. Have you met Obi before? There we go.
Thank you. I'll be there.
All right.
See ya.
And everybody in Toronto also invited on ICE's tab. So anybody watching, maybe
boy.
not.
Yeah.
There will be a lot of food and drink tomorrow.
Okay.
If you're going, take my place. I actually forgot. Like when I saw him here, I was like, oh my God, he's a week early, but I might have it marked down wrong. Is that Mark Cuban? Yeah, that's Mark Cuban. Yeah. But okay, let's go. So anyways, that was oil. That was Mark from ICE. So they're Intercontinental Exchange. You will notice they own the NYSE, and I think it's over 30 exchanges worldwide, and he's just a rep here for Real Trading. So we trade in over 60 plus live markets, obviously, here, and he's representing the Intercontinental Exchange and answering questions and spoiling us. That's where we got those vests from, of course. Don't show them that I have the Instanet vest right here on my chair. But okay, let's go back over. Poor Sharif had to sit there the whole time as well. Yeah, Sharif and Joe, you guys are available tomorrow night. We're going out, apparently, with ICE, so get ready to go for that. All right, back to the desk.
Say, Sean? Oh boy. All right, a lot of updates. I had to do that. A lot of updates, guys. Pentagon confirms Reuters report on casualties in Iran war. Says in a statement, approximately 140 U.S. service members have been wounded over the past 10 days of conflict. Goes on to say, White House on Iran, U.S. military is moving to dismantle missile production infrastructure. Goes on to say, Trump remains confident goals will be achieved swiftly. President and energy team closely watching markets, additional options being drawn up. Trump is not afraid to use additional options on energy. The report goes on. Once national security options are achieved, oil prices will drop, he goes on to say. And yeah, those are the comments coming out right now. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt making the comments now. Separately here, of course, we have Palantir is next, and it's down 3.3%. They did have this tie up with Polymarket. They announced a partnership, guys, with Palantir and TWGAI to develop next-gen sports integrity platform. The company said, quote, this partnership with global leaders in data integration, artificial intelligence, and security is designed to promote the trust, transparency, and the reliability that participants, institutions, and the public deserves from prediction markets. The Vergence AI engine created last year through a joint venture with Palantir will serve as the technical infrastructure to establish new standard for sports market integrity controls aimed at preventing, identifying, and reporting anomalous, suspicious activity. So if you're looking for the prediction markets to be transparent and safe, Palantir apparently is trying to make that a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely liking Palantir here today. And we actually, for today, didn't really have it written down to do anything, but we did take a trade early. And I feel like all these early trades that I'm in, like, you know, they're either great or not. And this one was flat. It was a nice move higher there. And I'm always fine taking things against the low of the day in the pre-market, especially if it's early, because you get that move, right? I mean, and yesterday on Palantir was quite a nice move right there to the upside. That was from 155 to 158, you know, before falling down. So today we sort of think about the same type of thing right there, but it just doesn't come through. We get that basically the 155 again, the same level, and just does not go. Our best out there is 155.80. So instead of going $3, we go 80 cents. And then we basically lose. That's a 155. That's a 154.50. So, you know, up a little bit, down a little bit, you know, up 50 cents, 80 cents, down 50 cents, and out. Turned out to be a great out. Obviously, it does look like it comes back there. I'm not sure if that was real. And then it's just straight down. So we're getting lower here on Palantir. It's unfortunate because it did have a nice little run there. And I think it's fine. I'm hearing crude is going lower here a little bit.
I just took that trade, yeah.
Okay, you're in short. Okay, good. But there goes Palantir. There was about 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9 days. Nice upside play into 160. Now falling back into 150 again. So we'll have to be very, very careful here. But it's Palantir right there, giving it up just a little bit off of its 50-period moving average right there. So that's, you know, like Palantir, I think it's an awesome trading vehicle. It's just when it doesn't want to work, it really doesn't want to work. And, you know, we sort of saw that this morning when I even said, remember, I hit this thing this morning. I was like, somebody is in here selling it. Now, she's always buying things, but it felt like there was someone selling at 155. So, okay, here we go. Maybe this is the headline for you here, Obi. I don't even know what's going on with oil, but Israel to halt strikes on Iran's energy. Oh, U.S. asks. Okay. So that you think that would be a good sign? I don't know. I thought I heard oil was moving the other way here. Let's go have a quick little check on that as you are short there. Do you have?
I mean,
do you have any opinions on?
On Palantir, I think, I think what was interesting about Palantir this morning was that even though the market was ripping up, and we kind of talked about this, Palantir didn't really have any sort of a significant bounce, just kind of consolidating in and around these 150s to 152. So a little bit of a muted move, not really following along with the rest of the market. Now you look back on a higher frame here. I think we were looking at the daily as that 150 being a little bit of an interesting area. Again, the question I'm asking is this the backside move right here? I think the shorts off of 180s and 175s were absolutely solid on Palantir. We got a continuation all the way down into 130s, 126 lows, but over the past couple of days, you can see here just a bit of a hold of that 150. So I'm asking, is this another lower high, especially when the market is ripping the way it is, and Palantir can't catch a bounce for its life and it's muted like that? I'm definitely, asking that. Is this another iteration of sellers showing us who is actually in charge on this name? But we'll wait and see if Palantir continues to go below or above 150 going forward. But that was some peculiar action on Palantir today.
Yeah, no, I again, like the stock. I think it's the right stock at the right times, but we're gonna figure that all out. At some point. I keep on hearing news about Iran now again. They're not, apparently the U.S. is not playing until Iran has an unconditional surrender. So that's just what I heard, but we'll get more stories on this coming up. It's 2:30 right now. Let's run through a few more and get Sharif out of here.
All right, a couple of headlines, guys. The U.S. government has urged Israel not to carry out further strikes on Iran's energy and oil infrastructure, marking the first time it has restrained Israel's actions since the joint operations began. Washington's concerns apparently center around civilian harm, post-war cooperation with Iran's oil sector, and risks of broader regional retaliation that could disrupt, according to them, global energy markets. Apparently, also, Saudi Arabia in talks to buy interceptor drones, being reported by the Wall Street Journal, negotiating to purchase Ukrainian air defense system, including interceptor drones and electronic warfare, and to counter Iranian Shahed drones. Of course, we know the Ukrainians do have experience with that, having received that from the Russians. All right, let's talk about the next stock. Yeah, we're still on the rundown. Hims and Hers up another 3% today. Not a bad look. Still, trending up after that tie-up they had, or the litigation-ending deal, I should say, with Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk drops their patent infringement lawsuit against Hims, and Hims gets to sell Novo's products online, guys. Up another 3.
I just looked over to Obi because I was like, okay, this guy's all about Hims and Hers, and I see him working on a Hims and Hers chart, and I'm like, how did you know that? It's normally Neil gets all these little inside tips here, but all right. So Obi, what about Hims and Hers?
Yeah, no, I think interesting. I took that opening drive. Definitely was a chase into that 25, but I did well to kind of piece off when there was no follow through in through the 26s. But I think the real trade here was the push through the opening the opening range high from yesterday, which was 23.48, and we got that breakout in the pre-market session. I kind of talked about how this had the potential to be that leg consolidation leg, and I was really looking for that secondary leg today. We got a nice momentum off of the open, but I think the better trade here was strong reasons to sell and the failure to follow through of 26s. A little bit of a bouncy ball into this level, 24.62s, which was that reaction high from the pre-market yesterday. You can see incremental kind of bounces, maybe a little flush, but holding that, where's VWAP right here? So VWAP's down here, holding VWAP from the downside, holding the anchored from the highs right there as well, a bit of a sandwich, and then you get that continuation. So I was having a discussion about what were some of the best ways to kind of trade this on the day today, and I think right here, if I just kind of draw it in, I think highest EV trades if you're nice with it, maybe you're slapping this bid up here into the 26 failure to follow through right here. But I think the best kind of push is into this right here. 2460s, and then right here, opening range low, where it kind of consolidates and gives you a nice little tight range to get involved with for the backside move. And interestingly enough, Sean, you remember that anchored VWAP from yesterday? That's what we've been holding pretty much all day long since about 11 o'clock. So prior day's support, one of prior day's support levels, which was resistance yesterday, so it's a classic example of that anchored VWAP being a level which was resistance now turning into support after it broke out yesterday. And that's kind of what I've had it on watch all day. It's just been up on my top screen. HIMS, pretty good vehicle today as well, but I should have taken the backside because it was much, much cleaner, even though it took a lot longer than some of the push in the morning.
All right, so there's absolutely no way I can even come close to topping that. So I'm just going to talk about Novo here. And I just, this name has gotten really beat up, man. Not a great earnings call. Nice move to the downside right here, trying to fill this gap. I just think this is a short if it even tries to fill this, and it looks like it's trying to do it right now. That's $40. That gap fill all the way back to 47. I think you can sort of withstand that 20% here in short Novo. This name seems to be getting to the downside. And we looked at Eli Lilly today, and I don't know, in this recent, Eli Lilly was either slightly up or broke above $1,000 again here today. So, Novo Nordisk down 3%, Eli Lilly flat on the day. I just much prefer this name, and I just want to take the opportunity to talk about that because Novo just continues to not be the one, and it's just pretty downside. If you even zoom out, it's going to even get a little worse. But, just downside here, boom, look, that's what I'm saying, just straight, not much love here for Novo Nordisk. So just want to bring that to people's attention. I think this is an awesome short coming back in underneath 50, underneath the 200, and just looking like it wants to print lower. Anybody short right now, NVO, I think is doing pretty good, and you don't have to worry about that. I don't think until like I said, maybe 48, 49, $50. That's when I would stop out. But I like that short and like the long on Eli Lilly. I'm jealous, man. I can't wait to go get my coffee. All right, next rundown.
All right, USO, finally, guys, down 1.2%. So many different headlines here. We reported to you, not us incorrectly, but it was reported incorrectly by U.S. Secretary Wright, Energy Secretary Wright, that U.S. oil, that the U.S. military had escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. Caroline Levitt is giving a press conference right now where she confirmed that the U.S. has not escorted any vessel through the Strait of Hormuz, making that very clear. She also reported 150 troops have been injured. It's within that ballpark, she says. And then with respect to the ending of the conflict, she says ultimately operations will end when the commander-in-chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized, and that Iran is in a position to complete an unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not. In any event, guys, here we are, USO down 1.2% after being almost down 10% in SSR.
Okay, so here we go, man. This is what we've been waiting for, is to talk about oil, right, and USO and everything. So here's crude. We just had this talk a little bit with Mark, and Obi and I have been sort of talking about this all day. Yesterday we had a great opportunity to go short there around about 45 minutes from now. It was around 3:15 when we got that news, and today we got more news again and I don't really know why they can't get it all figured out, but Obi's already nailed it. He has Twitter open here with news sources. And, that Strait of Hormuz, we do know how volatile that's going to be. When the market got that news as well, we did have an upside play and then completely reversed once we got, the correction that it was actually mines that they're putting in the Strait of Hormuz, not ships escorting, almost the complete opposite. So this is just going to be so news-based. If you didn't think oil was fun to trade, then maybe you're sort of in the wrong spot. The volatility is here, and sometimes there's absolutely no stopping this. So loving the trade. I think when you sort of pull it out, what we saw over the weekend, heading into Monday morning, Sunday night, that was, I think people either getting blown out of shorts or just a complete escalation there. This kind of makes sense. I mean, the supreme leader in Iran obviously is no longer with us. They've now got another one. I could understand why oil was going up, but that was just like a sort of almost like a black swan move, and it just filled the whole gap yesterday. So I think it's ready for any positive news for oil to come back in now. But if that doesn't exist, then we're just going to trade the source. I see Adara's right back there in her chair. So we're going to get ready to rock and roll on any kind of story here affecting oil. Names to look at, obviously. The big ones, XOM, CVX, all that. I like trading Occidental. We've seen Battle. This one had sort of sussed out about 2 weeks ago when it was really going hard. I guess it was last week, up there into 34, 35 bucks, now falling back down. I think a lot of these names will retrace back in, and just a matter of waiting for shorts now on some of these high short float names, low float, high short float names, BATL, ENDO, and a few other ones. So I think OB and I will still continue to trade USO here and look for some opportunities in that space rather than the equities.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we talk about sticking to stocks that are in play, and USO definitely one of those. I mentioned this earlier. Everybody is watching this asset, this vehicle here, crude oil futures especially, right? And the USO is a good vehicle if you're trading anything on the NYSE or the Nasdaq here. USO is one of the better ones that'll follow that crude oil a little bit closer there. So we had some of the moves yesterday coming in, and then today a little bit of a shake and bake with some of that news that did come in. Again, it's kind of my lacking for not getting involved in and around the pre-market session. I even have this 110 marked out, which was an absolutely solid trade yesterday from 110s all the way to 98s and some change. And we got that continuation coming in today. We'll talk more about this after we get back from Madeira.
More oil headlines. It is worth noting, I'm seeing this circulate here. Financial Times reporting that IEA, or International Energy Agency, meeting discussing the possibility of releasing that crude oil stockpile has ended with no decision. So yeah, IEA met. They have not decided whether or not to release that crude stockpile as reported by Financial Times. Here is USO, and back to Obi.
Thank you very much, Adara. No, I kind of I've been watching the news. Like I said this morning, this market is extremely news driven as of right now, and you gotta have Trader TV on and up to get all that news as fast as possible. I have a bunch of my news sources as well, so I am fast to the keys when things are actually happening. And you can see not only is oil affected, take a look at some of these futures. It's also the markets as a whole that will probably be knocked around as well with some of this news. We had that push up into 25.2s as oil fell down all the way down to a new recent low of 94s here. So you can see that on that move, we got that pop up to 25.2s, but then I guess, certain posts were pulled about that tanker. Nothing really came down saying that didn't actually happen, but the news came out. I forget what the original source was, and then I think it was the Secretary of Energy that came in with the confirmation that, oh yeah, this is actually happening, and we got a secondary leg on that confirmation. And then once that tweet was kind of pulled, and then we also had a little bit of capitulatory action, we started getting legs higher, and then more news from I guess the White House coming in, and then I think it was also the viewing of, I guess, Iran setting up some mines that got us some strong push here as well. But I do want to point something out. I understand that the news is very important, but at the end of the day, like Sean even said, I was short before that actually came in. I just want to reiterate that price action is absolutely king. You get involved in the places you should be getting involved with, and then you get lucky. That's kind of the way it's been happening, where it's just like, okay, reasons to sell. Oh, some bad news. Even stronger reasons to sell, even after you're getting expanding volume into some of these flushes. Day low break, I like that. I was looking for that, and that comes in confluenced with some news. I like that even more. So like I said before, we should definitely be, first of all, I should be definitely sizing a lot bigger on some of these. Again, not necessarily a block boy just yet, but definitely working my way up there for sure. But that 100 breakdown was absolutely mint. And then even this capitulation, the long that came in, this action comes in way before the news that kind of pulls this price all the way back into and through that 100 mark, which for sure, short-term shorts are getting blasted through that day low, back through 100 as well on this move. So great vehicle USO has been for some intraday trading for sure. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there. Thank you everybody for the questions in the chat. Thank you everybody for everything and all the positive, kind stuff and words that we continue to go over here. I just got to note, Tesla's at 400 now, so it already broke through. We already saw that. I'm wondering if Tesla holds this 400. So there it is, man, just back up here, hitting the 50-period moving average. Looking like it wants to go down, right? That's 403, bouncing off VWAP. There's the touch to 50 again at 402. There's the touch at 400 again. So it's looking like it wants to go to the downside. I'm actually looking short rather than long right here on Tesla. Market also, excuse me, I just chugged that water, underneath VWAP as well, Tesla, the market. So this looks like we could start to give up something there on the top side of this market today. And I think there's some of this uncertainty that we're seeing in this oil trade is causing a little bit of this, obviously, as we get to the downside. And a lot of people, I guess it's like, kind of like, this is not the right wording, but like shoot first, ask questions later type of thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'd rather just get flat on all of this before, like, do you really think that President Trump is going to take kindly to them dropping basically landmines in the, or sea mines in the sea there? That's not going to go over well, and that could result in extra, and I'm not Pete Hegseth here or anything, but that could result in more military action, and I don't think that's going to be good for the market. However, as I was talking to people, I've said this story a couple of times, Russia invaded Ukraine, and then this happened with Iran. The very next day, the markets started down and then ripped absolutely back up to the upside. So it's just funny that when you're looking at the SPY and you think about oil was just at 118. Think about where gold is and silver are at, considering to their historical norms against the S&P 500, right? You think about what AI apparently is coming for all the white-collar jobs in the whole world. We're through earnings season. We don't have any leadership in the market from the Mag 7. We have leadership in other spaces, so that's great. Banks falling on their head right now, right? I mean, a lot of those bank names are down to the downside. JP Morgan, 285. Morgan Stanley was was down 3 or 4% the other day. And the S&P 500 right now is $18 less than $15. Like, I don't know if I know our thing isn't working here. Yours is probably much better. But if you go from the highs right here of this candle to sort of where we are right there, it's going to say minus 2.13% right now from the highs. So for me, kind of like, it's not even really like technically like a dip buying opportunity. We haven't even really had that move down yet. So I don't know, maybe we're not having that move down that we're all waiting for, I mean, how can the world's richest company, Nvidia, with a $4 trillion plus market cap, sort of look like this? Nothing's like they're acting like they never even heard of Iran before. There's nothing going on here with this stock. You're looking at stocks like Apple, Broadcom, all the market leaders, Google entering the building right now as well with their market cap. They've gotten hit actually on the AI stuff, but still, like these still look pretty healthy. We're not even anywhere near the 200 period moving average over here. There are other names like Meta and Microsoft that continue to bleed downside a little bit, but it's just amazing to me sort of the strength and the breadth in this market, like Caterpillar continues to go higher. Seems like, now it's going to have its ups and downs, but continues to move. And this has had a huge, monstrous move. This is actually pretty good value right there. What am I doing not buying that dip, Obi? But this kind of move gets bought up, right? Like, why aren't they letting Caterpillar fall? It gets to key levels, it gets bought up. So there's names like this that continue to exist that give us sort of strength and hope that this market is not going anywhere. So I don't know what it's going to take to get this market to the downside. We've had PE names like CrowdStrike get hit to the downside and brought right back up. Obviously stocks like Palantir hit 130, back up to 160 again. Lots of stories in this market, but none of them seem to be too negative to create like a cascading effect. I'm waiting for the markets to drop down 10% to get some more dry powder in there, right? But that's just not happening. So we might be forced to buy higher later on. So that's what I mean. Asking questions, then figuring it out after. It looks like the market's going to be resilient one more time as Tesla battling with 401. What's up, Adair?
It's been kind of easy to forget about this because of all of the news out of Iran and in the Middle East, but Oracle reports earnings tonight. Now, what segment are we going to be looking at? It'll be the cloud infrastructure revenue segment. Now, again, this is like where they had that really lofty guidance through fiscal 2030, like hundreds of billions of dollars. For fiscal 2026, they're expecting $18 billion. Now, Q1 26, they posted $3.35 billion. Q2, $4.1 billion. So that leaves, like, there's still more than halfway to go to beat this guidance. So one area to watch when ORCL reports tonight after the bell. I am going to have stuff being posted around the earnings release, so do stay tuned on X at TTV Research if you are interested in content, and tonight, I guess, Oracle content in particular. While I have you guys, I have seen a little bit more detail about that story we already heard with regards to CBS and this U.S. Intel. Further details suggest that U.S. Intel is going to be preparing to deploy, U.S. Intel saying that Iran is preparing to deploy naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently how they're going to do this, because we were wondering how they were going to do it. They're going to do it reportedly by having these small boats carry 2 to 3 mines each. So that's how Iran will reportedly be getting these boats or these mines here into the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Wouldn't that just be hilarious to be, that person in charge says, okay, you are the one manning these boats to go drop these mines. You are going to get shot down, like you're going to get blown out of the Straits of Hormuz ASAP. It's just crazy that we talk like this, like all this loss of life. It's just so sad that it's becoming like a everyday thing, anyways, these times not great. This is probably right, VWAP Trader. Oh, what day is it today? We have Brian waiting. How come no one's in my ear about Brian waiting over here? We have Brian Shannon going to come through too. Because I just saw VWAP Trader alert in there, and I was like, wait a second. What about Brian? But here it is, Trader TV Live, plunge protection team. Yeah, I mean, I believe that this does exist. So the plunge protection team, getting in there, buying up lows and things like that. And you can look it up, the plunge protection team. It's probably doesn't exist, but at the end of the day, it's what people think about when the market's falling. Someone's got to get in there to buy it. Yeah. I know if it goes to the anchored VWAP, Brian Shen will be in there buying it. But for right now, it's the market does seem to get a little low. It's been so you guys just let me know in my ear when we can bring Brian on. Right now, I think we're just setting up some audio with him, and he'll be on very, very shortly. It's been a couple weeks, Obi. I know you haven't been with us every Tuesday here, but he's been busy. And even last week, he was doing some charitable work at a school, which was really nice. So it'd be great to have Brian come on and hear sort of his thoughts about the energy space. So stay tuned for at Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon coming on in just a couple seconds. But all right. So we just talked about crude. Oh, okay. Without any further ado, let's bring him on. It's our good friend who we've been missing for the last little while. It's Brian Shannon. Hey, Brian, how are you doing?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Okay, there he is. Good. What a wild environment that we're in right now. We, last night we traded oil, yesterday when that move happened, and it just happened again right now. Has any of this kind of stuff piqued your interest? I know you're not a heavy day trader, but how are you positioning, or intraday, I guess, how are you positioning for all this madness sort of in the energy space?
Yeah, Sean, it's been, the last probably 3 or 4 weeks, I kind of switched over once we got super choppy to trade. I'm still swing trading, but doing so with half risk units. And, the good news is there's been still quite a few good setups that are presenting themselves and allowing me to hold for more than a day trade. So I'm being a lot tighter with the risk, quicker to take a partial off to reduce the overnight exposure. Starbucks was a new entry today. I've taken a third of that one off with a 2-point gain. So they're behaving well, in spite of the overall market backdrop.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We were just saying that, energy is the play. And I mean, for traders like us sitting here every day and hitting keys, obviously silver has been a great mover, as has USO, or just trading the futures as well. But obviously great picks there with Starbucks and giving it back. Are you focusing on the consumer with that Starbucks play, or was that just a technical setup? Because there's other names that have been moving around, Dutch Bros in the space as well. What gave you the idea there for Starbucks?
It's funny because Dutch Bros I was looking at as a short 2 days ago, and it did break down, but it did so on a gap. So I missed that move yesterday, which was probably a good thing. But Starbucks was simply a short, a nice setup here on the long side. If we take a look at the weekly chart, let's see, you can see I've got all these anchors from the last 5-6 years kind of coming together in this area. And then it presented as a nice consolidation with a rising 20 and 50 and 200-day moving average. So it's set up perfect for my type of entry this morning. And my goal was to take a third off at 101, which did occur. So now I've got a 2/3 position, which is really 1/6 of a position based on a full risk unit. So I'm starting out with if your normal risk unit is $1,000, you start out with $500 risk based on where your stop goes. That one's done well. I've got Apogee, which was a new purchase yesterday. So they're out there, but there's still and I've got a couple. I've got a long and a short that we'll present here at the end of this that look good for tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. You've given us some crazy trades in the past, so we really appreciate that. Brian, about a year ago, or maybe a little bit longer than that, it was sort of just you and I on the after show. Neil was doing it. We were all sort of sharing. We had, just for fun, called up Intel. So I'm going to give you a second to call up that chart. You were very wise. I don't know if it was a joke or not, but you slapped on about like a 30-year, it seemed 40-year, Adair just said in my ear, their anchor VWAP to this name. And we were cruising, man, right around $18, $19, $20. That breakout on President Trump and the U.S. government, as well as Foundry News. I mean, there's a few things, reason why this is going to the upside. But now, Brian, this is really riding this 50-period moving average for me on the daily right now. I know you're looking at maybe weeklies, but it seems like we want to hold this 42-ish area, knowing that the U.S. government's in this name, knowing that, some of these chip names have sort of been lagging right now. What do you think about Intel at some of these levels and potentially making a move back north of $50 here?
I remember that conversation well, Sean, and it was the anchor from the IPO, which was in 1980.
There it is.
There it is. So that's when we were talking about it right in there. And you know what? It did something important today. The stock has been stuck underneath the year-to-date anchored VWAP. That's that orange line. So we've been stuck below it for the last 3 weeks and kind of hammering away at it. Today we got back above it. We're above the 20 and the 50-day moving average as well. So I look at this, Sean, and I see that, you see I have some prior sketches on there. But this is, the blue is the month to date and the purple is the week to date anchor. I look at this and see that, we just came from 41.5 to 47.5, 48. So it just ran 15% off of yesterday's lows. I certainly don't want to chase a breakout here. I'll let other people chase the breakout, and then maybe in a day or two, they'll spit it out at lower prices. So what I'm looking for ideally is something like this, is we start to pull back a little bit, hold that 5-day moving average that comes up in there, and then to buy strength after. So we got ahead of ourselves here. We don't have a good higher low to protect the swing trade stop against, but if we pull back and then begin to rally here, then we want to be a buyer at that point with a stop under whatever this higher low might be. And then I think you're right. We could probably head up towards, $50, $52 per share.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you very much for joining us here. I remember last time I was talking to you, we were talking about kind of how silver was going parabolic and waiting for that trend to break, and it definitely broke down here, and started to consolidate in and around that anchored VWAP from the breakout of that 50. So I just wanted to ask you, were you involved in this trade here? And a bonus to that, USO has been doing some crazy moves here. I know you've been following that as well. How can we know that this is a little bit of a backside? Because this is probably more news driven than anything. So I want to know your take on that alongside that silver trade we were talking about before.
Yeah, the USO, I'll pass on that one simply because like you said, it's just news driven, and I don't want to be a hostage to the news and scalping in and out of it. But silver is behaving better. Now, we had that big flush out, of course, and we've been riding near that rising 50-day moving average. And what I've got on here is that orange anchor is the same thing we just looked at in Intel, which is the year-to-date anchor. And we've been finding a little bit of supply in that zone. What you can see, though, here, we're starting to see shape up is a little bit of a cup and handle here on this daily time frame. You could look at that as the cup, and this is the handle, or we could see it with a little bit more clarity over here on that 30-minute time frame on the right as well. So this is becoming the zone, and it's trapped, like I said, by the year-to-date anchor. More bullish is the gold, though, because gold has been above that year-to-date anchored VWAP. And we are just getting back above, we're also above and have been holding above the anchor from that high. So similar to what we just saw in silver, this is the anchor off the high. On gold, though, we're back above it, and this is showing a little bit more constructive. I like the fact that it's holding that anchor. It's right down. We just got a little flush in here to a perfect place, which is the week-to-date and month-to-date anchor. So if we start to see this move, stabilize and move higher from here, then we've got an easy place for a stop somewhere around 473 in gold.
Nice, awesome. Yeah, no, I didn't even realize that gold was that much stronger than silver. I did know that it was closer to its highs as well. But yeah, no, that's a great look. Thank you very much. It's good to know that that silver when it did come in, it came in really hot though. I didn't expect it to come in all within one day, the break of trend. But I guess that sometimes that's how the trend breaks.
Right? Yeah. That's why there's an important lesson there, which of course we know, is that you've got to be prepared and understand that the unexpected like that does happen. Nobody was prepared for oil to be up 30% last week and then up 25% Sunday night, whatever it was, and then to come crashing back down. But you've got to realize, people have to realize that's why risk management is our number one job.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was sort of calling that there like a little bit of that black swan event there on Sunday night. Like, what was it doing up there, anyways? And then all the way back in. Okay, Brian, you want to have some fun here? Do you mind if I open it up to the group? Maybe we'll take one question from the audience. How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, well, I already got it loaded, so here we go. He always says yes. Okay, here we go. Circle. So this is a name that I think you and I talked about a while ago. This is a recent IPO. I mean, recent, I don't know how recent it is, but they just banged out great earnings. So here was the, let's go when my charts load, take a little long to do this. But there it is right there. So back in June of 25, so we're trying to get around a year ago, a couple more months than that. Nice move up, obviously, as we get really, enthusiastic about IPOs. And that was a huge blowout top, obviously, $300, give me a break, all the way back in right there. And it looks like we found pretty decent support right around its IPO price or its IPO range. And then we just blast off on good earnings and then more talk about the Genius Act and what's going on there with crypto and the clarity. And of course, these guys are USDC and stablecoins. So if we get rid of the macro right now, there's a lot of traders asking what's going on with Circle. They have swing trades on, and it's getting to be pretty profitable. To me, it looks like we're running into a little bit of an area here. What do you think about Circle? As many of our viewers have asked, even in the chat here, what's Brian's opinion? So I turn it over to you on CRCL.
Yeah, this has been a hell of a rally since those earnings. And Sean, it just shows a beautiful pattern of higher highs and higher lows above the rising 5-day moving average. That's this orange line right here. It looks like it wants to stretch for the anchor from the IPO. So that's the level, and that's that green line. You can see I have it anchored right here at the IPO. So that would be, let's take a look at that number together. That's approximately, let's just call it 134 to be conservative. It looks like it wants to stretch for that, but I wouldn't wait for 134 before selling. Instead, I would look at this and say, let's look at the definition of trend, higher highs and higher lows. And as long as we still have that pattern above these, this rising 5-day moving average, then continue to ride it up towards that level. And as it gets up towards that 123, maybe tighten your stop on half of it to, if it makes a higher low below the week to date anchor. So put partial stop under here if it was to come down, and then maybe it comes down like this, makes a higher low at the 5-day moving average, then raise the rest of your stop in here. But if instead, let's say it breaks this low and just continues lower, well, you've got a third off up there, and then maybe your 2/3 over here, or whatever area it is. But the name of the game in here is to protect these profits, because it's been a hell of a rally. Don't get focused so much on this is where it's likely to go. That's the level of interest, but protect the profits.
Right. Yeah, get those stop orders in and figure it out. You even mentioned yourself too, maybe trim down some of the units and get that sort of figured out before you understand the risk. You always got to understand the reward, and both them playing off of each other. Brian, you teased us about 10 or 15 minutes ago that you had a couple ideas that you wanted to share with everybody here at Trader TV Live. And of course, we want to once again thank Brian Shannon from @AlphaTrends. You can find his X handle below, and of course, the author of two anchored VWAP books, right? And do I look for one around here? I know someone must have took it, but let's go. What are your ideas? Over there. And thank you again for coming on here today.
Okay, first up, Dell. Dell reported earnings about a week and a half ago. This is a weekly chart, and you can see I've put an anchor on these significant highs and lows, and we're above all those. So if we clear that off, you can see we're also right where the 20, the 31, and the 42-week moving average, basically your 100, 150, and 200-day moving average are all tightened up together here and looking ready to go. So when we look down to the daily time frame, this was the earnings report right here. And we had that nice little flag consolidation. A lot of people bought in that area. Yesterday, we had the perfect thing happen. We had a nice shakeout below. So we've had these lower highs coming into this last week and a half. And now we see that it shook out underneath there. So if Dell does something like this, and I want to be a buyer for a continuation of the earnings move, post-earnings announcement drift, with a worst case, absolute worst case stop below yesterday's low. But if it starts to get moving in here a little bit, I would say you want to raise your stop up quickly under here, because that's the environment that we're in, that we want to be sure to protect our initial line, first of all, and then to be able to, if it were to break out over here, I would be looking to sell some to some of the breakout chasers up in this zone, because this would be the proper place to sell. But I would be looking in that area to take some off, because, they typically break out, pull back, and everyone says, how come the breakouts don't work? Because this is the proper entry. So Dell on the long side, and because we're in a two-way tape, you have to be considering the short side as well. And NetApp, NTAP is the symbol. In here, if we start also with the weekly time frame, you can see that we're below all those key weekly moving averages, which are, again, the 100-day, the 150, and the 200-day moving average. We're below those, and they're all declining. Sellers are in control. We have a pattern of lower highs and lower lows. Now we've had this little consolidation under this prior support and below the anchor from last April's tariff lows. So since the tariffs, the average participant who bought in this rally is losing money. And it's starting to find supply here at a declining 50-day moving average. Not starting, but it has been, for the last 2 months. The 20 is rolling back over. So I'm looking at this as, it's a little bit choppy. So again, a half a risk unit, but with a worst case stop up near about $101.30. Keep an eye on this one for maybe, tomorrow morning we get a little bit of a strength and then short as it rolls over, with a worst case stop up under there. Hopefully, if it started to decline, we could lower our stop down towards that 99.50.
Brian, thank you so much for sharing your process there and everything. So we want to thank you for those ideas. I wrote them down. So now next time we'll discuss them and we'll see where it goes. And I love
those stops down.
I did. Well, I'll have to rewatch it. I just wrote down the names, but I was actually just going to comment on those stops and just say that I think that's the important thing about what you're talking about, and that is assess the risk. That way you exactly know how many units, you know where your stop is, and you know what sort of the risk to reward is. And here on the show, as I know you watch, and a lot of obviously our traders appreciate that kind of knowledge, and it's like, until you have that stop, for me, you don't even really have an entry. You got to figure out what the risk is and what the reward is, and play it like that. But what a great time we had with you there, Brian. Where can everybody find you? Are you speaking anywhere? You got anything you want to let everybody know about?
No, nothing like that. I mean, X, Twitter is the best place. I provide a lot more detailed analysis each day for Twitter subscribers for $10 a month. So there you have it, Twitter.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. That's a great community over there. We want to thank you for showing up one more time at Alpha Trends. It's Brian Shannon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to write those down, Dell, NTAP, and the stops, and we'll talk about it next week. Thank you, Brian.
Perfect.
Ciao,
thanks, everybody.
There he goes. One of the best. I don't think we need to tell anybody that. Brian Shannon, and thank you for going over all of that, and thank you for the questions there about Circle. I mean, I kept on seeing it in there, so wanted to throw that into Brian, and yeah, I knew he was going to say yes. Questions, he always does. So thank you, Brian, for the analysis there. And it means a lot, right? I mean, different ideas, different perspective, and just, a successful trader, Brian Shannon. We want to thank him.
Oh, I wanted to ask him about
Too late.
My the scans.
Maybe Brian's still there. I don't know.
I wanted to ask him about because his initial book was technical analysis using multiple time frames, right? And I was talking about how I do my scans, watching the monthly, the weekly, the whatever. I just wanted his advice on how I could potentially be doing it better. But I'll catch him next time for sure.
Yeah, we'll catch him next week, and we'll ask him about that. Or what you could do is hit him up on X.
Yeah, for sure.
And ask him about that. So it'll be a good idea right into there. Okay, while that was happening, again, thank you, Brian, for coming through off a couple-week hiatus there. We're glad to have him back. All right, so honestly, man, this is one of those trades where it's kind of like pulling teeth, and it sucks to be in a stock that's really not moving, but I can't control what a stock wants to do. I mean, Rivian up pretty big today. Thought there was going to be a retracement play here. It's fine. We're getting out lower, but this last move down seems to have been it, man. I mean, we got into the 70s again. That's what sort of gave me the short to begin with. We were in the money on our first trade, 10 cents or whatever. Then it just kept on going up until eventually we got stopped out, and then we built it back up, and now it's kind of like just a net game here. We're not really doing anything here with Rivian, so we're going to have to wait for that. If there's anything setting up, and now I use the TQQs, there's something going on with my drop menu, by the way, right now. I'm typing this in, and nothing I'm typing in is even showing up in here. So is that happening to you by any chance?
I don't think I have mine turned on here.
Okay. Anyways, normally it just auto pumps in.
The autofill, yeah.
Yeah, the autofill, good word. There, but not right now. I don't know what's going on there. All right, so just looking here at the 5 minute, forget about the 1 minute for a second. Does this really look like anything to anybody here? Asking for a friend. I don't really see anything happening on a breakdown right now. And I only have, this is a 50 period and a 200 period right now. So I don't really, this is the steepest one-day drop in 4 years on oil, by the way, which is now closed. So here's the move coming back in right there, 49.50. That's what's happening on TQs. Doesn't really look like there's a top play at all. Not much action happening right now. Even if we break this, not too sure. That's only 20 cents. 40 cents. 40s down there to O's. So it's not like getting me going right here on that. That's why we went. See, Tesla, too excited. We did talk about 401 here, and then we got to the 200. Now back. So I'm going to turn it. Ask everybody in the chat what's going on. Nvidia for a downside play here. That could be a decent break. Nvidia right now, that's not bad. We've only busted up through it here once in the last hour, so that could be something. I'm looking to put on some shares here and looking to do something rather than just dancing here. So if there's anything else, I saw someone in the chat, shout out to Luis, says, check out Broadcom, maybe a little bit there. Yeah, okay, here we go. Good look. Here we go. I'm actually going to call you up right here. Here it is. Luis, nailed it. There it is. Trending down. We do need to do better on trend. For myself, I shouldn't speak about anybody else, but I know for myself, I need to do better on trend trades. So that's why I actually inputted and started using this 50 period and this 25 period, because I was sort of treating one of these lines there, Obi, either one really, as a trend break. You know, like here's the trend downside, and then it breaks sort of right here, and then you can kind of see, it's not going to be a perfect thing here. And then here's the trend break down again finally, and there's going to be false breaks, but you know, once that break happens, maybe you use prior bottom as sort of your trigger spot, and then the trend continues down here, and we haven't been able to breach that level yet. So until we do, looky what we see here. You did get a little bit of a bump there at 230 that you could have used as a short. I don't think shorting right here is the right move, but I think, Luis, man, you got horse sense over there and was able to find a great trending down stock, Broadcom, right now. And that looks like a great trade. Would love to have this thing back to 342-ish or so, but not much going on there. Just hearing that XAI has won some sort of a award in Mississippi.
Yeah, they got a permit to build a power plant despite concerns about pollution. I didn't mention it because it's not directly stock related, but because you brought it up, I can finish that headline there.
Yeah. So that's I brought it up for the same reason as what you had just mentioned there. I'd heard it, but not really tradable. XAI, although, you know, talking about merging it with Starlink and then potentially getting a little distracted is the only thing that I can see about why traders would sell Tesla ahead of a potential IPO in this space. But yeah, definitely something to look out for there. New data centers. And tonight, man, I even type in Oracle and it doesn't show up. All right, so Oracle today, nice bump up right now, but that report's coming later. Adara's already got it at Trader TV Research. Get over there, find out her posts all about what to expect and what we're looking for. Larry Ellison and company tonight with Oracle. But, you know, again, I think it's Broadcom might be the one trade that was looking, you know, one of the best there for me as well. Anything that you're looking at?
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat here. So I'll cover a couple of things. You guys know that I was in BNTX this morning here. But first, I'll start off with VWAP Trader asking, Obi, are you still the reversion specialist? Never was. Or have you become something else? Well, you know, the thing is, we're always adapting and we're kind of you know, working on the playbook for sure. But no, I still love my reversions. You said, you know, working with trend. I still love working with trend and watching for that trend to change and become distinctly different to kind of make some decisions here. So yeah, no, definitely, I am still very, very much involved with reversions. I guess I haven't really taken that many yesterday and today. It's more scalps, but I do see them happening, and I'm still very much involved with reversions for sure. We'll talk about BNTX right after we get back from Madera.
I just want to get a little bit more into Oracle because I'm sorry I can't help myself. Sean mentioned this one with earnings, and you guys know me, I have thoughts on Oracle. So I did want to show these infographics on ORCL, which of course I will pump TTV Research. You can find them on X at TTV Research. So as I've mentioned, this cloud, specifically cloud infrastructure segment, is really going to be clear. I think really key. So roughly $8 billion here in cloud infrastructure. That's half of the company's total revenue for last quarter. And the cloud infrastructure revenue is going to be half of the overall cloud revenue. So cloud infrastructure, roughly a quarter of ORCL's overall revenue. And that will be key because that is the sector that has been a little bit in jeopardy lately with regards to these reports over, are they still expanding? And B, I think the other thing here to remember is that this is the segment where they have that massive guidance. Now, last quarter, Oracle's cloud revenue growth was 34%, total revenue growth 14%. So, this is responsible for much of the growth in Oracle. If you see any kind of stall there, that will in fact be significant. Furthermore, I mentioned this a couple minutes ago. We'll bring it up again here, though. ORCL is more than halfway away from making that cloud infrastructure revenue goal for fiscal 2026 of $18 billion. Right now, they've done under $8 billion. They've got more than $10 billion to go. I did the math like across their entire history of reporting this in terms of quarterly and sequential growth. There is no statistically significant pattern, which is why I didn't bring one up here. But I did the math. Even if they grow like how they've been growing sequentially and year over year for this quarter, it's still dicey whether or not they'll be able to do this 10.55 bill over the next 2 quarters, including the quarter that we get tonight. Rant over. ORCL on watch. Back to you.
Bad little rant over there. We do have a super chat. We want to thank you, and thank you for putting this up there. We did miss it just before we went on with Brian Shannon. So PNG is not a symbol. So I don't know what that is, but and if you can explain it, if you mean Procter and Gamble, I don't know. But KRKNF is we believe this is a Canadian company.
PNG's on TSX. That's what it is on TSX.
Okay, you call up. Oh, it's on TSX. Okay, PNG.
Kraken Robotics on TSX.
Okay, so PNG here over on, is it on TO or is it on CSE?
I think it's TO.
No, it's
TSXV.
not. TSXV. So, okay, so V. Venture. Okay, so here it is, man. PNG. This is Kraken Robotics, man. You might have hit one out here. I really like the robotics trade. I think we've talked about that a little bit here on the show. I'm involved in ARKQ, whatever the robotics name is there, from her. And again, it was they have everything, man. Kate Kratos. They have all Tesla is their #1 holding, I believe, in that as well. I believe there's some Palantir. Anyways, there's a lot of names involved over there. But yeah, you might have got that right there. I don't know if there was a story on this or not. Maybe Adair, you can look it up. It's PNG in Canada. It's called
PNG, Papa November Golf.
Yeah, Papa November Golf. Yeah, good one. And yeah, it's called Kraken. But yeah, nice move higher.
I can't even find this thing on Benzinga.
Okay, yeah, Benzinga.
Benzinga.
All right, so all good. Just right into here. Okay, I really like this name, actually, there, local. It just, bouncing again, holding the 50-period moving average, holding it again here, holding it again there, now breaking higher. Look, robotics is a thing. It's very popular around here in Toronto. There's a lot of these companies that are sort of popping up. I think you might have hit one right here. Good little look for this name, man. PNG, Kraken Robotics, also on the OTC markets with KRKNF. You got something on this, Adara?
I do. They posted on X 9 hours ago. They're going to be attending or exhibiting at the Oceanology International 2026 at XL London. This is the post. Just thought I'd share it. This came out at 5:46 a.m. today. So they're going to be at this conference from today through Thursday. That is the only news. Like I said, couldn't find this ticker on Benzinga, so I just did my own research through social media. It's also, when I search the ticker, the company comes up, but not any post tagging the ticker. So interesting look here. I think this is what you're talking about here, Kraken Robotics. They're going to be at that Oceanology International exhibit. And that is the news. If there's any news I'm missing on this, please let me know.
Got the story now. Perfect. Makes perfect sense. Those mines. These guys are deep sea right there, right? That was the story. So
sensors and
sensors there. Deep sea sensors is what I saw on that news story. So I think you might have got it right there. Great, thank you for bringing that up. Let's just keep on checking out PNG and Kraken mines, because right into there. That is exactly what we're talking about with the Strait of Hormuz here, dropping down these mines. So someone's going to have to catch the tailwind of that. And it looks like that name might be the one. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I'm actually going to write that down. PNG, maybe a little bit of work to be done on that one. Good little lookout right there. I think that makes a lot of sense. Looking at what and how we can solve this potential problem. New threat now, it looks like, from Iran into the sea there. Okay, so I know oil. So oil has a closing print, and it closes every day. I think it was 2:30 or so. Yeah, there it is. You get the increased volume right there at 2:30, but not closed. I mean, this is opening right here, and it's going. So there we go. Right now, oil starting to bump a little bit. You can see the volume dies off right there, but there was the closing rate. We go starting to more to the up, breaking. Not loading up the name, yeah. On this rate, had a little gaze going all the way to the upside there. Now we uphold but right here off of now. Do you have now in USO? Or are you going to stay?
Absolutely. I'm gonna continue watching this. I have it. I'm watching it right now. 106 is if 106 day is not that far away. We can go check what is the opening range high. 107.53. We're only about $2.50 away from there. So if this does a full-on V-shaped recovery, I did talk about how some of this action down here in the 94s, 95s did smell a little capitulatory.
Well, that's what that was.
Yeah, that's definitely what that was. And then you got some news. You got a news catalyst that kind of confirmed the, if you want to call it that, confirmed the bid. Then, as you mentioned, the VWAP hold was nice as well. So this is a great story that that price action is kind of telling at the same time here. So 106s, 107 halves, not that far away. And if we can get through those, maybe we were looking for that 110 this morning. So maybe we get that going into the last 40 or so minutes of the day here. So yeah, no, I'm definitely watching this USO if there's anything significant. I did kind of play it into VWAP, as you guys can see here. I was like, okay, 106s. You guys, you're talking about I don't take reversions, bro. I took the reversion from the highs all the way down to VWAP, right? Quick little scalp. Sure, it's not picture perfect. I didn't get the 105 back through or the 104s and some change. But when it comes into 103 halves, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to leave this one alone. Quick reversion back down to VWAP. Good reasons to cover when it holds and doesn't continue lower. So that was a quick little scalp here, and then back up to 104s, 105s on the bounce there. So we'll cover this super chat here. Thank you, Danny boys. I guess we did.
Yeah, we did. I just want to say I have this stock up here, KRKNF. Yeah, it is robotics, and we talked about that, right? That's that pink sheet name that we had talked about. So KRKNF. Thank you so much for that. There is another one.
There's another one, yeah.
It is right here. So Neil Zingle. What's up, Neil Zingle? This might be Neil. Just trying to get a question in here. Hey guys, why is TE up 11% today? Well, we'll have to do some, look into that and figure it out. Can't find news. Call Walls at 8. Okay, and 8:50. No earnings data yet. That symbol. Take a today. But yeah, a little strange because oil's been popping and this name really hasn't until today. So a good little look there. We got to go over to some news.
You were talking, Sean, I'm not maybe on. I'm not. I can play. For rather too straight up and as USO trading.
Sells on.
Yeah. One of ours they're mentioning. Yeah, that was higher. It's a choppy, man. Backs, yeah. The order rate. You, oh man, higher 6. Here around that very top. So that's yeah, that's 106 back that.
For the one but yeah, just a portion that happened. 106 breakout definitely can easily take us towards those high of days. Definitely increases the probability for me, so I'm watching that very closely. 105 halves as of right now here on USO. I did pull up KIT because I was like, okay, well, this one actually trades on the NASDAQ. I kind of like it a little bit. We had that $1 break, holding that $1 as of right now with a high of, what is this, $1.23. Relatively weak here. It was at VWAP while we were pushing these highs at 52.2s on the NASDAQ. How much further off of VWAP did we get? Not that far. Didn't even retrace to some of its opening prices right there, and then pulling right back in below that VWAP. So Microsoft continuing to show that relative weakness here. Tesla's just been kind of a choppy range all day, tries to break out through its opening range highs, tries to break down on that flush, pulls right back in. But yeah, relative weakness for sure. Apple is the one, Sean, that is holding up quite well. Strong push, more in line, I guess slightly more in line with the move on the bid in the market, but pulls back. OPTT.
Yeah, I just looked it up. We did have
let's take a quick look at OPTT.
Yeah, someone on the chat there mentioned it. I think you might have got another one there, as that's popping to 50 cents right now.
Okay,
So
yeah,
just,
Ocean Power Technology. You know, I got to make a list of these.
Yeah, I think
because
that's
they
what
could
we
have
gotta do.
multi-day moves, right?
Yep.
Multi-day moves on these. So.
I really feel like you guys are all, you know, in here with us, you know, at a great time. I mean, trying to catch some of this news stories right here, right now, before they even start and get going. But, you know, definitely check out some of the volume spikes. Here we go. We're writing it down right now on that. And I think it's very easy to scan for those volume spikes in the name. Bless you, Fabian, over there. But, all right, so just you know, Rivian, we almost stopped out there breaking through 95. It does not happen. Comes right back in. We get another 82 fill or 83 fill. And now we just sit around and wait to see what exactly Rivian's going to be all about here. And maybe lower, maybe not. So whatever on that one. Let's go find out who made money yesterday. Money. Right, so Obi and I sit here at Real Trading. You guys can go check it out, realtrading.com. It's the same company I've been with for 25 plus years. The #1 prop firm in the nation. And of course, we are located here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. You guys have maybe seen Luis Barbado come through. He has a Real Trading office in Barcelona. Unfortunately, you won't be able to trade under the same platform as us if you are in the United States. But everywhere else, go check it out, realtrading.com. Over 60 plus real-time markets. And last time we did this, the numbers were unbelievable on the Amex side of things. A little birdie did tell me that they got waxed the very next day. So I don't know if some of that money came back. That's the thing. Sometimes when you hit a trade, you got to sort of kind of go back to it. I just hope that they didn't lose as much as they had made. I think that goes without saying there as well. But sometimes that can happen, of course. But okay, yesterday, right here, right now. Oh, Canada. We had someone in Canada just crushed it there, $34,000 there in the Canadian market. So who knows what that was? Could have it been PNG? Could have it been something over there, Canadian banks? I don't know. Someone in Hong Kong, man, I don't remember the last time we saw that name, that exchange, sorry, on here as well. 17 grand, maybe, was there an IPO or something in Hong Kong yesterday? Amex, so that would make sense, obviously, as we, I mean, that could have been you yesterday there. The way we traded oil, we had a great move. Me and Obi just slightly under that number yesterday. Okay, and then we had New York, and then someone yesterday, Amex, NASDAQ. Of course, if we were slightly under that, we would be on this list right there. Amex, NASDAQ. Wow. Some of you Americans might not like this, but I mean, boom, 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 boom. A lot of Canadian names, exchanges on here, but also a little mix as well. So thank you for putting up with us there and going over some of those plays. And I don't know what they were, but it makes sense that Amex was there. We saw that oil play, silver continues.
I'm surprised Amex wasn't the top.
Me too. I don't know what was going on in Canada.
What are these guys doing, man? Give me some of that buying power.
Okay. There are tons of oil names in Canada. Sure. Oil ETFs, like we are literally a nation of gold and oil. We have Raheem on here, mining and all that. So it would make sense that somebody made a play. CNBC. CNBC announcing an Anthropic IPO within the next year. So womp womp, not imminent, but look, my charts, there you go, change Amazon. Not doing anything, but interesting story, needless to say there, as we all, I think, would get excited for an Anthropic IPO. I mean, you want to talk about waiting for something to happen. I mean, Anthropic would be awesome. Starlink would be amazing. OpenAI would be stupendous. Any other words we can throw around here? But I think that these are the IPOs when we're talking about pay me tomorrow at 1.3 billion. I can't even imagine what Amazon and Anthropic, Amazon's as an investor there in Anthropic. I'm not even sure what those levels would look like once that stock opens up and we see the pricing. And we saw Circle go from $70 to $310. Like, what do you think is going to happen once Anthropic, someone decides to short it, and then they get blown out on that? Who knows how far that's going to go upside. But there it is. So Amazon right now not really having too much of effect, but that's kind of cool, man. We like to hear that there is some more money floating around for the IPO space. We had an announcement today from Bill Ackman, of course, with Pershing Square. We'll see if that one can come through this year as well. That is coming through. They filed. So that's literally, I would probably say 2 weeks. I don't know how long generally that will take, but they already have the symbol and everything. So Bill Ackman's Pershing Square coming to an exchange near you. We just got out a little bit more there. We'll see if Rivian wants to flush. Yes?
Sorry, I just looked this up to confirm it, but he's filed and pulled it with days to go before. So Bill Ackman filing does not necessarily guarantee we get an IPO, because I was pretty sure this was a thing. I just looked it up to clarify. Yeah, he has filed and then pulled it before.
So are you at like 80-20, he'll keep it? Are you at 90-10, he'll keep it?
I'm at 100% Bill Ackman likes the drama. So I'm going to wait to see what happens. Wait, have you guys seen his X posts?
Yeah,
this man announced that he was long Uber by mentioning Edward Norton. Like, you didn't need to do that. You could have just said you were long Uber. So I think whatever he does, I'm sure it will have a very long X post. Like, he said it himself, he wants to be the next Warren Buffett. He wants Pershing to be the next Berkshire. Whatever he thinks is the right path to do it, I think he'll do it. And I think he'll adapt as he needs to. That's my opinion. I'm not going to stake anything on what I think this man will do. What are your thoughts, Sean?
Yeah, I didn't actually know that he had them a couple times before and then pulled it. So, yeah, I'll go with you and say, like, you know what, if you can get money out of the capital markets to build up your business, I think it's a good decision. I mean, especially, I didn't even know that he had those aspirations of the Oracle of Omaha there. I know I thought you were going to go, isn't he very, very political? Like, he has a lot of views on this Israeli and the United States and all this involvement as well. So so I wonder if that hurts his chances a little bit on Wall Street, could help them. I don't know. But anyways, just keeping that all out of it, I would say yeah. And, if the interest is there, I said earlier that that's not something that I'd be loving to get involved with. But, I mean, been worse people to follow than Bill Ackman. I mean, we had that sort of stat earlier this morning when Brendan sort of called it up there, and it was quite a return versus the S&P 500. I don't know if it was double or triple, whatever it was, but you really saw a nice move up. And we do know that Amazon's a holding of his, Uber's a holding of his, and I believe Google are big holdings there for Pershing Square. But yeah, very interesting there as we go. I wanted to talk about the ARK. Was it Q? Was the autonomous and robotics. So this is another one. Some traders were asking about that when I mentioned it there before. We had bought this a while ago. I think it was when Trump was, they announced some sort of a robotics bill or something like that. And we did have a nice move to the high side. It is coming back in a little bit. This has KTOS, AVAV in it, Tesla. You can go look it up, but ARKQ, I believe, is a great ETF. I just looked at the names. You're gonna have to pay the management fee to Aunt Kathy, but good name and not really very, it's liquid here, but as far as a day trade, not the greatest tool there for us. But I do like that. And I think, honestly, man, if you're going to talk about robotics, you're going to talk about, like, the next thing. I mean, Google's still here and still in the building and saying, hey, here I am. So, quantum computing, Waymo, whatever, Google's there, man. And I really like this stock. I was waiting for 280. I really hope that 280 wasn't real, but maybe it was. I am going to put an infamous Neil stink bid on this, as he calls them. He got stunk bid on CrowdStrike when it filled him at 400. Then it went all the way down to 340, and now it's back over 400. And sometimes those little fills that you get at key levels turn out to be some of the best ones. So yeah, maybe we'll do that a little bit on Google. That's one of the plays that I really like for the long term.
Yeah, no, same. I think that Google, again, the strength that Google has been having just over this week and the past couple of months as well, I think kind of speaks to itself. Absolute strength this week as well. We saw how strong it was. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday here. KIT coming right back in as well. So great reversion on that one, I guess. Pulling right back in, back through $1 right there on KITT. So yeah, I expect these to kind of digest some of this news here. Again, a lot of this is going to be speculation, right? It's just like, okay, cool. These underwater sensors, submarines, whatever, these stocks that might have some technology to do with that are going to catch like a hype bid. And yeah, you know what? I definitely have to be ready to get on the backside of some of these moves if they show a lack of continuation. This is a great example of that here on KIT. I don't know how Kraken's doing, but we'll be right back from Madera.
Keep an eye here on ZM with that Anthropic story. I know you guys mentioned that, and apologies if you mentioned the Zoom connection as well, because I was in the bathroom, but CNBC reporting a potential Anthropic IPO within the next year. Now, Zoom, you may remember, is actually heavily invested in Anthropic as of late January 2026. If you guys remember, it had that epic one-day rally. That's because it's Anthropic position was at the time, and again, the time we're talking about is late January 2026, it was estimated to be valued at $2 billion. So Zoom, with a roughly $2 billion investment value in Anthropic, could be a beneficiary or at least a stock to watch should Anthropic announce anything more concrete with this IPO. Back to you.
Yeah, ding, good talk there. I mean, that's exactly what we want to look for, is how to potentially get invested in some of these IPOs. There's DXYZ. Yeah. That was one to get invested with, as well as Starlink and some of those Destiny they're getting. Wasn't there also, didn't Robinhood's Public Markets or, what's it called? Robinhood Venture, got released. I think that's up and running now, so it'll be interesting to hear how they play in this space.
There's definitely something on oil now. We got a hard spike. I should have had some offers over at 107s because we're cracking absolutely crazy all the way back to the downside. Wow, look at that. Definitely. I guess I did size a little appropriately for this one here, as it's slapping right back down. Oh my God. Okay, so
there's $1. Rate downside
right here. 105s. Yeah, I took $1 loss on that one.
So I just heard, I think it's what we already talked. I already said this already, and it was like, Trump's not going to like this. And I just seeing on the news now, President Trump saying that if Iran's going to put these mines in there, then they're going to have to remove them immediately. So I mean. Obviously, I would think that would have been the response from President Trump. But as you're still in that trade, I'll let you.
I took off a good.
Okay, good. I was gonna say I'll let you deal with it, and unfortunately, that is, and look, it's don't feel bad for us either if we lose on these trades. We are very aware that this is a very much a news-based environment right now. So good on us or Obi for looking at that. But right now it does look like oil and USO. We'll go to oil itself right now just to see what that's doing. $86 looks like not that much of a drop, man. Oil, Obi, just in case you're wondering, only dropped about like 75 cents there, and it's making its way back up right now. So here we come right back to the upside now. He's just saying if there was no mines removed, military consequences will be at a level never seen before. So, okay, that would be good for oil. So I think that that's a positive there, and I hope this does wind up coming back upside for you because, again, like that, I don't think Iran's going to remove them. Why would they threaten to put them there just to get Trump to say that? I mean, I sort of think like that is the response to expect from President Trump. So I don't really know if this is a needle mover or not, but you can see volume only really picked up on that story, and it's now kind of just getting back to normality here on volume. I know we're focusing a lot on on oil, but really the silver trade maybe has been forgotten a little bit. It's not moving around horribly. Let's go to Adara for the story, and then we'll talk about silver, which also had a pretty dramatic move there around 2 o'clock.
I'll just read the post for those who are interested. If Iran has placed any mines in the Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports that they have, they must be removed immediately. Failure to do so will bring military consequences, the likes of which have never been seen. If they remove them, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Now, if you notice me chortle there, the reason I chortled is not because of the post, but because of the fact that he said that there are no reports suggesting that Iran has placed mines in the Strait of Hormuz. We know that U.S. intel reportedly told CBS, going back to like 2:30 p.m. Eastern, that they were already planning on doing so. So U.S. military intel already suggested they were going to do this before CNN reported like 20 minutes ago that they had actually begun the act of placing them. So that's the Trump post, and that's my context for said Trump post. Back to you.
Okay, so I think that's pretty much as expected there from President Trump and as anyone would expect him to do, right? I mean, he's going to try to protect the prices of oil. He's already mentioned that he wants to get oil prices down, so any threat to oil tankers would be a problem for the price of oil. That would create oil going higher. So just quickly here on silver, and then we'll get back to the oil trade. Oil right now is not doing anything. It's at 105 is USO. So, but anyways, silver with the move down there, nice little volume there around 2 o'clock as we have that move back in. And we could have seen a strong dollar at that time as we had oil drop down on that story that there was tankers going through the strait. That is apparently not happening. And that created silver with a nice little move there. And now silver's just hovering. If you're looking at a little bit of a longer time frame here, a 5-minute chart, this looks pretty toppy to me right now and coming back in. So I think this looks like a good short. 50 period turning around. It's already 345, so we got to close up shop here in a minute. But nice little move to the downside as we get ready for Oracle coming out. And just to go back to oil, you're going to see Obi over here actually trading USO. But as you can see, this looks like, this still shows silver. Our charts right now, something's going on with me anyways. Maybe I need to log out and back in. But yeah, there it is, holding out okay for right now. Bouncing off the 50-period moving average and trying to inch just a little bit higher is oil for now. So yeah, good little look. We'll just see if it wants to continue to have a move now, down 8%. And we can quickly have a look as... I don't know if you want to talk about your position. I have no idea what you're doing.
The thing is, like that selling got absorbed pretty nicely. I did kind of take a whack on I had 106 24s there. I took a whack on part of the position there. I was like, all right, cool. I did see it come into that 107, but getting bought right back up. So that's selling a little bit of a continuation from the bid that we've.
Okay, here we go.
Having there, so we got a super chat here. Bye.
Yeah. I know you're in position, so I can look at all this stuff as well. Hi there. Any opinion? Okay, so I I don't know anybody around here that has an opinion on Oracle, so yeah, so I don't really know who to ask. But
Nice.
Hold on a second. Darren, I'm going to read the question first here. Holding a decent-sized position and somewhat concerned about today's earnings release. Okay, so I was just going to say I know Adara has an opinion. I'm going to go to her now to see how she feels about it. But also your TTV research page. I want to direct everybody to that. So yeah, I think there should be nervous hands about Oracle today. How about you?
So I said this to somebody in the chat. Shout out to T. Giovanna in the chat who was asking me my thoughts on Oracle. And I said, like, I honestly think, because they've posted 2 revenue misses in a row. If they beat on revenue this quarter, I genuinely believe it will gap up, because I think investors are so excited and, dare I say, desperate for this thing to have some kind of revenue win, because, again, we've gone 2 quarters without one. I think if they get any kind of win on revenue, I think investors will be excited. Now, I should point out that I am bearish on this one from a fundamental standpoint. I don't have any skin in the game, like monetarily. This is just a thesis that I've spent a lot of time researching and that I have a lot of, work behind. So I want to put that out there as well. But I mean, that being said, like, I think one report is not going to change my longer term thesis. I think, like I said, I do think this can gap up, but I think what I want to see, like, if I were to change my thesis from short to long, what I would need to see, in all honesty, is like actual, A, maybe a revenue beat, though 1 quarter of revenue beat's not going to be enough for me. And B, I want to see growth in sectors beyond that cloud segment, specifically cloud infrastructure, because the hill they're trying to die on right now is remaining performance obligations and cloud infrastructure revenue. That is not enough for one company to be living on, in my humble opinion. So those are the areas I'm looking for. From a technical standpoint, I don't really want to get involved, just because, like I said, I think my standpoint in this is so fundamental. But thank you, Sean, and everybody, for letting me rant on Oracle so many times today. And I do apologize, because you're going to hear more rants about it tomorrow when we get the numbers.
Thanks, Adara, for that one there. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to FinViz quickly here, because I just saw an Oracle short number that I don't believe. So I'm going to call this
Short float. Yeah, it has a little bit of a short float.
What do you think it would be?
I think it was like 20, 30%.
What? You think it's that high?
Maybe.
Oh, you're right, according to Benzinga. I had no idea Oracle short float was this high. Now, where in the heck does it show it on here? Are we alphabetical here? There it is. Short. Nah, there it is right here. 2%? Yeah, 2%. Yeah, that makes sense. I did not. Benzinga, unless I'm just not reading this right, Benzinga has it at 30%. That cannot be right. There's no way a major name like this is short 30%. Maybe you guys can find that wrong or not. But I actually agree with Adara here on what we're looking at with Oracle tonight. And I think that there could be regardless of the numbers, I really think we could shoot up there because those remaining performance obligations there will be there again. It's just a matter of the funding. They released their bonds already, and it'd be interesting to see maybe what their balance sheet looks like after all of this. And I would say, like you'd mentioned, maybe being in calls. I assume they're going to be expensive, man. Oracle's been chopped down by a third as well, from not a third, but from 350 down to 150. So take 200 off its name right there. I actually think in this environment, there's a potential for Oracle to go a lot lower than where we are right now. So I would say, honestly, Oracle could have, I don't want to say this is a 40% down move or anything, but where will people wind up buying this? That's a level right there of 125. I actually think there's a chance we go lower. So it would be obviously insider trading if I knew anything about it, which I don't, but I would just say you've definitely nailed it with thinking that Oracle's going to have a move tonight, and get ready for that one almost immediately, I believe, at 4 o'clock. I'll double check that number. All right, so here we go, man. The imbalances are now out. We are still in Rivian, and we go, oh yeah, baby. Look what's happening to Rivian right now. Where's all my Rivian haters at, by the way? I'm not sure where they're at anymore right here, but it's a nice move to the downside. Okay, we'll take it. My bad for shorting Rivian. There goes Nvidia. Nvidia. See a Rivian right now to the downside. The whole market's bleeding just a bit. Nice hold on USO. I see that's back above 106. Congratulations on that hold for now. A firm downside. Fossil. they're still around. Is that the watchmaker?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
I'm probably not around for very long. $3 there. Nvidia. I don't know what we're all lit over here. A-lit. That's something's happening with that one under $1. It's only 2 million shares. I'm going to puff pass on that. Done 88 million shares on the day. Other than that, man, Affirm, Rig, Transocean could be a play today. Oh, I just saw my friend SoFi, which used to be a friend of mine and not so much anymore. Hey, we didn't have Mitch on. I don't know if is he coming on? Normally he's on Tuesday mornings. Maybe he's on tomorrow.
I think he did Thursday last week.
Okay, whatever. I want to ask Mitch about, just because Adair's probably exactly right. I wanted to ask him, I'll mention to Brendan, or maybe he can come over, but I want to ask him about SoFi because this name continues to bleed downside as well. So SoFi getting hit right now. And again, guys, I really do apologize for giving you guys the Rivian short. It does not seem to be working out very well. But there it is, Rivian right now, nice downside play. And yeah, I mean, we did get stopped out a little bit there. We didn't get stopped out of it all because we didn't break the 200 period. I'm not, here we actually had our stop up at 95, which does not break, luckily. And then here's the flush down on Rivian. I'm just playing around. We didn't make that much money on it. This was just a play that's now finally starting to work out. Rivian, obviously wish we had a bunch more on it. So yeah. Funny guy over there, Brendo. But all right, so we're going to, what day, Brendan, is it? Thursday, he's right. So Brendan just said, yep, we can talk to Mitch, and we will be doing that. So get your questions ready for him. I'll ask him that on Thursday, as will Obi, as will the whole team. But I do want to make sure we talk about SoFi there. So yeah, man, good trading there. What's your plan here with USO? Now you're nicely in the money over there.
I mean, yeah, I'm watching. I definitely coulda, shoulda, woulda added some more there on the pullback in because you know, taking the beating on the initial, I guess a decent chunk there, but adding back into that 105 reclaim. I like this. We're trading back above this 106. We kind of pinged that 107. I got to go back to a shorter, like a second chart or something to see how fast that one was because I saw it at like 106 halves or something like that and then slapped down from 107s all the way to 104s. I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't necessarily be in here. Again, news risk there. Get a little, I wouldn't say a little slipped, but definitely a little slipped on that 105 back through. But I think I did well to kind of get back in when I saw that selling just got absorbed. Back above 106s as of right now, but anything could change. Only about a few more minutes left. So I'm probably just going to piece off in and around this 106. There's not really much left on the table when it comes to, I guess, the intraday part of it. There it goes back below.
I have some sad news, but not really that sad. So please do not brace yourself for incredibly sad news. But Wyerton Willie apparently has passed away. That's the, who's that? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. He's the famous not a hedgehog. What are those guys that come out and they see their shadows?
Oh, the groundhog.
Groundhog's hedgehog. We're playing Sega Genesis over here. We're playing Sega Genesis over here. Right there. But
Sonic movies.
Anyways, yeah, Marissa just let me know about that, and I said sad face emoji. You know, like I typed in sad face emoji and just hit enter. I thought I was gonna do it, but instead it just typed sad face emoji there to her. So that's sad. But anyways, what? Isn't there Puxatony Phil? You heard? Yeah. So he's taking it over, man. That's hilarious. I don't know if my wife is watching this. Look what she just put in here. Dead rodent emoji. Oh, that's hilarious. She's ruthless over there. But there it goes, man. Yeah, but then she says also rest in peace. And we always talk about that. I always like to see what's going on with that. It's just a fun thing. I think Wyerton Willie predicted like 50 of the 100 moves there. So about 50-50.
So he's just as good as the average trader there. About
yeah. Maybe
50% of the time, yeah.
Much better than the average trader. Way better than the average trader over there. Groundhog Day. Great movie. You seen that with Bill Murray?
I think so, yeah. That's the one where he like wakes up and tries to, do this.
Every day is the same thing over and over again.
I was going to ask you, what do you think about the Sonic movies?
I never watched one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think they're pretty good though, from what I hear.
I've heard.
Why my kids aren't into that, man? It's funny because Marissa just also messaged me today and said, "When's that new Mario coming out?" And that's apparently April 1st. That's probably
that's another movie I haven't watched.
Probably a fun one to see in the theater. I mean, it's not. Those ones are like pure kids movies. I feel like, but Jack Black is hilarious as Bowser. I don't know if you've heard. If you guys, we're gonna get dinged if I play a song, but the song Peaches. Go look that up. Get it on Spotify. Get it on YouTube. It's Jack Black Peaches, right there. Real funny, stupid song actually. All right, so just waiting here to see if we do get a little bit of a push down for Rivian. Psych, we already got it. We'll go to 16. We'll go to 1652. See if we get a fill on the downside right there for Rivian. And just to close out the day, man, we can have a quick little look at the imbalances. As I see, you're out of that oil trade, so that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, no, it's not doing much around 106. I was looking for it to get past this 106 half so I can maybe even get a little bit more aggressive for the 107 push, but not really happening as of right now. You know, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll definitely, you know, I can't complain. So literally almost every other trade I've taken on this USO pretty much went right away. Funny enough, I take a long. All of them have been shorts. Funny enough, I take the long, I flip long, and I get slapped on the long as if the market's just like, you know,
what are you doing?
Stick to reverting the bid, especially on what seems to be so far a little bit of the backside of the move here. But yeah, no. So definitely was it 1, 2, 3 scalps, 4 scalps, and then I guess the fifth one not really working out too well. But again, I was definitely not anywhere nearly sized as aggressive on the long as I was on some of these shorts. So you know, it all works out in the end there. 106 is back through, but I think, yeah, pretty much done for now. Not really seeing anything too crazy on these here imbalances. Nvidia came in with a buy. Nvidia's actually catching a bit of a bid as of right now. So let's take a quick look at that one. So I guess this one might have been the one to participate in. Where is 50 right here? So Nvidia was a bid to start off with. Okay, so yeah, this is the one right here. So Nvidia coming in with, I'll pull this in, a 1.4, and this actually stuck. This was more, and some of it got paired off, but I guess not all of it, and we get that continuation all the way back up into VWAP for, I guess, a 0.66 move back towards VWAP from 183s to 184s and some change here on Nvidia on a buy imbalance on a day where, yeah, we'll take a look at the futures. We've been selling off pretty aggressively since about 1:30, and today there's a lot of news-driven price action, a lot of fugazi for sure. You know, they talked about the ship and then they pulled that, and then they talked about the mines, and I guess the president's just like, there's no report of any mines being set down. I'm just like, all right, cool. So you know what, you got to be quick on the keys for this one. So it's not really like a level-to-level, position-to-position. You just got to be quick on your feet. And roll with the punches, I guess, in this here market. So interesting, the level of fugazi and some of the news being released by what seems like legitimate sources. So,
I mean, if you're a position of power, importance, something like that, you should really be figuring out what you're tweeting, and you shouldn't have to pull it out.
Maybe they just do it on purpose. So, you know. Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit? I don't know. I definitely.
Hey, man, I've been saying this market has a rigged feel to it for a very, very long time.
Got to get good at playing the game.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're getting better and better and better and betterer as well. There was something I wanted to say, and now I can't remember what it was. Probably a good thing. Oh, what time do we expect Oracle, Adara? You know?
4:05 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. 4:05 p.m. So that should be a good one to see what's going on over there tonight. Oh, that's what it was. Bill Ackman's IPO value, $10 billion.
10 billion.
Looking at, I just saw it on the newswire there. Yeah, Bill Ackman's files for a 10 billion IPO. That should be exciting. All right, tomorrow's trade today. What about Rivian, man? I mean, Rivian today was supposed to be the belle of the ball, wasn't it? I mean, everybody was super excited about Rivian. Got up to 1750. Now it's closing at 1650. And yeah, man, I mean, I don't know, right back into the day's low or pre-market lows. Just before the market opened up, we sort of really ripped. And since then, man, it's just been faded. I think this is a short again tomorrow. I wouldn't buy this dip or try to hold this overnight to see it's going to be a rebound type of day. I just don't see it. This happens to Rivian all of the time, and we've seen it many times. Like there's the wick candle there, the very next day downside. What a surprise. It almost looks identical right there at the 50-period moving average, downside, at the 50-period moving average, downside. Tomorrow's trade today brought to you by myself and Rivian right here. 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And that is all that she wrote. And what a good day it had been here for us. Ooh, some sort of a tab is making my browser slow. Okay, so just to go over some of the markets here today, we did have the Qs, right? Not a bad day. Well, actually, My bad, ends zeros. We did have a pretty good day to start with as we really took off there just after 9:30, 10 o'clock, the market made new moves, then made a high at 1 o'clock. And since then, now we get, remember what we said, man, it's like ask questions later, man, shoot first. Empty out the sort of the clip per se on your holdings and then worry about what Trump's gonna say now about sort of these C-bombs. I don't know how else to talk about them. Not mines. That's what it was. The SPY as well, the ES, they took it a little bit more on the chin today as energy's been a play. We talked about the bank names as well. Some of the components not involved in the NASDAQ, right? Nvidia still turned out okay. A nice downside move there on the SPY. We're going to look at the diamonds here and the Dow Jones and just see what they wound up doing as well. Right there, looks like they're down 0.15, if that's accurate. I think it probably is. No, flat there on the diamonds as well. And then one more before we go, the IWM, something that we always look at as well. They were, I apologize how long this is taking. That still shows diamonds down 0.14. And then a quick check on oil, and then we'll get out of here. Right now, oil up at the end of the day, but still down that 9.3%. So, yeah, you know, pretty aggressive day, I think. Needless to say, man, good trading there near the end on oil. We'll wait to see if we can get some more news on that later. Good trades in the middle of the day. I think we're a little bit better there on oil. We just, when you're playing the news, man, you got to really be careful about what the stories are. So, anyways, yeah, good day. Obi, promise me you'll be back tomorrow.
For sure.
All right, Neil, we say, hope he's enjoying his time, obviously, there down in Dunedin. So if you happen to be in Dunedin, Florida, go find Neil, and he'll buy you a beer, okay? And he might even buy you a pretzel.
One for each of us.
Yeah, well, tell him Obi sent you.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, we'll get that covered. So make sure you check him out, and we say, enjoy, Neil. And he messaged me today and said the weather was gorgeous there in lovely Florida, Dunedin, Florida, checking the Blue Jays spring training. I know you haven't been watching it, but that World Baseball Classic has been pretty fun, man. Like watching Dominican Republic play and the fans and how hyped they are. And congratulations, the U.S. yesterday took down Mexico. So that was a good game. Canada struggling. I think they're 1-1, Canada maybe right now, looking to get into the playoff, the elimination round. So Cuba's in our division, and they've already clinched. So we'll wait to see if we can join the United States in the next round of the World Baseball Classic. All right, it should be exciting, man. We will see everybody tomorrow. So again, great job there today. Obi, thanks for coming through. He'll be back tomorrow. It's always a blast to say thank you to Andre and Fabian as they continue to work hard. And Adara, I mean, minutes away now from Oracle. That should be exciting. Make sure you follow @TraderTV Research. It'll all be posted up right there immediately upon that release. Thanks, Brendan, and thanks, Mark, for stopping by today. Mark O'Keefe from ICE. And then we want to say a big shout out to Brian Shannon as well. So, all right, we're done. We will see everybody tomorrow at 8 o'clock, where I guarantee you USO will not be at 106. It'll be different than that, and we'll see. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. bright and early. Have a great evening.